Chapter 1. Her sister was in a coma. Sucking in a lungful of Oregon seaside air, Devyn Lee swung into a parking space, turned off the engine of her rental car, and unclamped her white-knuckled fingers from the wheel. How could so much change so fast? Last night she'd been dancing the title role in Giselle at Lincoln Center. Now she was sitting outside the Coos Bay Hospital where her sister lay unresponsive after tripping on broken pavement. There was only one word to describe all that had happened in the past 18 hours. Surreal. As the sequence of events scrolled through her mind, she closed her eyes and kneaded the bridge of her nose. A late-night call from a neurologist at this hospital. A frantic online search for the next available flight from New York City to Oregon. A midnight phone conversation with the ballet master to alert him that an understudy would have to dance her role for today's final performance of the spring season. A futile attempt to catch 3 hours of sleep before her dawn flight on this last Sunday in May. 9+ travel hours from boarding to arrival, followed by a short drive from the North Bend airport to the hospital. Hectic as her typical days were as a principal dancer with one of the most prestigious ballet companies in the world, none of them had ever been this chaotic or frenzied. Calling up every ounce of her waning stamina, Devyn reached for her purse. It might only be 2 p.m. in Oregon, but it was 5 o'clock New York time. And whatever energy boost she'd gleaned from the turkey wrap she'd gulped down in San Francisco between flights had evaporated hours ago. Yet as she slid from behind the wheel and walked toward the hospital entrance, a tingle of anxiety-laced adrenaline vibrated through her nerve endings. Because in mere minutes, she'd be face-to-face with the sister she hadn't seen since their father's funeral 13 years ago. Stomach nodding, she walked through the doors that slid open as she approached, stopped at the reception desk to get directions, strode toward the elevator as the questions that had plagued her since last night's summons looped through her mind yet again. Why had she been listed as Lauren's emergency contact instead of her sister's husband? And why had she gotten a no longer in service message when she'd called the number she'd long ago tucked away for Dennis? Frowning, she pressed the up button. What was going on with her sister's marriage? A call to Mom at the crack of dawn Paris time to share the news about the accident hadn't provided any clues. According to her, Lauren hadn't been in touch for months and had snubbed her during their last exchange. No surprise there. Mom and her oldest offspring had never been close, nor had her 2 daughters. Regrettable, but understandable. It was hard for sisters who not only lived on opposite sides of the country but in 2 different worlds to form a close bond, especially when one of them made it clear she wasn't all that interested in being chummy. The elevator doors slid open and Devyn stepped inside, pushed the button for the 2nd floor. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried to connect with Lauren through the years. But when every attempt she made to reach out was rebuffed, it had been easier to use the hectic pace of her life as an excuse to backburner any further efforts to mend their frayed bond. She leaned a shoulder against the wall of the elevator, sighed. In truth, it was hard to fault Lauren for resenting the younger sister, who'd usurped their mother's attention and whose ballet aspirations had made any semblance of normal family life impossible. But after she woke up, maybe they could initiate a few repairs in their relationship, a task that had suddenly taken on new urgency. And her sister would wake up. Any other outcome was unthinkable. The elevator doors parted and Devyn stepped out. Clenching her fingers around the strap of her purse, she approached the ICU, stopped beside the intercom, took a steadying breath and depressed the button. When the doors swooshed open, she forced herself to walk through. A scrubs-clad woman at a central station looked over. "Can I help you?" "Yes, I'm here to see Lauren Collier. I'm her sister." "Oh, yes, I spoke with you when you called from San Francisco." She circled around the counter. "I'll take you back." How is she doing?" Devyn followed the woman, lungs bulking as she waited for the answer. Hopefully no complications had arisen since she'd checked in during her layover. No changes. All her vitals remained strong. The woman paused by a room with glass doors. "I'll let her neurologist know you're here. She wanted to speak with you as soon as you arrived." A surge of unease zipped through her. "Why?" "To discuss her treatment, I expect." The woman motioned toward the room. "Feel free to talk to your sister. Often people who are otherwise unresponsive can hear what's being said. Would you like a soft drink or water? We also have coffee and tea." After declining that offer, Devyn took a slow breath and entered the room. The woman in the bed was Lauren, no question about it. Same pert nose, same naturally long curving lashes, same high cheekbones. But her big sister had aged. A lot, for someone who was only 35. Though her features were slack in repose, the embedded twin creases above her nose were new. So was the fan of fine lines at the corner of each eye. Her once long dark hair was gone, replaced by short cropped locks containing a few strands of silver. The past 13 years must have held some serious challenges for her, even if she'd never indicated there were any problems in her clipped responses to phone calls and texts. Yet though the changes wrought by time and stress were apparent, there was little visible evidence of the injury she'd suffered in the fall, other than an elastic bandage on her left wrist. Except for all the medical devices she was hooked up to. Devyn took a quick inventory. Heart and blood pressure monitor, IV drip, nasal cannula, oxygen monitor on Lauren's finger. The rest of the equipment was unfamiliar. And what other stuff was attached to her beneath the sheet? Devyn groped for the bottom of the bed, held on tight. Hard as she tried to prepare for this moment, seeing her sister comatose was like a punch in the gut. Maybe she and Lauren weren't as close as they could have been for sisters separated in age by a mere 2 years. But with Dad gone, Mom remarried and living a new life in Paris, and Dennis apparently out of the picture, the only real family the two of them had was each other. Lauren had to recover so they could make a new start. Blinking back the sudden mist in her vision, Devyn moved beside the bed and laid her hand over Lauren's. Tried to call up a cheery tone. "Hey, sis. It's me, Devyn. I heard you were off in La La Land and decided to come out here to keep an eye on you. And I'm sticking close until you decide to rejoin the human race. We have a ton of catching up to do. I'm between seasons now, and I plan to stay a while." "That's good news." The voice of the neurologist who'd called last night spoke from the doorway. Devyn twisted sideways. "Dr. Sherman?" "Yes." The white-coated woman, who looked to be in her 50s, remained on the threshold. Having family on hand is always helpful during a health crisis, especially with head injuries. "Why don't we talk for a few minutes? There's a small lounge near the ICU." Okay." Devyn leaned close to her sister and brushed a stray wisp of hair back from her face. "I'll be back in a few minutes, sis." The doctor led the way down the hall, out of the ICU and to a small deserted lounge. "Have a seat." She motioned to one of the chairs and took the adjacent one. "Thank you for coming so fast. I'm sure you're exhausted after our late call and your cross-country flight." Devyn waved that aside. This is what family does in an emergency. Not counting Mom, who'd said she'd wait for an update before embarking on the long trip from Paris. No doubt hoping Lauren would wake up, rendering such a trek unnecessary. Not always. The doctor's lips morphed into a rueful twist, leveling out as she continued. "I was just leaving the hospital when I got the call you'd arrived, and I decided to come back up to talk with you in person. I'll try to use layman's language, but don't hesitate to stop me if I start to throw in too many medical terms. I already did some research on comas during my flights, but the information I found online was kind of mind-boggling, and scary, to say the least. Brain injuries are complicated. On the plus side, your sister didn't suffer any other trauma beyond a few minor bruises and a sprained wrist. That lets us concentrate on the brain. As I told you last night, the original CT scan showed minor swelling, but there was no indication of major structural injuries or bleeding. Your sister's pupils are responsive, her reflexes are functioning, she reacts to pain, and she's breathing on her own. Those are all hopeful signs. Our goal now is to reduce the swelling to prevent any potential damage from intracranial pressure. Have you tried diuretics and steroids? Based on her in-air research, those were the first line of attack for brain swelling. Yes, they haven't had any effect, and the newest CT scan indicates that the swelling has increased. We're concerned about a reduction in oxygen supply and blood flow to the brain, as well as brainstem issues. Devyn fisted her hands until her nails bit into her palms. Every site she'd found said brainstem issues were a recipe for disaster. So what do we do? If necessary, a portion of her skull can be removed to give the brain more room to expand. I briefed a neurosurgeon in Eugene on the case earlier today, but I'm hoping the swelling will go down before we have to take that step. Also, while your sister is breathing on her own, there are indications her airway reflexes are diminished. So we're going to put her on a ventilator. Please don't be alarmed by that. It's often required in cases like this. Devyn's heart stumbled. She was supposed to remain calm while they put her sister on a ventilator? In what universe? Hey, the doctor reached over and touched the back of her cold hand. If she responds as I hope, she'll begin to wake up soon, and the ventilator won't be necessary. There's no way to predict what kinds of long-term effects there might be from this injury until after she's out of the coma, right? She didn't really have to ask. Her research had already given her the answer. No. At least the neurologist didn't try to sugarcoat her response. The brain can be unpredictable, and tests don't always give us clear indications about the extent of damage. But we'll begin to get answers fast when she starts to regain consciousness. When, not if. That was something anyway. What if there is damage? Why don't we cross that bridge if we come to it? We'll know more in the next 48 to 72 hours. And keep this in mind. Many people who've been in short-term comas make excellent recoveries. Short-term being the key. May I stay here with her tonight? The doctor hesitated. The visiting hours end at 10, but we do bend the rules on occasion. However, I'd encourage you to get a decent night's sleep in a real bed. We can call you if there's any change. Are you staying nearby? I don't know where I'm staying yet. I wanted to get an update on Lauren's condition before I made plans. My sister lives about 45 minutes from here in Hope Harbor, but I don't have a key to her house. Even if she'd spent the early years of her life in the family home her sister had inherited. There may be keys among the clothing and personal items that were brought in with her. Devyn hesitated. Staying in Hope Harbor would be preferable to living in a hotel for an extended period. But until she had a better handle on her sister's prognosis, a 45-minute commute was too long. I'll take her personal items with me, but I think I'll stay at a hotel in Coos Bay for a few days. No other friends or relatives in the area? No. For all practical purposes, it's just me and my sister. Our mom's overseas and not very involved in our lives. After considering her for a moment, the doctor pulled out a card and a pen and wrote a number on the back. I don't often give my cell number to families, but if you aren't getting the answers you want fast enough, call me. She held it out. Devyn took it, throat tightening. Thank you. And remember, you have a whole team here dedicated to getting your sister back on her feet. I appreciate that. No problem. The doctor rose. Now that we've talked, I'm going to stop in the ICU and write up orders for the plan we discussed. Why don't you spend a few minutes with your sister while I do that, then check into a hotel and have a meal? Your sister's going to need your help during her recovery, so it's important to take care of yourself. The doctor walked back with her to the ICU, detouring to the desk as Devyn continued toward her sister's room. Outside the glass doors, Devyn hesitated for a moment. She owed Mom an update, but that could wait until she found a hotel. After all, it wasn't like she could count on their mother to be more than a long-distance cheer squad, if that. Cynthia Lee Dufour wasn't the type to drop everything and fly more than 5,000 miles to pitch in during a medical emergency. As she'd often said, dealing with health issues wasn't her thing. Devyn pushed through the door to Lauren's room, the memory of her own past injuries flashing through her mind. Like the torn ligaments she'd suffered in her ankle after a bad landing during a rehearsal for Sleeping Beauty. Or the painful hip impingement she'd had to deal with after dancing for too many hours, day after day, with insufficient rest in between. Mom had walked a wide circle around those incidents, leaving her in the hands of professionals and encouraging her to take charge of her own follow-up care. So whatever family assistance Lauren required would have to come from her sister, not her mother. And that was fine. She'd make this work, whatever it took. After all the disruption she'd caused in her sister's life thanks to the demands of her dancing, walking with her through this crisis was the least she could do. Devyn stopped beside the bed and took Lauren's hand again. "I'm back, sis. I talked to the doctor. You're getting excellent care, and I'll be hovering in the wings. If you can hear me, squeeze my fingers." No reaction. Not that she'd expected one. Sudden responsiveness would have been too much to hope for. So as the monitors beeped and the blood pressure cuff whooshed and the oxygen cannula whistled, Devyn shut out the noise, closed her eyes, and sent a silent prayer heavenward for guidance and fortitude, both of which she was going to need in abundance during the days and perhaps weeks ahead. Chapter 2. "You get Isabel settled for the night?" As his grandfather spoke, Aaron Steele continued across the living room and sank into a chair across from him. "Depends how you define settled. She didn't want me to leave. I have the same issue on nights you get tapped for the second shift at the mill." The older man closed the book he was reading. "Don't you think the clinginess should be lessening by now? Olivia's been gone almost a year." Aaron scrubbed at his forehead where a slight ache had begun to throb. "Grief works differently for everyone. Dad's death 2 years ago was hard enough on her, but losing her mom, too?" He exhaled. "Back-to-back losses are tough. On everyone. This hasn't been an easy road for you either. Or you." Gramp hadn't been all that close to Olivia, but the loss of his housemate's son had hit him hard. "Isabel's only 9, though. Having 2 of the 4 most significant people in your life disappear in the space of 13 months can put a major dent in a kid's sense of security. I didn't need the counselor I took her to a few months ago to tell me that." "You think it would help to schedule another session? Maybe there's more we should be doing for her." "Like what? I'm already following all the suggested guidelines. Maintaining a predictable routine, being available, listening, drawing her out when she cracks a door, seeing that she gets regular exercise. At our last session, the counselor said the best remedy was time, unless the situation deteriorated. It hasn't. Isabel is sleeping better, and she doesn't have as many bad dreams. But she still seems sad and too quiet, not to mention the clinginess." Like he didn't know that. He sighed. "That's why I touched base with the counselor last Friday." Gramps' eyebrows rose. "You didn't tell me that." "There wasn't much to tell. She ran me through a whole checklist of questions. In the end, she said to carry on, and if there's no further improvement in a month, to bring Isabel back. One thing I know, you being here helps. I'm glad you agreed to live with us after Olivia died. It was a win-win as far as I was concerned. Moving in with your dad after I lost your grandmother saved me. There's nothing sadder than being alone in a house that was once filled with love. Felt the same way after your dad died. Being with people you care about
Helping them out is what makes life worth living. Coming here was just what I needed. The arrangement had been a godsend for us, too. Our diet has improved thanks to your skills in the kitchen, and having you on hand to watch Isabel when I have to run to the mill for the occasional crisis takes a lot of stress off me. Glad to be of service."
Gramp took off his glasses, pulled out his handkerchief, and began polishing the lenses.
"Of course, you may not need me if you decide to get married again."
Aaron blinked. Where had that come from?
"Why would you bring up marriage?" "It's been on my mind." "Well, it's not on mine." "Why not? You're a young man, and Isabel could use a mother." "I don't feel all that young anymore."
In truth, there were days he felt a decade or two older than his 36 years.
"And Isabel has me and you. A woman adds a different touch to a home. Mind you, I'm not saying a single parent can't do an excellent job raising a child, as your dad demonstrated. You turned out fine. Better than fine. But I'd hate for you to spend the rest of your life alone, even if a new woman in your life would put me out of a job. No worries on that score. Your job is secure. And I'm not alone. I have you and Isabel. Not forever. One of these days she'll grow up and move on. And someday I'll be joining my Elizabeth and your dad. Where will that leave you? Working at the mill. I'm serious, Aaron."
Yeah, he was. That sober look he was wearing had always been reserved for the most solemn discussions. And if the Steele patriarch wanted to talk, nothing was going to dissuade him. Resigning himself to a discussion he didn't want to have, Aaron leaned forward and linked his fingers.
"I really don't need anyone else in my life, Gramps. I've been married, and once was enough."
More than enough. If he'd had any idea how fast his rose-colored dreams of happily ever after would fade, he would never have walked down the aisle 12 years ago. Not that Gramp or anyone else knew about his regrets. He'd honored the vows he'd taken with Olivia. And he had no regrets about the wonderful daughter who'd come from their ill-advised union. But shameful as it might be, deep inside it was a relief not to have to put up a front to the world or pretend everything was fine so Isabel would feel secure that their family unit was solid.
"You sound a bit like a man who's been burned."
At Gramps' astute comment, his neck warmed. All these years, except for an occasional confidential session with Reverend Baker, he'd kept mum about the issues he and Olivia had faced. And now wasn't the time to talk about them, beyond a generic acknowledgement that their relationship hadn't always been smooth sailing.
"I expect every marriage has its ups and downs."
A few beats passed before Gramp responded.
"May I say something?"
It wasn't a question. If Gramp had a comment to offer, he'd do so, with or without permission.
"I guess. I'm no psychologist, but I lived with a wonderful woman for more than 50 years. Sure, we had occasional spats, but we learned to work through them and restore harmony. Our home was a calm, pleasant place 99% of the time. Not a lick of tension in the air." "Your house wasn't like that."
Aaron frowned.
"What do you mean?" "It's kind of hard to put into words. It was just a feeling I had around you and Olivia. Like you were both on edge. I can't recall you two sharing any affectionate touches or warm smiles or friendly teasing in recent years. All I picked up was strain. There was always a chill in the air."
Aaron took a long, slow breath. So much for his efforts to keep up the pretense of a stable marriage. And if Gramp had picked up on the strain in their home, had Isabel noticed it too?
"I'm not asking you to divulge any secrets, Aaron. I'm just trying to make the point that it can be a mistake to let one bad experience stop you from trying again. If I'd given up on singing after my voice started changing and the music teacher told me to mouth the words during a concert, I'd never have tried out for my high school musical 4 years later and gotten the lead." "Marriage and musicals are two different things. Principle's the same." Gramp slid his glasses back on. "A beautiful marriage is a joy. If the right woman comes along, don't let the opportunity to find happiness pass you by. For your sake, as well as Isabel's. What if this woman isn't keen about a grandfather-in-law living in the house? If I couldn't win her over with my charm, I'd give up my spot in a heartbeat to see you and Isabel happy.
Gramps' tone was light-hearted, but his eyes were serious.
For the record, on the remote chance that such a woman ever should come along, you'd be part of the package. I wouldn't want to be an obstacle to romance. Gramp, you and me and Isabel are a unit. It's all or nothing.
After everything the man sitting across from him had done to lend a hand through the years, no way would he ever show him the door. Not for any woman. And no woman who asked him to would be worth having.
Well, it's immaterial at the moment. We can revisit the question if it ever becomes relevant. In the meantime, you and I should try to find a diversion for Isabel that will pep her up. Any suggestions? No, but I intend to keep my ear to the ground. You should do the same.
Gramp reopened his book.
What's on your agenda for the rest of the evening? Bill paying. Gramp shook his head. You need to socialize more. Add some fun to your life. No time. He stood. Make time. For you and Isabel. This house could use more laughter. I'll be in that wedding next month. That qualifies as a social event. Only if you go with the right attitude and mingle. I'll keep that in mind.
Aaron shoved his hands into his pockets and wandered toward the kitchen. Gramps' insights were sound as usual. There was a definite lack of fun in this household, and he wasn't doing much to change that. But it was hard to find much joy when your days were consumed with chores and work and concern about your daughter's lackluster spirits. And now he had another worry to fret about. How much had Isabel discerned about the tension in her parents' less-than-ideal marriage? Had it disturbed her peace of mind and sense of security? If so, was that also holding her back from moving on? And how could he subtly find out without creating an issue where there might not be one? He opened the drawer in the kitchen where he kept unpaid bills and booted up his laptop. Yet as he ticked the bills off his list, his mind was only half on the task, thanks to his discussion with Gramp. The suggestion that he find a new wife was easy to dismiss, while having someone simpatico to share his life with held a certain appeal. What if he made another bad judgment call, got involved once again with someone who ended up being a bad match? A shiver rippled through him. That risk wasn't worth taking. It was far less stressful to live with loneliness than with rancor. Gramps' proposal that they find an enjoyable diversion to add joy to Isabel's life, however, was spot on. It was also a challenge. And as he toiled over the bills far later than he'd planned on this last day of May evening, all he could do was pray that something would come along to brighten his daughter's outlook. "Ms. Lee? She's starting to wake up." As the words penetrated Devyn's sleep-fogged brain, she forced her sluggish eyelids open, struggled upright from the bedside chair where she'd planted herself 3 days ago, once the swelling in Lauren's brain had subsided. Her eyes opened briefly. The nurse motioned toward Lauren. I can't believe I missed it." Devyn pushed herself to her feet. "Or that I dozed off." "Don't beat yourself up. Hospital stays take a huge toll on families as well as patients. Did you get any sleep at all last night in that chair?" "Not much. Like maybe 2 fitful hours, if she was generous in her estimate. The remainder had been spent watching Lauren for signs of returning alertness." "You're entitled to doze off. I'll let Dr. Sherman know about the change. I assume she spoke with you about what to expect as your sister wakes up?" "Yes. Post-traumatic amnesia. She said Lauren could be agitated and confused and might not recognize me at first, and that she could behave out of character. Any or all of those may happen. Go ahead and talk to her. It's possible she's beginning to become conscious of her surroundings. I expect Dr. Sherman will stop by over lunch to do an assessment. As the woman disappeared out the door, Devyn took Lauren's hand. "Hey, sis. I'm still here, waiting for you to wake up. And the news is all positive. The swelling in your brain went down, and everything looked normal on the last CT scan. I gave the people at your dental office an update, and they said to let you know your job will be waiting whenever you're ready to come back. So no worries on that score." She didn't mention the other information her sister's office had relayed, after she'd made a comment about not being able to reach Dennis. It seems her sister had been separated from her husband for more than a year. Another shock in a shock-filled trip, one that raised further questions. Until Lauren was able to communicate, however, those would remain unanswered. Devyn leaned over and picked up the stuffed bear attached to the colorful helium-filled foil balloons and set it on the bed beside Lauren. "Wait till you see the darling little bear and balloons your office sent." She picked up her sister's hand and stroked her limp fingers over the plush fur. "Isn't that soft?" If Lauren felt anything, she gave no indication. "Anyway, they'll be here for you when you wake up." Devyn disengaged the weighted balloons from the bear and set them aside, nestled the bear beside Lauren's hand, perched on the side of the bed. And for the next hour, while she waited for Dr. Sherman and nurses bustled in and out, she kept up a running commentary, filling her sister in on the local weather, calling up every funny story she could remember that she hadn't already shared over the past few days, and talking about her childhood memories of Hope Harbor, including the fish tacos from Charlie's iconic wharfside stand. "I haven't gotten down there yet, but that's the first place I plan to visit." Hopefully it was still there. Trips to the taco-making artist's stand had been one of the highlights of her youth. "I've missed not only his food, but his wisdom. Right now I'm staying at a hotel here in Coos Bay, but I'm planning to crash at home once you wake up. In my old bedroom, if it still has a bed. I called your minister at Grace Christian, and he's having someone get your mail until I come down. He's also got the whole congregation praying for—" "I hear there's good news." As Dr. Sherman swept into the room, Devyn stood. "The nurse said she opened her eyes earlier, but I haven't seen any indications that she's coming around. Let's try to encourage her." The doctor circled around to the other side of the bed and took Lauren's hand. "Lauren, if you can hear me, squeeze my fingers." After a moment, she raised her voice. "Lauren, squeeze my fingers. I know you can do it. See how I'm squeezing yours? Squeeze back." After a few seconds, Dr. Sherman's lips rose a hair. "Very good." When the doctor glanced over and gave a thumbs up, Devyn's throat contracted. "Lauren, I want you to open your eyes and look at me." A few beats ticked by, and the doctor leaned closer. "Come on, open your eyes. I'm waiting for you." Nothing. Devyn's spirits dipped. If she'd opened them earlier, unprompted, why wouldn't she do it now? Did that mean— Wait. Lauren's lashes fluttered, and suddenly popped open. Yes! The neurologist eased closer to her. "Can you look at me? I'm on your right." Lauren continued to stare at the ceiling, but her hand snaked up toward the ventilator tube. "Excellent." Dr. Sherman straightened and spoke across the bed. "Purposeful movement toward an area of discomfort indicates a heightened level of awareness. So does her response to commands and her earlier spontaneous eye-opening. She's wakeful and aware. That means consciousness is returning." She refocused on Lauren. "Lauren, look at me." In slow motion, Lauren's gaze shifted toward the doctor. "Good job." The doctor smiled at her, then released her hand. "So what happens next?" Devyn gripped the side rail of the bed, watching her sister. "We'll change the settings on the ventilator, give her less support, and watch her closely for the next couple of hours. If everything looks good, we'll remove the breathing tube." "She'll be able to talk to us then, right?" The doctor's hesitation was brief but telling. "There would be no mechanical impediments to speech at that point." Translation? There could be neurological ones. Stomach nodding, Devyn took Lauren's hand again as the doctor conferred with the nurse. They'd passed one hurdle. Lauren was returning to them. But would it be the fully functioning Lauren who'd tripped and fallen on Saturday? Or someone who was going to need major assistance not only now, but perhaps forever? Chapter 3. That lady seems sad, Dad. At Isabel's comment, Erin angled sideways on the bench the two of them had claimed on the Hope Harbor wharf and followed the direction of her gaze. Farther down, near Charlie's shuttered taco stand, a slender woman stood alone, long blonde hair ruffling in the breeze, shoulders slumped, hands tucked into the pockets of her jacket. Though her face wasn't visible, her posture communicated dejection. At the very least. But he hadn't brought Isabel here to dwell on depressing emotions. The whole purpose of this Thursday father-daughter early dinner date while Gramp met a friend for pizza was to perk her up. It'd work, too. She'd chatted enthusiastically at the Myrtle Cafe, eaten every bite of her meatloaf entree, and had remained animated while they strolled down to the wharf after dessert. Until now.
Maybe she's just tired.
Erin pointed overhead, above the long jetty on the left and the pair of rocky islands on the right that protected the marina.
Look at those two seagulls. They're putting on an acrobatic show for us.
After sparing the dipping and wheeling birds a fleeting glance, Isabel refocused on the woman, brow wrinkling as she swung her leg and scuffed the toe of her shoe on the pavement. She doesn't look tired to me. She looks lonesome, and kind of like she wants to cry. Erin stared at his daughter. Seriously? How could she pick up on all that from this far away? But rather than attempt to distract her, this could be an opportunity to draw her out about her own feelings, as the counselor had encouraged. Even if he'd prefer to end this outing on a more upbeat note.
Why do you think that?
He rested his arm on the back of the bench behind her, keeping his tone casual and conversational. I don't know. Isabel studied the woman. Watching her makes my stomach feel empty, even though I just ate. She caught her lower lip between her teeth. That's the same way it feels when I think about Mom. The heavy meal he'd ingested hardened into a rock in his own stomach.
I know you miss her, sweetie.
He moved his hand to her slight shoulder and gently tugged her closer beside him. I used to miss her before the accident, too. She was gone a lot. That was true, and it had been a frequent source of conflict in their marriage. But his suggestion that she'd take advantage of her IT firm's openness to remote work and rely more on video conferencing for meetings and client interactions had always elicited the same response. Face-to-face contact is critical, especially for a business development manager. You may not have any ambition to climb the corporate ladder, but I do. Success is important to me. Their increasingly divergent definitions of success had also been a bone of contention, and another source of rancor. How come Mom had to travel all the time? Isabel searched his face. Erin swallowed past the sour taste in his mouth. He may not have agreed with Olivia's career-related choices, but sharing that opinion would serve no positive purpose with their daughter.
She had a busy job, honey.
I know. She always told me that. Isabel dipped her chin and played with a loose button on her jacket. But sometimes I wonder if I didn't love her enough. Maybe if I'd loved her more, she wouldn't have traveled as much, and maybe she wouldn't have been driving home from the airport the night of the accident. His throat clogged. Had Isabel been carrying around a boatload of undeserved guilt ever since Olivia died? What kind of father was he to have been oblivious to her feelings of culpability?
Honey, you loved her with all your heart, and she knew that.
He squeezed her shoulder, voice rasping.
What happened to your mom had nothing to do with you. All the trips she took were part of her job."
"I guess," she sniffed. "I missed her when she was gone for work, but it's a different kind of missing when you know someone is never coming back."
"Yes, it is."
"Do you think she's happy?"
"I'm sure she is, and I know she'd want you to be happy."
Out on the jetty, the foghorn issued a protracted, sonorous bass wail as a tendril of fog swirled past. The weather must be getting ready to change. "Are you happy, Dad?" That was a trickier question.
"I'm trying to be, but I'm still getting used to life without your mom."
Honest, even if the implication wasn't. Devastating grief, like Gramp had experienced when Graham died, wasn't the impediment to his happiness. "Yeah." She watched the two seagulls land on the pavement a few feet away and cuddle up close. "Do you ever forget what it was like when she was here?" She peeked over at him. No, he could remember all too clearly. But if Isabel was forgetting certain aspects of daily life with her mom, guilt over that could be mixed in with her grief too. Some reassurance was in order.
"I've forgotten some details. That's normal. But memories stay in your heart. And even if they aren't always real clear, they can still make you feel warm and happy. Is that how you feel when you think of your mom?"
"Yes." She looked up at him. "Does thinking about her make you feel happy too?"
Uh-oh.
Had she picked up on the problems he and Olivia had agreed to keep under wraps in her presence? Maybe it had been a doomed effort from the beginning. Maybe their well-meaning intentions had been misguided. Maybe they'd done more harm than good by pretending. His stomach clenched. Being a parent was a minefield. He took a slow breath and chose his words with care.
"I have some very happy memories of your mom, honey. One of my favorites is how beautiful she looked the day we got married. But right now I feel more sad than happy.
About so many things." "Like that lady." She pointed to the solitary woman again. "I wonder if someone she loved died too." If there was a subtle way to glean any more information about his daughter's thoughts on his relationship with Olivia, it eluded him. Besides, it was easier to speculate about a stranger's mood.
"That's possible."
"I've never seen her before." Isabel continued to watch the woman.
"Me neither."
Which suggested she was a visitor, passing through. There weren't many locals he wouldn't recognize after living in Hope Harbor most of his life.
"You want to make up a story about her like we do sometimes at night?"
Carrying on the tradition Olivia had started, which helped keep a bit of continuity in Isabel's life, had been one of his smarter choices. "No, I think her story is sad, and I don't want to make up a sad story." She turned away from the woman. "Could we go to the tide pools at Starfish Pier on Saturday? That would be fun."
"Absolutely."
Anything that lifted her spirits was fine by him.
"Gramp may want to come too. We could even take a picnic. How does that sound?"
Interest sparked in her eyes. "Good."
"It's a date then. Ready to head home?"
"Uh-huh." He took her hand, giving the lone, willowy woman one final perusal. Everything about her posture spelled discouragement. But sorry as he was about whatever difficulty she was facing, he had too much going on in his own life to worry about anyone else's troubles. What a mess. Devyn brushed back her wind-tossed hair and filled her lungs with the salty air as the breeze picked up on the wharf. Dr. Sherman had warned her that patients going through post-traumatic amnesia could be agitated and act out of character, but the venom Lauren had spewed this afternoon as she'd begun to rouse from the coma? Vision blurring, Devyn swiped a finger under her damp lashes. Did her sister truly hate her so much that she wanted her to get out and stay out of her life forever? The sad truth? Maybe. Despite the advice of the nurses and neurologists to discount her sister's ranting, Perhaps people said what they really meant when all their filters were disabled. No matter what had compelled Lauren to lash out, however, her words had hurt. A lot. And once it had become clear that her presence was only exacerbating her sister's agitation, she hadn't needed much persuading from Dr. Sherman to call it a day, much earlier than she'd planned. After her 72-hour vigil at Lauren's bedside, her fatigue had escalated to the mind-numbing level. And now that her sister was waking up, there should be no immediate danger. Devyn burrowed deeper into her jacket as a wisp of fog coiled around her. Life would look brighter after she went to the house, settled in, showered, and crashed for the night. A hot meal would also be welcome, along with a side of empathy. But tacos and a Charlie fix weren't going to be on her menu tonight. Eyeing the white food trailer with the owner's name emblazoned in colorful letters over the closed serving window, she fought back a wave of disappointment. But on the plus side, his stand was still here. She could come back another day for an order of tacos and wisdom. Giving the quiet wharf a scan, she homed in on a tall man holding a young girl's hand as they strolled away from the waterfront toward crescent-shaped Dockside Drive. Her lips curved up. After her disheartening afternoon with Lauren, an uplifting reminder that life was pleasant and normal for some people, if not for her, provided a welcome boost. She watched while the duo crossed the road that dead-ended at the river beyond the tiny park behind Charlie's stand. When they started down the sidewalk and meandered past the quaint storefront sporting bright awnings and flower boxes, she swiveled back toward the sea, ignoring the faint growl in her stomach. Food was a priority, but a few quiet minutes here first would soothe her soul. Summoning up her waning energy, she wandered over to the nearest bench and sank down. Beyond the planters that provided a buffer between the sidewalk and the pile of boulders that sloped down to the harbor, boats rested in the placid water. The distant horizon was becoming hazy as fog rolled in and obscured the line between sea and sky, but the vibrant flowers and the overflowing planters added a splash of vivid color to mitigate the gray turn this day had taken. As the soothing ambiance seeped into her soul, the tension in her shoulders eased. By tomorrow, Dr. Sherman should have a better handle on Lauren's prognosis, but her return to consciousness and increasing responsiveness was promising. And perhaps Lauren would also be more receptive to her sister's presence after the fog cleared from her brain. One could hope, anyway. In the meantime, Mom would be expecting an update. After digging out her cell, Devyn scrolled through recents and tapped on her mother's name. At this late hour in Paris, Mom would be fast asleep, her phone shut off for the night. And leaving a voicemail would be easier than, "Devyn, is Lauren all right?" Expelling a resigned breath, Devyn slouched lower on the bench. "Sorry, did I wake you?" "No. Felipe had a business dinner that ran ridiculously late, even by Paris standards. We just got home. Is there news on Lauren?" Yes, she's waking up and talking. All the signs are encouraging, but we'll know more in the next couple of days." "It's fortunate your spring season is over and you can be there with her. I would have had to rearrange dozens of commitments to make a trip over. In any case, I expect she'd rather have you there than me." Not necessarily, based on Lauren's earlier rant. But no need to share the details of that incident with their mother. "She hasn't kept in close touch with me either, Mom. Closer than she has with me." A hint of annoyance colored her words. "Of course I'll come if necessary, and if Lauren wants me to, but why don't we see where we are in 48 hours and go from there?" "That works. Can you stay a while if necessary?" "Yes, I didn't book any guest artist gigs this summer." "That's fortunate." True. Her sister was likely going to require assistance, at least in the beginning. And given Mom's rocky relationship with her oldest daughter and her aversion to all things medical, an offer to play Florence Nightingale would have been too much to hope for. "I'll keep you in the loop, Mom." "Thanks. If Lauren is willing to talk to me, please ask her to call. Every time I try to reach out, she shuts down." A protracted sigh came over the line. "I'm sure she thinks I abandoned her to be with you during your training, but I did the best I could. After all, what choice was there? A talent like yours had to be nurtured, and you couldn't go off alone to San Francisco or New York at such a young age." Not quite accurate. While the company in San Francisco hadn't had housing available for 12-year-olds, in New York there'd been a residence hall for students 14 and older. But if she'd lived in the hall, Mom wouldn't have had an excuse to leave Hope Harbor for life in the Big Apple. A choice that had taxed Dad's limited income, despite the dance scholarship she'd won and the concierge jobs Mom had wrangled in both cities. Devyn shifted on the bench as a familiar twinge of guilt nipped at her conscience for all the sacrifices Lauren and Dad had made to give her a career in the limelight far from Hope Harbor. Another reason she felt compelled to offer Lauren whatever help she might require over the summer. Not that Mom seemed to feel any such obligation. "Devyn, are you there?" Stifling her negative thoughts, she stood as the farthest boats in the harbor began to disappear in the mist. Yes, I'm at the wharf and it's getting foggy. I want to stock up on groceries before I get socked in." "I hear you. Ugh, I always hated that fog. But there's nowhere more beautiful than Hope Harbor on a sunny day." She began walking toward her rental car. Her mother gave a soft snort. "I'll take the lights of Paris any day. You'll stay in touch?" "Yes." After they said their goodbyes, Devyn picked up her pace. Food first, then sleep. And if her prayers were answered, by her next visit to the hospital tomorrow, Lauren would be fully alert and in a far more welcoming mood. Chapter 4.
"So what's the story on the lady you saw at the wharf tonight?"
Gramp tossed the question over his shoulder as he filled a glass with water at the kitchen sink.
"I got an earful when I went to kiss Isabel goodnight a few minutes ago."
Aaron frowned, took another stab at threading the needle. Weird how she'd gotten fixated on a woman she'd never met.
"What did she say?" "That a pretty lady who looked sad was standing all by herself near Charlie's trailer. Isabel seemed worried about her. I got the same impression. She mentioned her half a dozen times over the past couple of hours, before she went to bed. She seems to think the woman may have lost someone she loved too. Don't discount her instincts. Kids have keen intuitive powers."
If Gramp was right, Isabel may also have discerned the tension in her parents' marriage despite their efforts to shield her from it. He pushed that nagging worry aside for now and squinted at the eye of the needle as he made another attempt to thread it.
"I don't know why she's obsessing over a stranger. Could be she sensed a kindred spirit."
Gramp took a sip of water and motioned to Isabel's jacket.
"Button come loose? Yeah, and mending isn't my forte. These fingers are used to handling logs, not tiny needles."
The thread went through the eye. Finally.
"How was your dinner?" "Very pleasant. We solved all the world's problems over pizza at Frank's. Not that any movers or shakers care to hear our opinions."
Aaron knotted the thread and picked up the jacket from his lap.
"I'm not a Washington power broker, but I'll be happy to listen to your ideas." "I appreciate that, but I have more important news to share that hits closer to home. I stopped to get gas on my way back and had a chat across the pumps with Stephen Rourke. Did you know Helping Hands is planning to do another musical this summer as a fundraiser? Oklahoma, to be specific." "No. Who came up with that idea?"
Likely not Stephen. The ex-Delta Force operator who'd taken the job as the charitable organization's director a few years back didn't come across as the musical type.
"Someone on the Helping Hands board. He didn't name names. I got the feeling he was leery about the whole idea until his wife convinced him it would be a wholesome summer activity a lot of locals could get involved in."
Gramp leaned closer.
"Including kids."
Ah.
You're thinking Isabel might be interested in joining the cast?
Aaron looked up, missed the hole in the button, and stifled a rude word as the sharp point of the needle pierced his finger.
If we encouraged her, I might even sign up myself.
Aaron sucked off the blood beading on his thumb.
You haven't been on the stage in years, but I enjoyed it back in the day. And anything Helping Hands does is worth supporting, with all the charity work they take on. Besides, Isabel may be more interested in getting involved if we volunteered too.
We? Paying more attention to his aim this go-around, he poked the needle through the hole in the button.
You helped out with the last show a few years back. Behind the scenes. You could do that again. Make it a family affair. I'll have to think about it.
And try to figure out how to squeeze another commitment into his already overloaded schedule.
Who's in charge of the production? Catherine Parker agreed to direct it. That makes sense.
A former Hollywood actress was the perfect person to take the reins.
But I imagine juggling the logistics of putting on a musical with the demands of her booming chocolate business will be a challenge. She strikes me as an organized woman. Who else has been recruited? No one, near as I could tell. The board only gave the stamp of approval to the idea at its meeting on Tuesday. They're trying to fill the key positions before they say too much or put out a general call for volunteers. You really think Isabel would go for something like that?
Aaron finished the button and tied off the thread.
She's always been on the shy side. I have no idea, but there's nothing like a rousing show to coax people out of their shells. And after the conversation we had the other night about finding a new activity for her to focus on, the opportunity almost seems heaven-sent.
Hard to argue with that.
I suppose I could bring it up to her once it's definite. I'd hate to get her hopes up and have the whole thing fall through. Stephen said the board is committed to the idea, but I imagine we'll know for sure soon. If they want to pull this off by early August, they'll have to shift into high gear on the up-front piece. A musical requires a ton of rehearsals.
Aaron hitched up one side of his mouth.
You sound pretty excited about this yourself. As a matter of fact, I am. I had fun doing shows in my younger days. No reason I can again. Unless... Do you think I'm too old? Do you? Well, I don't have the energy I once had, but my heart is younger than springtime.
Aaron ran the familiar phrase through his mental database.
Isn't that a song from a show? Yep. Want to guess which one?
A twinkle appeared in Gramps' irises.
No. My knowledge of musical theater would fit through the eye of this needle. South Pacific. You know your shows. Only the old ones. Or, I should say, the classics.
He drained his glass and stood.
I won't embarrass you if I audition, will I?
No.
Can I convince you to join me? No. Then it'll just be me and Isabel on stage. Assuming she wants to do this, I think we should nudge her if necessary. From my youthful adventures on stage, I remember how all-consuming and exciting it can be. Lights, costumes, scenery.
His expression grew wistful.
Those are happy memories.
He set his cup on the counter.
If being involved in a lively musical doesn't perk her up, I'm out of ideas. I agree it's worth a shot. In the meantime, are you game for a tide pool picnic on Saturday? Count me in. I'll put sandwiches together and bake a batch of Elizabeth's snickerdoodles.
He yawned, stretched.
I'm turning in. Oh, the carbs in that pizza did a number on me. You finished with your mending?
Aaron examined his handiwork.
Yeah, I won't say it's good as new, but it'll get the job done. Don't check the back, though. It's not pretty. Practical is better than pretty. Except maybe when it comes to a woman.
He winked.
But I got lucky with Elizabeth. She was both. See you tomorrow.
As Gramp exited the room, Aaron smiled. Gramp's remark about women would probably be considered sexist in today's world, but for better or worse, the first thing most men noticed in a woman was looks. and pretty women got second looks, like the one on the wharf today. He stilled as an image of her materialized in his mind. Pretty hardly did her justice. With that long blonde hair and willowy figure, she'd draw third looks from most men, despite the slump in her shoulders. But not from him. His mouth flattened. There was no room on his overflowing plate for worrying about strangers or admiring pretty women. Yet as he gathered up his sewing supplies and stood, the picture of her alone on the wharf refused to disappear, despite his best efforts to erase it. Devyn? At the summons, Devyn swiveled back toward the elevator on the ICU floor to find Dr. Sherman hailing her from down the hall. She reversed course and crossed to the neurologist. "I'm glad I ran into you. I was hoping for an update before I visited Lauren. I saw her a few minutes ago, and her progress is remarkable. She's tired and is having a little difficulty finding words, but that's not unexpected. I plan to move her out of ICU later today. If she continues to improve, we could release her in another couple of days." Wow. Devyn took a moment to digest that. From everything I read about brain injuries, I was thinking a rehab place would be in her future, at least short term. That would be a more typical scenario, but as I said a few days ago, the brain is often hard to predict. All indications at this point suggest a faster than usual recovery. Are you planning to stay in town a while? Availability of in-home assistance will factor into our discharge recommendations. Devyn hesitated. I'll stay if she wants me to. You two can work that out, but it would be beneficial. And in case you're wondering, the agitation and belligerence have subsided since yesterday. I think you'll find her much closer to normal today. In light of their less than warm relationship, the doctor's assurance wasn't altogether comforting. Normal for them wasn't close to chummy. Nevertheless, Devyn called up a smile. That's encouraging. You look more rested today. I slept like a log for 12 hours. Just what the doctor ordered. The neurologist flashed a grin. Go on in and see her. We'll regroup in a day or two to discuss plans after we do more tests and evaluations. While the doctor continued on her way, Devyn walked down the hall to the ICU, pulse picking up as she pressed the button for entry and the doors swooshed open. If Lauren was unreceptive to assistance, pushing to stay could be a mistake. Yet leaving without making an attempt to lay the groundwork for a new start between them would also be a mistake. Until she got the lay of the land, she'd have to play this by ear. Not a comfortable strategy for a woman whose hectic life was as intricately choreographed as the ballet she danced. But if improvisation was called for, she'd have to rise to the challenge. When her sister's room came into sight, she slowed, then straightened her spine and picked up her pace. Delaying the inevitable was foolish. At the glass door, she paused and gave the space a sweep. Most of the heavy-duty equipment and machines had disappeared since yesterday. The room looked more like it had on her first visit. So did Lauren. She appeared to be sleeping, her breathing even, expression peaceful, her hand resting on the plush bear her office had sent with the balloons. Rather than disturb her, Devyn tiptoed across the room toward the bedside chair she'd occupied for countless hours over the past few days. As she began to sit, Lauren's eyelids fluttered open. Devyn froze. It took several seconds for her sister to notice her, a few more for recognition to dawn in her eyes. Once it did, her eyebrows dipped into a V. Uh-oh. Bracing, Devyn managed a stiff smile. Hi, sis. So you are here. I wasn't dreaming. The after effects of ventilation were still evident in Lauren's hoarse voice. No, I flew out as soon as I got the call about the accident. I'm sorry they bothered you. It wasn't a bother, Lauren. You're my sister. No verbal response, but a faint hitch that sounded like a muffled sob broke the silence as she averted her head. "Hey," Devyn reached over and touched the back of her hand. "I wanted to be here for you. Like you'd be there for me if the situation were reversed and I needed you." "Maybe." "You wouldn't need me. You have Mom." Devyn drew in a slow breath. "You want the truth? Mom was always more of a manager than a mother. We never had a bond like you and Dad had. I was envious of that." After a moment, Lauren turned her head back, sadness mingling with a simmering resentment in the depths of her eyes. "He was the best, but he worked too hard to pay the billings. Then he died too young." "Thanks to you, because the stress of all those bills caused his heart attack." Though unspoken, that message came through loud and clear, and confirmed the suspicion she'd always harbored about at least part of the reason for the rift between them. "I know, and I've always felt guilty about the high cost everyone paid so I could follow my dream. As well as the fact that this was a conversation they should have had years ago, if life had been less busy and Lauren had been more receptive when she'd tried to broach the subject." At her quiet words, Lauren blinked, as if the admission surprised her. Then she swallowed, bunched the sheet in her fist. "Do I owe you an apol—" Her brow knitted. Sorry for yesterday. I think I said bad things to you." Her struggle to find the correct words was becoming more apparent the longer they talked. "Don't worry about it, Lauren. Post-traumatic amnesia is part of waking up from a coma." "What did I say?" "It's not important. What matters is that you're making an excellent recovery. The doctor told me you may be released in a few days." "Then you can go back to North York soon." "To tell you the truth, I'm in no hurry to leave." She kept her tone conversational. "Since the spring season is over, I could hang around for a few weeks if necessary. You may need a bit of help at first. I love Hope Harbor, and it would be nice to spend some time there." "You don't have to stay. I can call the casserole brigade." "The what?" "Casserole brigade. It's a group in town that brings food and does help." Her eyelids fluttered. "It's not like having family in the house, though." "No." Lauren released the bunched fabric, smoothed out the wrinkles. "I walked this morning with the nurse, but my legs were warbly." Walking was good. Wobbly wasn't. All the more reason to have someone close at hand. I imagine it'll take a few weeks for you to get your strength back." "Yeah." "I assume you don't want me to contact Dennis?" May as well broach that subject. Lauren must realize she'd be wondering about his absence. Or she would soon. Her sister's features hardened. "No, he's history." Tempted as she was to probe for more details, now wasn't the time. It was obvious her sister was tiring. "No worries. I'll be happy to stick around as long as you need me." Lauren hugged the bear tighter and closed her eyes. "I have to sleep." Within seconds, her respiration evened out and her features relaxed. Slowly, Devyn sank into the chair beside the bed. While many questions remained, and she still had no clear game plan, Lauren had been cognizant enough to confirm why she never initiated contact, why she'd always let calls go to voicemail and kept her text and email responses as short as possible. She was carrying around a boatload of resentment. Overcoming years of anger and bitterness in the hopes of establishing a more cordial relationship was going to be a huge challenge. But the accident had given her an incentive to work harder to reestablish a connection with her only sister. Whether Lauren would be receptive to her attempts remained to be seen. All she could do was pray for strength and guidance as she set off on what would no doubt be a very rocky road. Chapter 5. Today was the day. Diane Fisher smoothed a damp palm down her Veronica Beard straight-leg denims, tugged at the hem of her Loro Piana cashmere sweater, mashed her lips together as she began to pace in her Ferragamo ballet flats. Oh, yes, she was well aware of the designer label in every item of high-end clothing Martin insisted she wear. And when she dropped her bombshell, he would surely remind her that he'd provided her with the best of everything during the 25 years of their marriage. Yet her brimming closets couldn't fill the empty place in her heart, and with a milestone birthday in the not-too-distant future, it was time to make the change she'd been dragging her feet on for too long. The muffled growl of the powerful engine in Martin's Audi coupe rumbled through the walls as he zoomed up the long, winding driveway, and her pulse stumbled. Maybe she should have left a note rather than make her announcement in person and face his ire. But it was too late to switch plans now. Besides, resorting to written words was the coward's way out. If she intended to take charge of her life going forward, she had to learn to stand up to strong people, like her husband. Stop acting like a cowed puppy. Weaving her fingers into a tight knot, she waited in the center of the living room until Martin parked the car and entered the house from the 4-car garage. When he slammed the door behind him, she winced. His Saturday morning at the mill must not have gone well. For a second, her courage faltered. But really, would there ever be a good time to confront him? Not worth debating, since she'd already set everything in motion. It was too late to back out. Less than a minute later, he appeared in the doorway of the living room, gave her a fast scan, and continued toward the bar.
You getting ready to go somewhere?
Yes. He circled behind the bar, pulled a Baccarat crystal glass off the shelf, and selected a bottle of bourbon.
A shopping trip to Coos Bay?
No. After pouring himself a drink, he eyed her.
You aren't very talkative today.
Her respiration short-circuited, but she pressed on. I do have something to say.
Can it wait? It was crazy at the mill this morning. The collar on one of the circle blades gave us fits, and that's bad news for the pending Lawson order. Aaron and I were able to jury-rig it, but I need to get an equipment rep on the phone.
He started to walk toward his home office.
The month-end productivity report for May came in too, so I want to—
No, it can't wait. He halted, swung around, gave her an annoyed once-over.
What's with you today? Can't you see I'm busy?
Her legs began to shake. Stay the course, Diane. You can do this. She clenched her fingers at her sides. You're always busy.
Which is why you can buy designer clothes, go to spas, travel to Europe, and live in a place like this.
He waved his hand over the living room with its vaulted ceiling, gleaming hardwood floors, abstract paintings, and grand piano on a raised dais in one corner. The room could be featured in a designer showcase, and was just as soulless. There are other things more important. Grooves bracketed his mouth.
Are you going to badger me again about my priorities?
No. Her attempts to initiate those conversations had always led to a dead end. I'm leaving. Several seconds ticked by as he regarded her through slitted eyes, only the faint drone of a passing plane traveling to parts unknown breaking the taut silence.
Are you taking a trip?
A thread of caution wove through his question. No. She swallowed. I'm leaving you, Martin. After a moment, he took a long swallow of his drink, the sudden tremor in his hand visible even from a distance. Was that rare crack in the stoic, tough front he presented to the world due to her news or the problems at work? Impossible to know anymore. Back in the days when their marriage had been a true partnership, her declaration would have devastated him. Now the motions of their marriage had become as rote to him as reviewing his monthly productivity reports. She was just one more obligation to satisfy with a liberal application of money. Or that's how it felt, anyway. Pressure built in her throat, and she gritted her teeth. No, she was not going to cry. She'd shed too many tears as it was since the man she'd fallen in love with became obsessed with proving to the world that he was successful at the expense of everything that truly mattered, including their marriage and their son. Martin may have met all their material needs, but the emotional ones had gone untended for far too long.
"Are you saying you want a divorce?"
Disbelief raised his pitch a hair. Not yet. She swallowed past the quiver in her voice. "But I need some space."
"What do you call this?"
Again he waved his arm around the room.
"Our house is huge. You have gardens, privacy, a swimming pool, a tennis court. There's plenty of space here."
I'm talking about space away from this place to think, to find out who I am besides your wife and Lucas's mother, to decide what I want my life to look like 5 years from now. His nostrils flared.
"In 5 years, you're still supposed to be my wife."
"I don't feel like a wife even now." He shook his head.
"This is crazy. Don't I give you everything you could possibly want?"
"Except yourself." He planted a fist on his hip.
"So we're back to that."
At least he remembered her attempts to broach the subject in the past. A marriage requires tenderness and affection and attentiveness from both people, Martin. All that matters to you anymore is the mill and your high and mighty image in the community. I know running a company with a long heritage is a serious obligation with significant demands, but it shouldn't take precedence over the people you're supposed to love. His lips thinned.
"You have no idea about the pressures I've had to deal with."
"I would if you told me about them. But you stopped sharing company information long ago. All I know is that the mill has become all-consuming. I don't understand why you feel you have to prove anything to anyone at this point. Everyone knows you're successful." A muscle ticked in his cheek, and he lifted his glass, drained it in 2 long gulps.
"I won't look successful if you leave."
His main concern about her leaving was how it would affect his standing in Hope Harbor? Hurt and disappointment welled up in her. Yet his response was one more validation of her decision to walk away. "I'm sorry to tarnish your image, Martin." She crossed to the couch.
"This isn't about my image."
"No?" She picked up her purse, slung it over her shoulder. "Then what is it about?"
"You, us, our family."
"There hasn't been an us for a long time, or a family. When did you last talk to Lucas?"
"He doesn't return my calls or texts."
"When did you last try to reach out to him?" His cheeks grew ruddy.
"He doesn't want anything to do with me, even though I gave him everything he ever asked for."
"Except your time." She locked onto his gaze. "He needed you, Martin. Not the newest smartphone or the latest game console or a sports car for his 16th birthday."
"So you still blame me for the trouble he had in his teens?"
A sudden weariness enveloped her. "Some of the fault was mine, too. I should have stepped in instead of letting you run the show. But I'm done following other people's rules." He released a long, slow breath.
"You're actually going to do this?"
"Yes."
"Where are you going to live? What are you going to do?"
"I've arranged to stay in the annex at Anna Williams's house. I got a job at the library in Coos Bay. My library science degree is outdated, but I've been taking online classes. After I prove myself there, I hope to move up from the clerk position I accepted."
"You've been planning this for a while."
He set his empty glass on the table beside the couch. "Preparing, anyway. And trying to find the courage to pull the trigger. I hope you'll agree to give me financial support while I figure out next steps. But if not, I'll file legal separation papers." He waved her comment aside.
Your name is on all the bank accounts. You have full access to them.
In case you're worried, I don't plan to be extravagant.
I trust you with our money, Diane.
I would rather you trusted me with your heart.
If I didn't trust you with my heart, I wouldn't have married you.
But you stopped sharing what was in your heart long ago. You locked me out, started calling all the shots, quit listening. You gave me and Lucas things when we both needed you. She huffed out a soft, humorless laugh. Funny. We've talked more about what really matters in the past 5 minutes than we have in longer than I can remember. She pulled out her keys.
Are you leaving right now?
Yes. An emotion that looked like panic swept through his eyes.
Is there anything I can do to change your mind?
Not today. Or tomorrow.
What about down the road?
I'm not sure. Offering any assurances about what the future held would be disingenuous. He shoved his hands into his pockets.
You know I still love you, right?
I'm not sure about that either. His Adam's apple bobbed.
May I call you?
Not for a while.
Does Lucas know about this?
He will soon. I have fences to mend with him, too. I could have been a better mother.
You've been a fine mother.
If that were true, he wouldn't have ended up on the other side of the law.
That wasn't your fault.
I should have insisted on more discipline, Martin. I should have objected whenever you took his side after he messed up, made him take responsibility for his actions. We didn't do him any favors by letting him get away with bad choices. When he didn't respond, she crossed toward the door.
I'm not going to beg you to stay.
Martin spoke behind her in the imperious tone that had grown all too familiar over the years. I know. She angled toward him, trying to see past the hard-nosed businessman to the man she'd married a quarter of a century ago. The square jaw she'd once thought represented strength rather than arrogance hadn't changed. Neither had the noble nose her mother had deemed too thin. But the blue eyes that used to soften in warmth when they gazed at her had grown sharp in the 14 years since he'd taken over the business from his father, and his dark hair had a liberal sprinkling of gray. Once upon a time, the man she'd married would have begged her to stay. This man wouldn't. Gripping the strap of her purse, she pivoted and continued to the kitchen, through the laundry room, and into the garage where her car waited, packed with her suitcases and a few sentimental items to personalize her new living space. After she slid behind the wheel, backed out, and guided the car down the long drive rimmed with flowers, she glanced in her rearview mirror. Was Martin standing in the shadows, watching her leave? Or had he already moved on to his office to tackle his never-ending inbox? If she were a betting woman, she'd put her money on the latter. At the bottom of the drive, she paused to give the multi-level stone and cedar house a sweep. High on a hilltop, with a panoramic view of the sea over the pristine lawn, it had been the talk of the town when Martin built it. A show place, as she'd overheard one local call it not long after it was finished. And it was. But it had never felt like home, because Martin hadn't been the same after they moved here. The scene before her blurred, and she groped in her purse for a tissue, dabbed at her lashes. Why the outward trappings of success had become so important to the man she'd married remained a mystery. As far as she was concerned, the modest house they occupied closer to town as newlyweds had been more than sufficient. Somewhere along the way, however, Martin's priorities had changed, for reasons he'd never shared. And until, or unless he did, there was no future for them. Turning away from the house that held too few happy memories, Diane pulled onto the road, pointed her car toward Hope Harbor, and prayed for the courage to stay the course as she stepped into a brave new world. Chapter 6. Where was Charlie when she needed him? As Devyn pulled into a parking spot on Dockside Drive, she cast a dismayed glance at the shuttered taco stand. Shoot! After her frustrating Saturday morning at the hospital, she could use a sympathetic ear. Leaning back in her seat, she tapped a finger on the wheel. What was she going to do about Lauren? While her sister's condition had improved dramatically, she was also being difficult. Despite Dr. Sherman's strong recommendation that she accept the offer of in-home assistance from a family member, she was balking. Not surprising in light of her resentment during their first real conversation after she'd awakened from the coma. Not to mention the vitriolic comments that had spewed from her during the post-traumatic amnesia phase of her recovery. Logically, however, she should accept the offer, at least for a couple of weeks while she regained her strength. Lauren, however, continued to resist, even after the neurologist told her that without home help, a rehab center could be in her future for a week or two. Her antipathy must run deep and strong if she preferred an impersonal facility over living in her own home with on-site care from a family member. How discouraging was that? Sighing, Devyn considered her options. She could go back to New York, of course. Chill until the fall season began, as she'd planned to do. A stretch of downtime would be welcome. Yet if she let this opportunity to reconnect with Lauren slip by, the rift between them might never be breached. Convincing her sister to get with the program, however, was proving to be more of a challenge than learning the intricate choreography for the demanding double role of Odette O'Deal in Swan Lake. With one last glance at Charlie's stand, she prepared to put the car in reverse. As if on cue, the window on the permanently parked taco trailer began to roll up. Yes! Grabbing her purse from the seat beside her with one hand, she opened the door with the other and swung her legs out. Best to move fast before a line formed and other customers cut into her one-on-one time with the taco chef and town sage. She set off at a jog for the stand, arriving as Charlie set a napkin dispenser on the counter. When she drew close, he paused and gave her one of the dazzling smiles he bestowed on everyone who crossed his path. "My first customer of the day. Welcome." Her lips curved up at his characteristic friendliness. The man's welcoming manner hadn't changed since her last visit here for Dad's funeral. Nor had his appearance. Laugh lines were still embedded in the weathered skin at the corners of his eyes, and his long gray hair was pulled back into a ponytail and crowned with a green Oregon Ducks cap. She, however, had matured. Besides, while she'd been born in Hope Harbor, she'd spent so little time here after the age of 12 that it would be unrealistic to expect him to remember her from those days, or from her one visit to his stand 13 years ago. As she opened her mouth to respond to his greeting and reintroduce herself, his face lit up in recognition. "Devyn Lee! Is that you? All grown up and now a famous ballerina?" Her jaw dropped. "I can't believe you remember me." "Why wouldn't I? You were a memorable child, serious and dedicated and conscientious." The fan of lines beside his eyes deepened. "I imagine all of those attributes still apply, given your success in the competitive world of ballet." He leaned down, his countenance growing more serious as he rested his forearms on the serving counter to put himself at eye level. "I was sorry to hear about Lauren's accident. How's she doing?" "Improving." She gave him a quick recap of the prognosis. "I think she may be released early next week." "That's wonderful news. Will you be able to stay with her a while?" "Yes, if she wants me to." She gave the area a quick sweep. No one was yet making a beeline for the stand. That gave her a perfect opportunity to offer a couple of comments and see if they prompted any insights from Charlie. "Lauren and I aren't very close. We haven't stayed in regular touch." He nodded, empathy radiating from him. "That can happen in families. And the longer the gap, the wider it becomes." "I know. and I don't have a clue how to bridge it at this point.
The fact that you came out here on a moment's notice sends a powerful message.
If someone is receptive.
Maybe she just needs time. A head injury can take a lot out of a person, and it can mess with the brain's ability to process information. Plus, she has other challenges weighing on her mind.
He must be referring to Lauren's separation from Dennis. In a town the size of Hope Harbor, it would be impossible to keep that kind of news secret. Perhaps a general remark might elicit a bit more information on that subject than Lauren had shared. I know she and her husband have issues.
It's always sad when a marriage crumbles.
That was all he offered. Disappointing, but not surprising. Charlie had always been known as the soul of discretion. Lauren hasn't told me much about that yet. Like nothing. To be honest, I didn't even know she'd separated from Dennis until I called to tell her office she'd been injured. They mentioned it in passing.
I imagine she has her reasons for being reticent. But if you stick around, she may open up to you.
I don't know. Devyn played with the pull tab on the zipper of her jacket. She has a lot of resentment. Charlie offered her a gentle smile.
It's hard to live in the shadow of someone who's achieved their dream, especially if you feel like your own dreams took second place.
She frowned. Did her sister have dreams she'd never shared? Ones she felt she'd been forced to sacrifice in order to give her younger sister a shot at success? If so, Lauren had never mentioned them. But she might have if that younger sister had ever managed to engage her in a discussion about the rift between them. A moot point now. Nevertheless, if Charlie's take was accurate, unfulfilled aspirations, along with her bitterness over the sacrifices Dad had made that she'd intimated had led to a premature death, could be fueling Lauren's resentment. Devyn's temples began to throb.
You know, worrying about the past doesn't change it.
At Charlie's gentle comment, she refocused on him.
I know. It seems to me that the best way to overcome the past is to put our energy into creating a better future.
That sounds reasonable in theory, but both parties would have to cooperate.
May I offer a piece of advice?
Please.
Give your sister a chance to adjust to your presence. Until she does, show her you care. Love is a powerful force that can soften hearts and work miracles.
She shook her head. It may take a miracle for the two of us to reconnect.
They do happen.
Charlie straightened up.
Hang in, Devyn. Persistence pays, as you know from your career.
He looked past her.
Speaking of persistence.
She turned, but the wharf was deserted. When she angled back toward Charlie, he grinned.
I guess Floyd and Gladys weren't around on your last visit. They're my seagull buddies.
Once again, she swiveled around. 10 feet away, 2 gulls landed in a flutter of wings and cuddled up beside each other. Lips twitching, she transferred her attention back to Charlie. You have interesting friends.
I do indeed. Those two are quite a pair. Seagulls mate for life, you know. And after Floyd lost his wife a while back, he was devastated. But then Gladys came along. At first, Floyd wasn't interested, but she persisted. And lo and behold, in the end, she gave him a new lease on life. Now the two of them are inseparable.
Nice story.
Yes, it is. I like happy endings.
He opened a cooler and pulled out 2 fish fillets, held them up.
Can I make you an order of tacos? Halibut's in season.
Absolutely. I dream about your fish tacos.
Music to a taco maker's ears.
While he put the fish on the grill, counted out 3 corn tortillas, and began chopping red onion, he kept the conversation flowing, interspersing his questions about her life in New York with news about all the changes in Hope Harbor since her last visit. As he wrapped the 3 overstuffed tacos in white paper and slid them into a brown bag, she pulled out her wallet. I see you haven't yet entered the electronic age. She pointed to the cash-only sign in the window.
Why complicate a simple transaction? He set the bag on the counter. I can give you a bottle of water, but if you have a few minutes to spare, may I recommend that you take your tacos to the Perfect Blend and get a coffee to go with them? The shop's one of the newer businesses in town, and the atmosphere is very relaxing. Relaxing fit the bill. Sold. You won't regret it. The shop is at the corner of Harbor and Main. Enjoy. How much do I owe you? She opened her wallet. Consider this a welcome home present. It's wonderful to have you back. But I'm only visiting. You're here. That's what matters. Enjoy the tacos. She kept her wallet in hand. Please let me pay, Charlie. It doesn't feel right to take your food for free. You can pay on your next visit, assuming you'll be back for more. Count on it. After giving her a thumbs up, he looked over her shoulder and lifted a hand in greeting. Be with you in a minute, folks. Devyn turned. Half a dozen people stood in line. Whoops. She picked up her bag. Sorry I kept your other customers waiting. No worries. No one in Hope Harbor gets bent out of shape at small delays. Take care and stop by again soon. As Charlie greeted the next person in line, Devyn walked over to the dockside drive, crossed to the other side, and headed up Harbor Street, taking inventory as she strolled along. Much about Hope Harbor remained the same as she remembered. Lou's Bait and Tackle Shop, Sweet Dreams Bakery, and the Myrtle were all familiar landmarks. Though Sweet Dreams had been spruced up quite a bit. But there were changes, too. In addition to the Perfect Blend, several new businesses had claimed space on Main, including a bookstore, what appeared to be a gift boutique, and a chocolate shop. She'd have to explore the town as soon as the situation with Lauren was resolved. Unless her sister sent her packing. However, for the next 20 minutes before she trekked north to the hospital again, she was going to chill at the coffee shop. She paused outside to read a humorous handwritten quote about politics on a triangle board in front, then entered and placed her order with a friendly woman whose short brown hair had a faint purple hue. Inhaling the comforting aroma of fresh brewed Java, she gave the shop a scan. A freestanding fireplace in the center of the space was surrounded by cozy tables, and the walls sported a gallery of poster-sized, close-up nature shots. She took a long, slow breath. Charlie was right. This place had a calming ambiance. So much so that by the time she finished her excellent coffee and heavenly tacos 20 minutes later, she was ready to face her sister again. But first, a walk around the block to work off a few of the calories she'd just ingested would be prudent. After disposing of her trash, she set off down Main, slowing as she passed Chocolate Harbor next door. The tempting array of truffles in the window beckoned, but her 3 generous tacos were more than enough food at the moment. Continuing along Main, she surveyed the gift shop across the street with its display of eclectic merchandise and clever name. Eye of the Beholder. Another spot she'd have to check out. She dodged a couple strolling hand in hand down the quaint street, then circled around a family group. The town appeared to be more bustling than in the past, imbued with a sense of vitality that energized the very air. Perhaps the new unique businesses were contributing to the dynamic vibe, and that was a good thing. Much as she'd always loved Hope Harbor, some of the shops of her childhood had been a tad worn around the edges, like the dusty hardware store across the street that had always occupied the biggest storefront on Main. Except, she slowed and stared at the sparse display windows below the faded Howard's Hardware sign where a hand-lettered notice had been taped. Going out of business sale. Mr. Howard was shutting down? Huh. The man had been a fixture in town since before she'd been born. She crossed Main and peered inside a window. Beyond the shelving units holding a meager array of merchandise, Mr. Howard was in his customary place behind the wooden behemoth of a checkout counter that had been the base for teller windows at the local bank,
until the institution modernized its decor decades ago. Nothing about the shop had changed. When Mr. Howard waved at her, she ducked inside.
"Afternoon, miss. Can I help you find something?"
The spare, spry proprietor with a wizened face and lively blue eyes smiled at her. "Hi, Mr. Howard," she introduced herself.
"Oh, yes, Lauren's sister. I have to admit I don't remember you too well, but I sure do know your sister. She used to tag along with your dad whenever he came by for home repair supplies. Fine man, your father. And your sister's a wonderful person, too. How's she doing?"
Devyn gave him a quick overview.
"Glad to hear she's on the mend."
He reached into the glass bowl on the counter that had been there for as long as she could remember and fished out 3 grape hard candies.
"This is your sister's favorite flavor. It's not much to pass on, but would you give them to her for me? Let her know I'm thinking about her."
"I'll be happy to." Devyn took the offering. After sliding the sweets into her purse, she waved a hand around the store. "I can't believe you're closing up shop."
"It's time. Past time. Can't compete with the bigger players in Coos Bay anymore."
"I'm sorry to hear that. The town won't be the same without Howard's Hardware." He waved her comment aside.
"Town'll be fine. You can find everything I carry within easy driving distance. And as the wife's been telling me for the past few years, there's more to life than hardware."
"I suppose that's true."
"Yes, it is. And we have places to go and things to do before our arthritis gets the upper hand. First up is a biking tour of the Lake Country in England."
"Seriously? Who would have guessed that the local hardware proprietor had such an item on his bucket list?"
"Yep. I'm closing the doors here the day after 4th of July, and we're off to Britain a week later to celebrate our independence."
He shoved his fingers into the pockets of his worn jeans and cocked his head.
"At first, I wasn't happy about the dent those bigger stores were making in our bottom line, but it was the kick in the patootie I needed to start a new chapter in my life. Never would have expected such a negative would lead to a positive, but there you have it. Funny how life works, isn't it?"
"No kidding." "I hear ya. Best wishes on your retirement."
"Thanks. You tell Lauren I'm thinking about her, and don't forget to pass along the candy."
"I won't." After winding through the half-empty shelves, Devyn exited the store and continued her walk around the block. It was encouraging how bad had turned into good for Mr. Howard. And maybe, if fate was kind, good would also come from her unexpected trip out here to help a sister who, so far, hadn't been receptive to launching a new chapter together, as Howard and his wife were doing. But perhaps for now she should follow Charlie's advice. Love Lauren, give her time, and hope she'd accept the help being offered from the sister who yearned to reconnect. Chapter 7. "Dad, the lady from the wharf is here." At the tug on his sleeve, Aaron glanced down at Isabel, seated beside him in the Grace Christian pew. Her gaze was directed toward the other side of the church as she spoke in a hushed voice. He tracked her line of sight, homing in on a willowy woman near the back, her blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight streaming through the tall windows that lined the nave. It was her, no question about it. And she was still alone. "Dad," at Isabel's more insistent tone, he redirected his attention to her. "Do you think she lives here?"
"I doubt it, honey. A lot of tourists come to Hope Harbor in the summer."
"She doesn't look like a tourist." The organ struck up the opening chords of the first hymn, and he pressed his finger to his lips. Isabel stopped talking, but that didn't keep her from sending curious looks toward the rear of the church. Why on earth was she so fascinated by the visitor? Could it be the woman's beauty? Very possible. Heck, it had even captivated him, a guy who had no interest in getting involved with another woman. Truth be told, it took every ounce of his willpower not to follow Isabel's lead and steal a few peeks at the lovely stranger throughout the service. But while he managed to keep his focus on the sanctuary, his mind refused to get with the program. When the final chords of the closing song faded away, he put his hymnal in the rack on the back of the pew in front of him and took Isabel's hand. "She's not leaving, Dad." No need to ask who. He gave the rear of the church a surreptitious scan. The blonde woman had retaken her seat after the hymn as the rest of the congregants filed out, head bowed. "Do you think we should say hello?" Isabel tugged on his sleeve again. "No, I don't want to bother her. She may be praying." "But what if she's lonesome? Doesn't God want us to be nice to people who are sad?" His daughter had learned her Bible lessons too well.
"Yes, but sometimes people want to talk to God alone in church."
Isabel gave the woman another once-over. "She might be happy to talk to someone who answers back."
"God answers back."
She shrugged. "I guess, but it's not always easy to hear him." Amen to that. How often over the past few years had he felt alone and adrift despite his prayers? He assessed the woman again. Should they stop by her pew, extend the hand of friendship? His conscience said yes, but his gut said no. There was something about her that raised a red flag, a sense that getting too close could put his heart at risk. And after his experience with Olivia, why take a— "Dad," Isabel elbowed him. "I think we should say hello."
"Not today, honey."
He took her hand and urged her from the pew. "Why not?" "Shh." He pressed his finger to his lips again as they approached the pew the woman occupied. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't lift her chin as they passed. A sense of loneliness emanated from her. For a millisecond, his step faltered, but he quickly picked up his pace again. The Good Samaritan may have stopped to help a stranger in need, but whatever this woman's problem, she might not appreciate an unknown man butting in. Once they entered the vestibule, Isabel towed him toward the fellowship hall, as usual. The donuts and Danish served during the social hour were a highlight of her week. He let her lead him that direction, away from the church. Staying for a treat should be safe. Unless he was misreading her body language, the blonde in the pew wouldn't seek social interaction after she exited. Whatever burden she was carrying appeared to be a heavy load, and small talk wasn't likely to be on her agenda. Nor was it on his. But for Isabel's sake, he'd suck it up, smile during the social hour, and try to forget the woman sitting alone in the church who looked like she could use a friend. She couldn't hide in the church any longer. The hum of voices in the vestibule was fading, and she'd run out of prayers. It was time to go back to the hospital and try again to convince Lauren to accept the help she was offering. If she failed, there was nothing left to do but book a flight home. Spirits drooping, Devyn draped her sweater over her shoulders, picked up her purse, and headed toward the vestibule. A few hangers-on were chatting in small clusters, but for the most part the place had cleared out. Excellent. She ought to be able to escape fast. She picked up her pace toward the door, fishing in her purse for her sunglasses, and— "Good morning. Welcome to Grace Christian." As a male voice spoke behind her, she stifled a sigh. So much for sneaking out. After reaching deep for the smiles she used on performance nights when she wasn't feeling 100%, she pivoted. The minister who'd conducted the service walked toward her, hand extended, his demeanor welcoming. A niggle of guilt nipped at her conscience. Unless this small church had two ministers, the cleric approaching her had to be Reverend Baker, and she owed him a thank you for his concern and assistance. Her plan to duck out without speaking to him was a definite breach of etiquette. She should be grateful it had been foiled. She took his hand. "Thank you." As he gave her fingers a squeeze, he introduced himself, confirming her assumption about his identity. "Are you a visitor in our fair town?" "Yes and no. I used to live here. I'm Devyn Lee, Lauren Collier's sister. We talked a few days ago." His forehead creased.
"I'm happy to meet you, but not under the circumstances. We've all been worried about her. How's she doing?"
"Making a remarkable recovery. They moved her out of the ICU and into a regular room on Friday."
"That's wonderful news."
"I agree. Thank you for asking the congregation to pray for her and for arranging to have someone pick up her mail."
"I was happy to be of assistance. If there's anything else I can do to help you while you're in town, please let me know."
"I appreciate that."
"Good morning. May I interrupt for a moment?"
A 30-something man, tall and muscular, joined them. "I should be going anyway." Devyn eased back.
"Let me introduce you first."
The minister motioned to the man.
"Devyn, meet Stephen Rourke. Stephen, this is Devyn Lee, Lauren's sister." "A pleasure to meet you."
Stephen shook her hand.
"We've all been praying for her."
"Thank you. The message seems to have gotten through because she's making excellent progress."
"That's great news." "Stephen is the director of Helping Hands, a charitable organization here in town that is true to its name."
Reverend Baker clapped the man on the back.
"He does a fine job." "I appreciate the kind words, but the credit for getting the group off the ground a number of years ago goes to you and Father Murphy. Helping Hands is actually why I need a minute of your time this morning, Reverend. I have a question about our latest project."
"Don't let me stand in the way." Devyn took a step back. "Thank you again, Reverend Baker, for—" The front door opened and a man in a black clerical shirt and white collar entered, zeroed in on their group, and hustled over.
"Greetings, one and all."
He beamed at everyone. Reverend Baker arched an eyebrow and tapped his watch.
"Shouldn't you be greeting parishioners after Mass? Short homily today. Since we finished early, I decided to come over and check out the rumor I heard."
"What rumor?" "That you introduced a new flavor of Danish to your social hour spread. Lemon curd. True or false?"
"True, but why don't you eat those homemade donuts you're always raving about at your church instead of mooching our treats?" "I ate those too after the early Mass."
He patted his stomach, eyes twinkling. Reverend Baker gave his fellow cleric a head to toe and folded his arms.
"Yes, I can see you take your sampling duties seriously. Very funny. Maybe if you put on a few pounds, it would help your golf game."
As Devyn's lips quivered, Stephen muffled a chuckle with a cough. The two clerics were a hoot.
"Kevin Murphy, at your service."
The priest leaned forward and thrust his hand toward her.
"If you get bored with the good pastor's sermons, you're always welcome to join us at St. Francis." "Did you come for Danish, or are you trolling for new parishioners?"
Reverend Baker's scowl was offset by the glint of mirth in his eyes.
"I'll take whatever I can get."
The priest turned to Stephen.
"I'm glad I ran into you. What's the latest on the show?" "I was about to ask Reverend Baker if we could use the fellowship hall for auditions, assuming we can line up a production team. And we may want to borrow it for rehearsals, too, if we get that far." "I'm sure we can work out a schedule."
The minister angled toward her.
"Helping Hands is doing a musical this summer as a fundraiser."
"Oklahoma." Father Murphy clasped his hands behind him and rolled forward on his toes.
"I believe I'll sign on, too."
Reverend Baker stared at him.
"You mean join the cast?" "If I'm picked after I audition. I always wanted to be a cowboy." "You're a priest. So, Jesus went where the people were, and a lot of residents will be part of this effort. It's a wonderful chance to mingle with townsfolk." "Do you sing, Father Murphy?"
Stephen joined the exchange.
"Of course I sing. Every priest sings." "Not necessarily well."
As Reverend Baker spoke under his breath, the priest propped his hands on his hips.
"I heard that. At least I'm willing to let my voice be heard in support of a worthy cause." "It'll definitely be heard. What you lack in quality, you make up for in volume. I'll have you know our choir director says I have a fine tenor voice."
The padre dusted a speck of lint off his black shirt.
You pay his salary. What'd you expect? You're just jealous because you can't carry a tune in a bucket.
He finger-poked his fellow cleric in the chest.
As for my voice, we'll let the musical director of the show decide whether it's worthy.
He turned his back on the minister and spoke to Stephen.
Do you have someone in mind for that yet? As a matter of fact, I was hoping your choir director would consider taking the job. Since he also teaches music at the high school, he's known in town. Do you think he'd be interested? I'll be happy to ask him if you like. I'd appreciate that. If he agrees, the last remaining slot we have to fill is the choreographer.
Reverend Baker pursed his lips.
It's a shame Devyn is only passing through. She's a famous ballerina.
All heads swiveled her direction.
I didn't know that.
Father Murphy gave her his full attention, admiration sparking in his eyes.
You don't know everything in town.
The minister refocused on her.
Lauren mentioned once that you'd been promoted to principal dancer in New York. That's an impressive achievement.
Indeed it is. Father Murphy bobbed his head.
Can we convince you to stay around long enough to help us out?
Kevin, she's here to assist her sister. The minister wagged a finger at his fellow cleric. I doubt she'd have time to take on that job even if she was going to be here until the show, which I doubt. Once again, everyone looked at her. Devyn shifted her weight from one foot to the other. I have no idea how long I'll be in town. Lauren may not need me for more than a week or two, if she even agreed to that. And I've never done any choreography, only danced it, though it would be an interesting challenge to take on if she stayed around.
Understood. No pressure.
Stephen hiked up one side of his mouth.
But I have to say, having someone of your stature attached to the show, in addition to Catherine Parker, would generate a huge amount of publicity. I wouldn't be surprised if we sold out every night.
Devyn stared at him. Catherine Parker, the actress?
Yes, she moved here from Hollywood a couple of years ago. She still acts and directs on the side, but her main focus is Chocolate Harbor. Her candy is getting lots of buzz in media all over the country.
She left Hollywood behind to make candy? How had she missed that piece of theater news? Then again, the world of ballet tended to be rarefied and insular. Father Murphy chimed in.
Not just any candy. She's building a candy brand known for stellar quality, a feat she's on the way to accomplishing based on my sampling experience.
Reverend Baker gave him a once-over.
I wonder if chocolate indulgences are weighing you down on the golf course. Your scores have been slipping lately.
The padre waved that comment aside.
I'll disprove your theory at our weekly game on Thursday. Loser buys the winner 2 truffles from Chocolate Harbor.
Deal. I'll have to wander by in a day or two and peruse the latest selection so I can have my choices ready.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. I can this time because I know you'll lay an egg on the golf course. Ha ha. Save the humor for your sermons.
I don't put humor in my sermons.
No wonder people need a sugar infusion after your services.
Father Murphy licked his index finger and drew a line in the air.
Speaking of sugar, would any of you like to accompany me to the hall to sample a lemon-curd Danish? I think I can convince Holly to detour that direction.
Stephen motioned to a woman with long, light brown, wavy hair who seemed to be sporting a baby bump.
She's always hungry these days, eating for 2 and all.
Baby bump confirmed. I'll have to pass. I want to get to the hospital in Coos Bay as soon as possible. Devyn pulled out her sunglasses. Best of luck with your show. I wish I could help, but my schedule is up in the air.
No worries.
Stephen held out his hand again. Nice to meet you. Father Murphy pumped her hand, too.
Don't forget, you're always welcome at St. Francis. We've been praying for your sister, too.
I appreciate that, and I know Lauren will as well. Reverend Baker, thank you for your warm welcome.
My pleasure. Drive safe.
Devyn left the trio in the vestibule, slipping on her sunglasses as she pushed through into the warmth of a cloudless day. Maybe the weather was a positive omen. Perhaps the sun would banish the chill from her sister's heart. If it didn't, she could be winging back to New York as soon as tomorrow. Her mission to start a new chapter with Lauren a total failure. Chapter 8. She'd put off calling Lucas as long as she could, and difficult conversations didn't get easier by kicking them down the road. Diane sat at the cafe table in the kitchenette of the annex at Anna Williams's house, eyeing the plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies she'd found waiting for her yesterday. After her tense parting from Martin, the welcome gesture had been more appreciated than Anna could ever know, though she had yet to loosen the plastic wrap and sample one. Maybe after this call she would. Taking an unsteady breath, she pulled up Lucas's number on her cell and placed the call. 3 rings in, she sighed. He wasn't going to answer. Not surprising, since he often let her calls roll, though on occasion he picked up. Too bad today hadn't been one of those times. She'd have to go with Plan B. Text him and ask him to call her. Email would be a last resort. What she had to say wasn't, "Hi, Mom, what's up?" Her heart tripped at his cool greeting. "Mom?" "Yes, sorry." Her words came out choppy. "I'm here." "You okay?" There was a thread of caution in his question. Yes." She stood, swallowed, began to pace. I have some news." "Okay." His tone was wary. There was no easy way to lead up to what she had to say, nor predict what Lucas's reaction would be in light of his estrangement from Martin and mere tolerance of her. It was possible he wouldn't even care about the split. But whatever his reaction, he deserved to know what had led her to take this step. She paused beside the window, looked past the table and 2 chairs on Anna's patio, toward the well-kept yard beyond, fisted her free hand. "I'm not living with your father anymore. I left yesterday." Silence. She waited him out. A full 10 seconds ticked by as he digested her bombshell. "Are you guys getting divorced?" "That's not on the table yet. Right now, we're just separated." "Man. Did he go ballistic?" "No, but he wasn't happy." "I bet. You always fall in line with Dad, even when he's wrong." Her stomach clenched. Lucas was right, and he'd paid a price for her acquiescence. If she'd been more assertive while he was in high school, maybe he wouldn't have ended up in trouble with the law, or lost a year of his life in a juvenile detention facility. Maybe Martin would have seen the light and been the father Lucas needed. Maybe Lucas wouldn't be far away at a college in Texas, waiting tables to pay his bills as he forged his own path. So many lost opportunities. Her vision fogged. Neither she nor Martin had been good role models for their son. But lamenting the past was fruitless. All she could do was try to make a new start. "I won't deny that, Lucas." She swiped a finger under her lashes. "Your father is a forceful personality, and I caved. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger, but I will be in the future." "Why did you suddenly decide to leave?" "It wasn't sudden. I've been thinking about it for a couple of years. It's a big step, though, and it took me a while to work up the courage to take it." "Where did you go?" "I'm staying at Anna Williams's annex in town." A beat ticked by. "Isn't that the place with, like, 1 room?" She scanned the queen-sized bed peeking out from behind a folding screen, the couch and upholstered chair grouped in the sitting area, the small but fully equipped kitchenette and tiny bathroom. "Yes, but it has everything I need." "Does Dad know you're staying there?" "Yes." "I bet he's worried about what the people in town will say." Her son knew his father well. He'll get over it.
So what are you gonna do now?
I got a job at the library in Coos Bay. My first day is tomorrow.
For real?
Yes.
That's kinda cool.
Was there a hint of admiration and approval in his inflection? I wish I had time to come down and see you for a few days first, though.
My summer internship with the graphic design firm starts tomorrow anyway.
I know, and I'm proud of you for getting that. Even if Martin had dissed it after she'd shared the news with him, giving her yet another incentive to leave. Who cared if Lucas didn't want to work at the mill? Very few family businesses lasted beyond a handful of generations. As far as she was concerned, Martin could sell out tomorrow to one of the companies that had approached him with an offer. The business had become far too dominant in his life.
I'm sure Dad wasn't.
Beneath his attempt to sound nonchalant, a glimmer of hurt echoed. Perhaps one only a mother could detect. Diane's throat pinched. Despite Lucas's facade of indifference about his father, it was clear that deep down he still cared what Martin thought of him, still yearned for his approval. He and I didn't discuss it very much.
You don't have to cover for him, Mom. I know he's mad, but I don't have any interest in joining the company, and I don't want to spend my life in a lumber mill.
He may eventually realize that everyone has to find their own path.
Right.
Based on his tone, he deemed that outcome about as probable as a week without fog in Hope Harbor. She couldn't disagree with his conclusion. I know you'll be busy this summer, but I'd love to hear from you. A text every few days would be great.
I guess I could do that. Let me know if Dad strong-arms you into going back.
He won't.
Uh-huh.
Translation? He wasn't convinced she'd stick it out, especially if Martin started pressuring her to return. But he was wrong. There wasn't much she was certain about in terms of her future, but on that point she was confident. And as they said their goodbyes, she pressed her lips together and straightened her shoulders. She may not have exhibited any backbone in her marriage for more than a decade, but she did have one. In her high school and college days, she hadn't been afraid to stand up for what she believed in, to make waves, if necessary, to achieve her goals. Somehow that grit and fortitude had deserted her after Martin began spending more hours at the mill and exhibiting less patience at home. It had been simpler to back off and let him run the show. And both she and Lucas had paid the price for her unwillingness to take a stand. But in spite of their son's skepticism, there was a chance Martin would have a change of heart, that her leaving would prod him to rethink his behavior and priorities. A long shot, yes, yet not out of the realm of possibility. Miracles did happen on occasion. She wandered over to the table, worked the plastic wrap covering the plate free, and pulled out a cookie. Bit in. And as the crumbly goodness dissolved on her tongue, leaving a sweet taste in its wake, she made a resolution. While Lucas clearly harbored doubts about her commitment to stick with the program, she wasn't backing down. From now on, she was taking charge of her life. Hopefully the new path she was following would circle back to Martin, but she was staying the course, wherever it might lead. Lauren wasn't in her hospital room. After knocking on the bathroom door with no response, Devyn retraced her steps to the hall. "Are you looking for your sister?" At the question, Devyn pivoted toward the aide who'd come up behind her. Yes. I saw her walking toward the lounge about 10 minutes ago." The woman motioned toward the end of the hall. "Thanks. I'll check there." Devyn continued down the corridor, slowing as she approached the doorway to the room where her sister sat alone by a window, her gaze fixed on the blue sky, a walker beside her. A walker? That was new, and it didn't bode well. During the countless circuits of this floor the two of them had made together, with the encouragement of the staff, Lauren had been doing fine without any medical equipment to stabilize her. What had changed? Prepping for possible bad news, she called up a smile and entered. "Good morning. Although we're on the cusp of afternoon." Lauren shifted around in her chair, but her lips remained flat. "Did you go to church?" "Yes." She crossed the room and took an adjacent seat. "Reverend Baker sends his best wishes. Mr. Howard does too. I stopped in at the hardware store yesterday, and he asked me to tell you he was thinking about you. He also sent these." She retrieved the hard candies from her purse and passed them to Lauren. The strain in her sister's features eased a hair. "I used to go there with Dad. Those were happy days." A sheen appeared in her eyes, and she sniffed. "Nothing stays the same, does it?" A rhetorical question that didn't require an answer. Nevertheless, Devyn responded. "No. Life has a way of throwing curves and disrupting plans. Not for you. I've had a few unexpected challenges." She tapped the walker and changed the subject. "What's with this?" Lauren made a face. "The aide was too busy to walk with me, and she said if I wanted to go alone, I should use this." "Do you think you need it?" Her sister shrugged. "I'm a little unsteady sometimes, and I get tired fast. I only made it this far before I had to sit and rest." She huffed out her disgust. "Dr. Sherman told us to expect that. She also said it wouldn't be unusual to experience headaches or have difficulty concentrating. Remember? No? Also normal. Memory issues can persist too. I hate how my brain feels fuzzy sometimes, and my coordination is off. You were in a coma, Lauren. There are going to be residual effects. But Dr. Sherman says you've made excellent progress and all your symptoms should dissipate with time. How much time? I don't know. But considering where you are today versus a week ago, I have to believe you'll be feeling more normal soon." "I hope so. I have to go back to work. The dental office said they'll hold your place until you can return." Lauren set the candies on her lap, then picked one up and attempted to unwrap it. When her fingers fumbled, her breath hitched and she threw the sweet back down. "This is pathetic." "Let me help." Devyn took it, dispensed with the wrapper, and handed it back. "I think Dr. Sherman is planning to discharge you in a day or two." "She is. She stopped in this morning." She put the candy in her mouth, sucked on it. "I tried to talk her into letting me go home on my own, but she said if I don't have someone in the house with me round the clock, she's going to send me to a rehab place for a couple of weeks." Lauren glanced at the walker. "I can't argue with her. I don't feel very strong, and I think it might be scary to be by myself." Devyn's pulse picked up. Was her sister going to relent and accept the help she'd been fighting since regaining consciousness? "You know I'll be happy to stay." She tried to keep her tone casual and conversational. "I have the whole summer free this year. Plus, I have a job offer for the next few weeks here." Lauren's head snapped her direction. "Doing what?" "Choreographing a show." Devyn passed on the news about the Helping Hands fundraiser. "It could be fun to volunteer. And if I hang out over the summer, I have no doubt you'll be back to 100% before I have to leave." "I hope it doesn't take me all summer to get there." "Me too. But if I commit to helping with the show, I'll have to stick around even if you don't need me. It seems like a worthwhile cause, though." "It is, and they'll love having your name associated with it." A touch of resentment crept back into her voice. "Yeah, I suppose it couldn't hurt, but I think they're more interested in my skills than my name." A bit of a stretch in light of the comments at church this morning, but in truth, the actress's fame would be a bigger draw than hers in the general population. Lauren looked back out the window where a few white clouds had drifted into view. I never thought I'd be in a position where I had to rely on you for help, she swallowed, dropped her voice. I always assumed Dennis would be there for me in an emergency. Devyn studied her. Up to this point, she'd shut down every conversation that drifted toward the subject of her marriage. Was this an opening to ask a few questions? Devyn smoothed out a wrinkle in her slacks and proceeded with caution. Are you certain you don't want me to contact him? I know you're separated, but we're not separated anymore. The divorce came through a few weeks ago. He moved to Seattle last fall with the other woman. Devyn's stomach nodded. He cheated on you? Yes. Bitterness scored her words. And it wasn't the first time, although I didn't realize that until a year ago. Why didn't you tell me any of this? Lauren's chin quivered. The truth? I didn't want to admit I'd failed at marriage. She played with the ties on her hospital gown, gave a mirthless laugh. You want to hear the ironic part? Dennis was super possessive. He didn't like me talking to friends or going out with them, so I let them drop away one by one. Whenever I glanced at another man, he got mad. Yet he's the one who cheated on me. What a loser. A world-class control freak, and maybe something worse? It took all of her self-discipline to maintain a neutral expression. Did he ever hurt you, Lauren? Not physically, but he did a number on my self-esteem. She shook her head. Thank goodness Dad put the house in a trust and made me promise to always leave it there to prevent a future husband from claiming a share of it. Dennis would have done that in a heartbeat. Swallowing past the bad taste in her mouth, Devyn reached over and touched Lauren's arm. I'm glad you told me about this. Her sister's shoulders sagged. After all that's happened over the past week, it seems stupid to keep it a secret. But please don't share any of the details with Mom. I won't. Not that she'd ask for them anyway. Given how little contact she had with Lauren and how wrapped up she was in her own life, a simple, it didn't work out, would satisfy her. Lauren exhaled. I guess you can stay. It seems both the show and I could use your help. She positioned the walker in front of her. I have to lie down. As she pushed herself up, Devyn stood too, grasping her sister's arm to steady her when she tottered. And she stayed close while they walked back to the room. Lauren made it on her own, but 60 seconds after climbing back into bed, she was sound asleep. Amazing as her recovery had been, it would likely take weeks for her to regain her strength and stamina. But at least she'd agreed to accept live-in help. And once she woke up and confirmed that she'd meant what she said and hadn't capitulated in a moment of weakness, a call to Reverend Baker would be in order. It seemed Helping Hands now had a choreographer for its summer show. Chapter 9.
Woo-hoo! Oklahoma is a go!
As Gramp joined him in the kitchen, Aaron pulled their dinner plates out of the dishwasher and slid them into the cabinet.
How do you know? I'm on the Helping Hands email list. I just got a note. And they're not wasting any time. Auditions are Thursday night. That is fast.
He plucked the water glasses from the rack, trying to shift mental gears. The town musical was not front and center in his mind tonight.
Don't you want any details?
He set the glasses on the shelf above the plates and closed the door.
Sure.
Silence. After a moment, he looked over his shoulder. Gramp was watching him, eyes assessing.
You were quiet at dinner. Bad day at work? It wasn't the best,
to say the least.
That collar on the circle blade giving you fits again? No. Today was a personnel malfunction, not an equipment glitch. Martin, specifically.
Gramp propped a hip against the counter.
What's got his knickers in a knot now?
Any other time the colloquial phrase would have triggered a smile. Not tonight.
I have no idea. When he wasn't holed up in his office, he was barking orders and finding fault with everyone and everything. I had to sweet-talk a couple of the guys out of calling it quits.
Gramp shook his head.
Martin's changed a lot since I worked there. Back in his earlier days at the mill, he was friendly and eager to please, despite the fact his father was a hard taskmaster. That's how I remember him, too, from the summers I worked there during high school and college.
Aaron pulled some cutlery from the dishwasher and fitted it into the slots in a drawer.
But from what I've picked up, his personality changed after he took over when his dad retired 14 years ago. Everyone respects his knowledge of the business and the fact that he learned it from the ground up, but the crew walks a wide circle around him. That kind of tension doesn't create a very pleasant atmosphere. Tell me about it. His dad was strict, but everyone preferred working for him. Even though the business seems to be more successful than ever, turnover is much higher than it was when Mike was at the helm.
Gramp folded his arms.
It didn't help when Martin started keeping his distance from the townsfolk after he took over and built that fancy house. It was like we weren't good enough to socialize with anymore, which was day and night from Mike's attitude. That rubbed people wrong. I know. After I accepted the job at the mill, I realized it was a whole different atmosphere than I remembered. I doubt all the trouble Lucas had as a teen helped Martin's disposition either. True. The vandalism incidents, the underage drinking and driving, it had to be tough on the whole family. And Lucas has more or less disappeared. I haven't seen him once since he went to Texas for college. But rumor has it all of his problems with the law were a wake-up call, and, well, he finally got his act together. I hope so. But if he has, that hasn't helped Martin's attitude.
Gramp reached over and squeezed his shoulder, lines of concern scoring his face.
I'm sorry you have to deal with such an unpleasant environment. Do you ever second-guess your decision to walk away from that corporate job you had in Coos Bay?
No. There was no doubt in his mind about that.
Office work wasn't a fit. I know Dad wanted me to get a college education, and I'm not sorry I have a business degree in my pocket, but sitting at a desk all day wasn't for me. You were always more the hands-on type. Yup, that's why I enjoyed my summer job at the mill. Coming back in a supervisory role felt right, even if Martin's attitude leaves a lot to be desired.
Enough about that, though. Any prolonged venting would only make Gramp worry about him more than he already did.
So tell me about the show. I assume they filled all the behind-the-scenes jobs?
Yes. Catherine is directing, Sean from St. Francis agreed to be the musical director, and Lauren, Collier's sister, is going to be the choreographer. You probably know her from your childhood, Devyn Lee. You two would have been close in age. He searched his memory banks.
The name rings a vague bell, but we weren't in the same class at school. Didn't she go off somewhere as a kid to study ballet?
Yes. I don't recall the full story, but it must have paid off. She has an impressive resume. He pulled up the Helping Hands email on his phone and read off her credentials.
Wow.
Aaron closed the door of the dishwasher.
How did they convince her to take this on?
She's going to stay over the summer while Lauren recovers from her accident. I don't know how she managed to work such a long visit into her performing schedule, but it's a boon for our show.
You still planning to audition?
Of course. And we need to start planting the seed with Isabel, too. Are you free Thursday night? He narrowed his eyes.
Yes, but don't get any ideas. I'm not auditioning.
I already got that message. Gramp dismissed the warning with a flick of his hand. But you could provide moral support. For Isabel, not me.
Assuming I don't get pulled into another crisis at the mill like I did Saturday, I should be able to go. We can talk to her about it tomorrow night after I get home from work. Between the two of us, we ought to be able to convince her to at least go to the auditions. Whether she'll get up and sing in front of everyone is a question mark. Happy birthday is acceptable for the kids, according to the info they sent. That should be a piece of cake. Not for a shy little girl. We'll keep our fingers crossed. You want me to finish up in here?" He motioned to the dishwasher. "No, I'm almost done. And I know you want to watch that PBS program about the Titanic. Besides, the cook shouldn't have to handle cleanup. If you're certain, go." Aaron waved him toward the living room. "I may join you after I finish filling out the work schedule for next month." But an hour later, after he wrapped up his task, he was ready to call it a night. After flipping off the light in the kitchen, he detoured into the living room. "I'm going to turn in, Gramp." "Don't blame you. I would too if I got up as early as you do. Sleep well." "Thanks." Shoving his fingers into the pockets of his jeans, he continued down the hall, pausing at the door of Isabel's bedroom to peek through the crack. She was slumbering peacefully, a positive change from the early days after Olivia's death. The question was, how long would her restful sleep last tonight? While the nightmares were becoming less frequent, they weren't gone yet. Maybe the summer musical would keep her entertained and chase away the sadness that continued to linger in her eyes, though. She might even make a new friend or two. And if securing her participation meant he had to show up to offer moral support at the auditions and a few rehearsals, so be it. He could always take his laptop, sit in the back, and do paperwork there. It wasn't as if all the noise and music would bother him. Anyone who worked in a mill learned to focus despite a background din. Add in his lack of interest in musicals, and it ought to be a cinch to shut out what was happening on stage. After all, what could possibly distract him at an amateur theater rehearsal? He owed Aaron an apology. Taking out his frustrations on an excellent supervisor had been wrong. And if he kept it up, the man might walk, which would only add to the mess in his life. Muttering a word that had crept into his vocabulary far too often over the past 14 years, Martin Fisher pushed his chair back from his desk with more force than necessary, slamming it into the filing cabinet behind him. As the sound of splintering glass shattered the quiet, he swiveled to the right. Farther down, the framed Small Business of the Year certificate from the governor lay on the floor, shards of glass scattered across the planks. The vibration from the impact must have dislodged the award from the spot it had occupied on the wall for the past 18 months. Breath hissing through his teeth, Martin rose, picked his way among the pieces of glass, and lifted the prized tribute. His father had never received such an honor. Neither had his grandfather, or the great-grandfather who'd founded the company. This award had been proof that the blood, sweat, and tears he'd poured into the company had paid off. That all of his efforts to salvage the floundering business he'd taken over from his father had been worth it. Only he knew the full significance of this achievement, however, or how much it had cost him to attain it. And now the glass was shattered, the frame dented, the certificate scuffed. Kind of like his marriage and his relationship with his son. How had his life spiraled so out of control? He set the damaged award on his desk, crossed to the window in his office that offered a view of the mill floor below. Second shift remained hard at work at this late hour, but soon quiet would descend and the workers would go home to their families, leaving him here alone in his isolated management perch. He took a step back from the window, catching a glimpse of himself in the reflection from the glass. Let out a slow breath as he examined the brackets beside his mouth, the hard line of his jaw, the 2 vertical furrows etched above his nose, the flinty eyes. The face glowering back at him felt like it belonged to a stranger. It was hard to spot even a remnant of the man he'd been before Dad retired and dumped the mill and all its problems on him. Who could have guessed that the Fisher patriarch who'd run such a tight ship, who'd been a harsh taskmaster both at home and on the job, would let things get so out of hand behind the scenes at the mill? To the point that it was teetering on the brink of disaster. In hindsight, it was clear that Mom's health issues had been more of a distraction than Dad had ever let on,
resulting in disengagement at work and a balance sheet on life support left behind for the next in command. Namely, his son. Martin raked his fingers through his graying hair. What a mess he'd inherited when Dad and Mom moved to Arizona because of her COPD. It had taken every ounce of his time and energy to right the listing ship, to get the company out of the red, make it profitable again. And what a long, slow, and lonely slog it had been. He wandered back to his desk, dropped into his chair, rested his elbows on the polished wood surface, and rubbed his temples. Maybe, in hindsight, he should have shared some of his struggles with Diane. But admitting doubts and concerns suggested weakness, and that had never been acceptable in the home of his youth. You sucked it up and towed the line and took care of your family. You also presented yourself to the world from a position of strength. Always. Yet it appeared that course of action had backfired. Yes, he'd sheltered Diane and Lucas from his worries, provided them with every material possession they could want, cut Lucas far more slack than his hard-nosed father had cut him, created a successful and in-control image at the mill and in town. And what did he have to show for all his efforts? A flourishing company, but a faltering marriage and a son who wanted nothing to do with him. He exhaled. The big house, the fancy clothes, the lavish trips he'd provided for his family may have demonstrated his success to the world, proven he had the chops to run the family business. Yet according to Diane, that business had replaced her and Lucas in his heart. But she was wrong. He loved them both. Nevertheless, work had continued to dominate his life long after the company was back on solid ground. Funny how success could create a hunger for more of the same, a desire to make your mark by soaring to new heights, to prove to his father that he wasn't only worthy of the job, but better at it than his predecessors. That mission he'd accomplished. He'd saved the company for the next generation, preserved the family legacy for his son. Except his son didn't want it. So where did that leave him? He stared at his reflection in the glass across the room again, the answer eluding him. But one thing he knew. If he wanted to save his marriage, he had major work to do. Diane may have let him have the upper hand on the home front since he'd taken over at the mill, but that wasn't the woman he'd married. While the bride he'd promised to love and honor a quarter of a century ago had never been overly assertive thanks to the oppressive father in her life, she'd stood up for the principles she believed in. It was one of the attributes he'd loved about her, respected her for. Until she'd given up confronting him to preserve peace in their household. But the woman he'd married appeared to be back now. And unless his gut was wrong, she wasn't going to change her mind and come home to the status quo. Slowly he rose, walked over to the door, flipped off the light. There wasn't much appeal in going back to the empty showplace house he'd built as a physical representation of his success after he'd put the mill back on the road to profitability. The house Diane had never wanted, nor had she cared about the designer clothes and fancy trips and expensive cars. As she'd often tried to impress on him before she'd written him off as a lost cause, all she wanted was him, the way he'd been when he'd wooed and won her. He watched the debarker on the floor below strip the logs of their tough exterior covering, exposing the raw wood beneath. Would it have made any difference in her attitude if he'd shared the difficulties at the mill with her? Let her know they were on the cusp of going under? Hard to say. But for a woman who'd grown up in a household where money was always tight, surely such information would have kept her up at nights, as it had kept him up. His decision to protect her from worry had seemed appropriate during the crisis. It was harder to justify his increasingly surly attitude, however. Yes, stress had taken a toll. So had the problems with Lucas and his disappointment in his son. Still, it was hard to pinpoint exactly when the downward trajectory of their marriage had become a runaway train. All he knew was that Diane's abrupt departure had rocked his world. The question now was whether he could save their marriage and the relationship with his son. Or had both already crashed and burned, leaving him with nothing to salvage. Chapter 10. Devyn surveyed the scene in the Grace Christian Fellowship Hall on Thursday night as she tugged on her ballet slippers. It wasn't a professional setup, but the enthusiasm and nerves at the Oklahoma auditions crackled through the air. While the choir director from St. Francis listened to the final singers, offering an encouraging smile when a pitch went awry or a voice squeaked, she reviewed her notes for the general dance audition. The simple combination she'd put together would test rhythm more than dancing skills, but it would also allow her to identify any skilled dancers for the more complex routine that would follow. Hopefully one of the leotard-clad young women waiting in the room would be proficient enough to pull off the demanding dream ballet sequence in the musical. After the teenager who was singing finished his audition song, Sean jotted a few notes and called the next person. When a late 40-ish blonde woman rose, a slight murmur ran through the assembly. Curious. She'd have to ask someone later who Diane Fisher was and why her presence had evoked a reaction. As the woman took her place beside the piano and launched into her song, the side door of the hall opened to admit 3 latecomers. Devyn flicked them a glance, then did a double take. It was the tall man and the young girl who'd been walking hand in hand at the wharf a few days after she'd arrived. No mom in sight on that occasion either, but the older man who accompanied them this evening bore a strong resemblance to the mid-30s guy beside him. The 3 of them stopped at the table where the audition forms were arrayed, and the 2 men each picked one up. After claiming seats near the back, they began filling them out while the blonde woman finished her song, and Sean called the next person. None other than Father Murphy. The St. Francis pastor ambled forward and faced the crowd with a grin. "Eat your heart out, Gordon McRae." That drew a laugh. Sean's mouth quirked. "What are you singing tonight, Father?" "I thought a little Gregorian chant might be just the thing." A titter ran through the group. "But since we aren't at a liturgical service, let's try this instead." The priest handed Sean a piece of sheet music. As the St. Francis pastor launched into a surprisingly powerful rendition of There But For You Go I from Brigadoon, Devyn snuck another peek at the trio in the back. The younger guy was talking to the dark-haired little girl, who was biting her lip as she watched the proceedings at the front of the room with obvious trepidation. Strange that he'd bring her here if she didn't want to come. He certainly didn't come across as a stage parent. More like a guy who'd prefer soccer tryouts to musical auditions. Applause broke out as the padre finished his piece, and he took a bow. "I hope you all were listening to those lyrics. They could be applied as much to faith as to romance." "This isn't the time for a homily, Kevin," Reverend Baker called out the comment from the chair he'd claimed off to the side. "It's always the time for a homily, my friend, whether in words or actions or music. In this case, I'll let the song speak for itself." With another exaggerated bow, he returned to his seat. While the next auditioner was called forward, Devyn checked on the trio again. As the girl's nervous gaze connected with hers, her heart contracted. Been there, felt that at many an audition. A hug was out of the question, so Devyn sent her an encouraging smile instead. After a moment, the corners of the girl's lips inched up a few degrees. Excellent! Her silent message of support and empathy had been received. The father leaned down again to speak to the child as he finished writing on the form, and the girl gave a slow nod. Before Devyn could turn back to the front, the man shifted toward her. At his startled expression, her brow puckered. What was that all about? They didn't know each other, did they? She didn't have a chance to ponder those questions because the call went out for any final singers. Devyn refocused on the front of the room as the older man from the trio moved forward and approached the piano, a piece of sheet music in hand.
I haven't done an audition in decades, but I decided to give it a go.
He handed Sean the music.
I'm glad you came, Ben.
The St. Francis choir director set the music on the rack and launched into the song. The Oklahoma wannabe was a tad rusty, but he had a solid baritone voice and stayed on pitch.
Nice job.
Sean handed the music back, wrote a few notes on the audition form, and surveyed the group.
Anyone else? I believe my granddaughter is planning to try out.
Ben remained near the front as he motioned toward the little girl.
Sure.
Sean waved her forward. Come on up, honey. The tall, dark-haired man stood and led the youngster forward, her hand tucked in his, like it had been the day on the wharf. When they reached the front, the man got down on one knee and put his arm around her as he spoke to Sean.
This is Isabel's first audition, so she'd just like to sing Happy Birthday.
That works. The choir director winked at her. My birthday is next week. Why don't you put my name in the song? I'm Sean. Is that okay with you? Isabel bobbed her head. Let's give it a try. I'll sing along with you once, and you can sing it by yourself the second time. He launched into the song, and after guiding her through, he dropped out on the repeat. Isabel's voice wavered once, but it was sweet and on pitch. Very nice. Sean high-fived her, then spoke to the group. Now I'm going to turn this over to Devyn Lee for the dance segment of the audition. If anyone wants to read for a part, you'll find Catherine in the conference room after you dance. Good luck to you all. While Sean collected his belongings and Devyn rose, the father, girl, and grandfather started back to their seats, passing her en route. You have a very pretty voice. She leaned down to put herself closer to Isabel's level as the trio paused. Thank you. The girl gave her a shy smile. Are you ready to dance with me? Yes. Zero hesitation. Wonderful. I have a feeling you're very graceful. The girl's smile broadened. When Devyn straightened up, she found the girl's father watching her, an unreadable emotion in his dark brown eyes.
Thanks for that.
He tipped his head ever so slightly toward Isabel, the husky cadence of his voice sending a prickle of warmth through her. She swallowed as she stared at him. What on earth? That had felt almost like attraction, which was crazy. Sure, the man had rugged good looks and appeared to be exceptionally fit and toned, but she didn't even know him. Nor was she in the market for flirtations or romance, thanks to the demanding profession waiting for her back in New York. Meaning her reaction to him was not only ridiculous, but...
I appreciate your encouragement.
At his follow-up, heat surged across her cheeks. Good grief! She'd been gaping at him like a hungry seagull trying to mooch a meal from one of the tourists on the wharf. She cleared her throat and pasted on a smile. My pleasure. I'm sure your daughter will enjoy participating in the show. Theater is a wonderful confidence builder for children. And with that, she fled toward the front of the room, pursued by a question without an answer. How could a principal dancer who'd performed in front of thousands of people be thrown off balance by a simple comment from a handsome stranger who likely had a wife waiting in the wings at home? Aaron glanced up from his laptop. Again. Sighed. He should be working on the next production schedule, but it was hard to concentrate after that brief but disconcerting exchange with Devyn Lee. One that had left him both rattled and oddly energized. It didn't make sense. A feeling of gratitude toward her would be understandable. After all, she'd been kind to Isabel, had attempted to calm his daughter's jitters. But the warmth he felt went beyond gratitude. It was more like attraction, which also didn't make sense. He wasn't looking for a relationship with anyone, let alone someone like Devyn Lee, who was only passing through. Romance was too complicated and fraught with risk. In any case, a woman who lived in the refined, rarefied world of ballet would never have any interest in a blue-collar lumberman with 2 left feet, even if that lumberman had a college degree. "All right, everyone, let's try it now with music." Devyn picked up her phone from a chair, called up a song, and led the motley group of hopeful thespians behind her through the simple movements she taught them, keeping tabs on them over her shoulder. He leaned back in his seat, giving up all pretense of working as he watched her. Man, she was fluid, supple, and the way she moved her arms was beyond elegant and graceful. It was like she was part of the music. Even the best dancers behind her seemed awkward in comparison. No surprise, given her background, and mesmerizing to watch. "You guys did great." Devyn smiled at the eclectic assemblage. "Now let's break into groups of 5, and this time I'll watch you." Father Murphy ended up in the first group, along with Gramp and Isabel. The 2 Steeles didn't do too bad, considering they had no training, and Father Murphy put everyone at ease by hamming it up big time. Devyn applauded when they finished the combination. "You all did terrific. If you want to read for a part, go on over to the conference room." Gramp leaned down and spoke to Isabel, then they both headed his direction.
"Don't you want to pitch your hat in the ring for a speaking role?"
Aaron closed his laptop as they joined him, raising an eyebrow at Gramp.
"Nope. It'll be fun just to be on stage with my favorite great-granddaughter."
He hip-checked Isabel. "I'm your only great-granddaughter."
"That's a fact. And aren't I lucky to have you? Plus, you're also going to be my theater buddy, right?"
"If we get in the show." She tucked her hair behind her ear and scuffed the toe of her sport shoe. "I didn't sing very loud, and I don't know how to dance."
"You sang louder than a lot of people."
Aaron laid his hand on her shoulder.
"And you did all the dance steps fine."
"No, I didn't. I made mistakes."
"Not as many as Father Murphy."
Gramp chortled and gave her a nudge.
"I was so busy laughing at his antics, I messed up half the steps myself."
"Yeah, he was kind of funny." Isabel cast a quick glance toward the cleric. "But I wish I could dance like Miss Devyn." She angled toward the front, using the name the dancer had suggested to the younger set, watching as the choreographer put the next group through its paces.
"Maybe you could. Ballet lessons may not be a bad idea come fall."
Gramp gave him a subtle nudge. Aaron took the cue.
"We could consider that."
"Really?" Isabel's face brightened. "Do you think Miss Devyn will teach a class?"
"No, honey. She's only here for the summer. She lives in New York."
Her face fell. "I wish she lived here."
"You'll get to see her all summer, though."
"If they let me be in the show." She continued to watch the woman. "She doesn't look sad tonight, does she?"
"No, I think her sister was sick the day we saw her on the wharf, but she's getting better now."
"I'm glad. Being sad is hard." Before he could think of a response to that, she continued. "She's nice, isn't she, Dad?"
"Seems to be. Also pretty."
Gramp's eyes began to twinkle.
"Don't you think so, Aaron?"
He squinted at the older man, confining his response to one cautious word.
"Yes." "You don't sound sure about that."
Oh, he was sure. With her blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, her classical profile and delicate features were on full display tonight, and her blue eyes were stunning. The kind a man could drown in, if he took the plunge. But no way was he voicing those thoughts. And why was Gramp homing in on her appearance anyway? "I'm sure," Isabel answered for him. "She looks like a storybook princess."
"You are one perceptive young lady."
Gramps squeezed her shoulder, then cocked his head as he studied Devyn.
I can't imagine her dancing the title role in Sleeping Beauty. I expect she'd knock the audience dead. Don't you, Aaron?
Enough. Whatever Gramp was up to, this game was over.
I don't know anything about ballet. You guys ready to go home?
He tucked his laptop under his arm and herded Isabel toward the door.
Yep.
Gramp fell in behind him.
And while you may not know anything about ballet, you do know a pretty woman when you see one, despite your reticence. All the tells are there.
Clamping his lips together, Aaron picked up his pace. Gramp must have detected the sudden sizzle during the brief exchange between the dancer who'd caught Isabel's fancy and his grandson. But attempting to explain it would be an exercise in futility, especially since he couldn't figure out what had prompted it himself. And if Gramp was planning to start playing matchmaker, the two of them were going to have a long talk. Romance was not in his future, period. Besides, even if he was willing to toy with that idea at a distant future date, aiming his sights on a woman who would be gone in a matter of weeks, back to her glamorous life in the spotlight in New York, would be the height of foolishness. Yet as he pushed open the door and ushered Isabel through, he couldn't resist another peek at the appealing ballerina who'd not only captivated his daughter, but cast some sort of a spell on him too. And Gramps' smug expression told him he knew that as Aaron motioned him out and closed the door behind them with a firm click. But this was not a Disney movie. He was not a handsome prince. And happy endings only happened in fairy tales. Important facts to remember if Gramp decided he wanted to continue to play Cupid.
Yep, mighty pretty woman.
Gramp smirked at him as he slid into the front passenger seat of the car. Scratch if. Gramp was definitely going to pester him about this again. Stifling his annoyance, Aaron buckled Isabel into the back seat, closed the door, and circled the car. All he could do was have a snappy reply ready and hope it dissuaded his grandfather from pursuing a dead-end campaign that would only reawaken yearnings best left undisturbed. Chapter 11. She'd arrived, finally. As Diane's car turned the corner on Anna Williams's street, Martin tightened his grip on the Audi steering wheel, glanced at the bouquet of hydrangeas on the seat beside him. Hopefully bringing her favorite flowers would help pave the way for the conversation he wanted to have on this Friday evening. Because it had been a bear of a week, crazy busy at work, followed by an empty and too quiet house at night. If Diane had wanted to make a point by walking out on him, she'd succeeded. Maybe the two of them had drifted apart, but they'd been together for a quarter of a century. So if she was looking for a promise from him to try to do better, he was ready to make it. And given their long history, she ought to be willing to listen to what he had to say. As he watched in the rearview mirror, her car slowed, stopped. She must have caught sight of him and was trying to decide how to proceed. What was he supposed to do if she turned around and drove away? His pulse picked up, and his knuckles whitened on the wheel. Should he have told her he was planning to stop by tonight? Hard to tell. She hadn't seemed receptive to any contact from him when she'd walked out last Saturday, and she hadn't responded to the one text he'd sent asking how her new job was going. So despite the peace offering on the seat next to him, he might not be able to convince her to talk to him tonight, especially since she didn't appear to be any too eager to approach the house. He swallowed. Should he get out, flowers in hand, or would that trigger a faster retreat? Who knew? Dealing with problems at the mill was hard, but as long as you followed certain prescribed steps, the outcome was fairly predictable. Not so with people. As he debated his next move, Diane's car rolled forward again. He exhaled. She wasn't going to run. That was something anyway. As she pulled into the far side of the driveway beside Anna's white-frame Cape Cod house, he slid from behind the wheel, running over the speech he'd prepared that attempted to address all the issues she'd raised over the years. Or at least the ones that had registered. Trouble was, he'd been tuning them out for a long while, meaning he may have missed some. Nevertheless, his speech covered a lot. It might not convince her to come home tonight, but if it laid the groundwork for her to return in the near future, that would be sufficient. She shut off the engine and exited the car, but remained by the door. Though her expression was difficult to read, her stiff posture sent a strong message. This was going to be a challenge. Bracing, he walked toward her, stopped a few feet away.
"Hi."
"What are you doing here?" There was no welcome or warmth in her inflection.
"I've missed you."
Her eyebrows rose. "That's hard to believe. You practically live at the mill. I sometimes wondered whether you'd even notice if I left without telling you."
"Aren't you being a little overdramatic?"
He kept his tone mild, tamping down the snark he resorted to far too often these days during their exchanges. "I have drama on my mind at the moment." She crossed her arms, watching him. "I auditioned for the Helping Hands musical last night." If she'd intended to throw him for a loop, she'd succeeded. But if he overreacted, he could shoot himself in the foot.
"I heard a few people talking about the show at the mill."
He did his best to sound conversational rather than shocked.
"What made you decide to get involved?"
"I like to sing, and I did a couple of musicals in high school. It would be nice to get to know more of the people in town. Make a few friends."
"You already have friends."
"More like acquaintances, and they're all in Coos Bay. Hope Harbor is our home. You may not want to socialize with the locals, but I do. I always have."
"It's not smart to mix business and pleasure, Diane. Quite a few of the people in town work for me. If I get too friendly and have to let someone go, it would be awkward."
"I don't hire and fire, so that's not an issue for me. And since I know next to nothing about the day-to-day operation of the mill, there's no danger I'll let any inside information slip." This conversation wasn't going anything like he'd planned. Time for a new tack.
"How's the new job? I texted you about it earlier in the week, but you didn't respond."
"I said everything I had to say last Saturday." She wasn't making this easy. Maybe the flowers would help. He held them out.
"These are for you. I know they're your favorite."
After a slight hesitation, she took them. "Thank you." Silence. He shoved his hands into his pockets. May as well cut to the chase.
"I'd like you to come home."
"Why?" She cradled the blooms against her chest.
"You're my wife. We took a vow to stay together until death do us part. If there are issues, we should work through them."
Her features tightened. "If?" Blast. Bad choice of words.
"Fine. We should work through our issues."
"I tried to do that for years. You weren't receptive."
"I am now. Besides, running away isn't the answer."
Her grip on the flowers tightened, and one of the hydrangea heads flopped over to lay limp against her chest. "I didn't run away. I left to get my life back. Find the me I used to be. The woman you fell in love with long ago, before the mill took my place."
"The mill never took your place. But I don't have a 9-to-5 job, Diane. Running a company is demanding."
A defensive note crept into his voice. "I know, but it became your only job. Husband and father got lost in the shuffle."
"I didn't mean for that to happen, but I was dealing with a ton of stress when I took over."
"That was 14 years ago. How long does it take to settle into the top spot? You work there all your life."
"Longer than you expect if you inherit problems."
The disclosure escaped before he could snatch it back. Her eyes narrowed. "You never mentioned anything about that."
"I didn't want you to worry."
A beat ticked by as she considered him.
If what you're saying is true, you made a bad decision. I might have worried less and been more forgiving if I'd known there was a reason for your bad temper and disappearing act. The front door of the house opened and Anna emerged. "Everything all right, Diane?" "Fine." The smile she offered the woman seemed strained. "We're just chatting." Anna gave him a quick, disapproving sweep. "I'll be in the living room." "Within shouting distance if you need me." She didn't have to say that for the message to come through loud and clear. Martin glared after her as she disappeared back through the door, then refocused on Diane. "What did you tell her? She looked at me like I was a lowlife." "All I said was that I needed a place to stay for a while." "And she came to the obvious conclusion. You'd walked out on me." He raked his fingers through his hair. "She's probably spreading that juicy piece of news all over town." "I doubt it. Anna's discreet. However, a huge crowd turned out for the auditions last night. I imagine everyone in Hope Harbor is wondering what prompted my appearance there, after all the years I spent laying low. Rumors are probably flying." He fisted his hands on his hips. "Hasn't there been enough scandal in our family already, with all the dumb stunts Lucas pulled as a teen?" A muscle in her cheek ticked. "It's still all about image for you, isn't it?" "No." That had been the wrong thing to say. He needed to stick to his script. "Look, why don't you come home and we'll talk this through? I'll spend less time at the mill, and I'll reach out to Lucas, try to reconnect with him. I'll also share more about the business with you. We can start getting involved in the community beyond donating to civic causes, too, if you want to." The quivering petals of the blooms clutched to her chest were the sole indication of the emotional toll this discussion was taking on her. "You only want me to come home so you can save face. That's not true. The house feels empty without you." She waited, as if she expected him to say more. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what it was. After a few moments, she took a step back. The blue of the hydrangeas an exact match for her eyes. "I have to go." "But what about us?" His stomach tightened as a wave of panic nipped at his composure. "I promise I'll make some changes. Try harder." "Words are easy, Martin. Follow-through isn't. Thank you for the flowers." She pivoted and walked away, disappearing down a path that led to the rear of the house, without looking back. For a full minute he remained standing in the driveway as the sweet scent of the roses by Anna's front porch wafted his direction. But their perfume didn't sweeten the truth. This visit had been a bust. What would he do if Diane decided she preferred her new solo life to the marriage that had given her nothing but grief for more than a dozen years? A chill rippled through him, far more arctic than the one that had gripped him when he'd gotten his first in-depth look at the books after his dad handed over the reins of the mill. Drawing a shaky breath, he trudged back to his car, took his place behind the wheel, and faced the truth. He hadn't been the pleasantest person to live with. The fact that he'd been deserted by both his wife and son was compelling evidence that the problem wasn't them. It was him. In hindsight, he was lucky Diane had stuck it out as long as she had. It seemed his next fix-it challenge was going to have to be much more personal than repairing a collar on a circle blade or erasing red ink from a balance sheet. Except he had no idea where to begin. Devyn was going to be mad. Pausing at the corner of Harbor Street and Dockside Drive, Lauren checked both directions for traffic, then slowly made her way across the intersection, following her nose to Charlie's stand. Maybe she shouldn't have ventured out alone, but she'd brought the stupid cane Dr. Sherman had advised her to use for extended walking until she felt more steady, hadn't she? And it was a beautiful Saturday. A stroll in the fresh air was a perfect change of pace after being cooped up in the hospital and at home for 2 weeks. She reached the other side of the street and stepped carefully up onto the curb. Another fall was not on her agenda.
but with Devyn and the rest of the production crew sequestered this morning to choose the cast for the Helping Hand show, and Charlie's stand just a short walk from the house, the opportunity to get out had been too tempting to ignore. Plus, she needed to demonstrate her independence. Devyn hovered too much. At that less-than-kind thought, a jab of guilt pricked her conscience. Skirting the remnants of an ice cream cone a disappointed someone had dropped, she exhaled. Okay, fine. She ought to be grateful Devyn had offered to stay and help her out. Otherwise, she'd have ended up in a rehab facility until Dr. Sherman deemed her ready to be on her own 24/7. But after the ego battering she'd taken from Dennis, having to rely on an accomplished, successful sister for assistance only dinged her self-image more. That's why she had to get back to work ASAP, where her skills were respected and she was in control of her life. And this solo walk was a first step that direction, whether Devyn liked it or not. Charlie lifted a hand in greeting as she approached, his face lighting up with one of his megawatt smiles. "Lauren! It's wonderful to see you!" "Hi, Charlie," she continued toward him, her steps slow, methodical, and deliberate. No stumbling allowed. I was in the mood to venture out on my own, and I couldn't think of a better destination than your stand. "I'm honored." He gave a slight bow. "Tacos for one?" She hesitated. Should she get an order for Devyn, too? No. Carrying it home could be problematic, and who knew when her sister's meeting would end. Besides, tacos were best eaten fresh. Yes, one order. Coming right up. Charlie pulled fish fillets out of the cooler and set to work as he talked. "You're looking good." "Thanks. I'm not back to normal yet, as you can see." She lifted the cane. "But I'm getting there. Slower than I'd like, though." "Progress is a blessing, whatever the pace." He diced a red onion and tossed it on the griddle. "It's fortunate you have Devyn to give you a hand at home. The timing of the accident was providential in terms of her availability." "I guess." At her less than enthusiastic response, Charlie shot her a sympathetic glance and selected an avocado from a basket. "I suppose it must be hard for someone with Devyn's background to adjust to playing nurse." "No, it's not that. She's done everything that has to be done. More, in fact. I just don't like having to rely on other people." "Ah," Charlie gave an empathetic nod. "Compromised independence can be difficult to accept. People like to be in control, or at least think they are." "I suppose that's true, but accepting help from Devyn is especially hard." As the admission tripped off her tongue, she frowned. Why on earth had she let such a revealing comment slip? She never talked about Devyn with anyone in Hope Harbor. "That's understandable. No one likes to impose on family members." Charlie flipped the fish and began to chop the avocado, his tone conversational. "But maybe Devyn doesn't view this as an imposition. It's possible she's grateful for this chance to spend a few weeks with you. I expect living on opposite coasts can make it difficult to be part of each other's lives." Lauren glanced at two young women as they laughed and chatted while they walked down the street together. Like sisters would do if they were close. Not that she knew anything about such a relationship from personal experience. Nevertheless, it was hard to fault Charlie's reasoning, especially since Devyn had tried on a couple of occasions since she'd been here to start a conversation about their strained relationship. But long-standing and deep-seated resentment was difficult to erase. And no matter what Devyn might say, nothing could change the fact that during their growing-up years, the family focus and finances had been centered on her. Or that her dancing ambitions had disrupted their family and sent Dad to an early grave. "How old was Devyn when she went to San Francisco?" At Charlie's follow-up question, she dialed back her silent rant. 12. He shook his head. "I knew she was young, but I'd forgotten how young. Still a child, really." He set 3 corn tortillas on the grill. "Do you think she was apprehensive about leaving home at that age?" Lauren shifted her weight from one foot to the other. That wasn't a question she'd ever pondered or asked. I don't know. I always assumed she was all for it. Mom sure was. It was obvious Devyn had talent, and Mom said it would be a crime not to give her the opportunity to reach her potential. A noble thought. But I wonder if Devyn agreed. Noble? Ha! Devyn's talent had simply been Mom's ticket out of Hope Harbor. As for Devyn, I have no idea, but Mom's take on her talent was obviously sound. I mean, Devyn's a principal dancer with one of the most prestigious ballet companies in the world. Whatever her feelings at the time, that decision led her to the success she's enjoyed. How could she not be happy with her fairy tale life? Charlie gave the fish on the grill a liberal sprinkling of his special seasoning, expression pensive. Funny thing about fairy tales. Most of the characters have to deal with a fair amount of bad stuff before they find their happy ending. I don't think Devyn has. You might be surprised. I imagine she has a few less than rosy stories to share about her journey to success. Lauren squinted at him. Did she? And how had she felt about leaving home at age 12? Are you eating on the wharf or taking these home? Charlie began assembling the tacos. She hesitated. The walk here, short as it had been, had required more energy than she'd expected. It might be wise to claim a harborside bench. Give the shakiness in her legs a few more minutes to subside while she ate. Here. Excellent choice. I'll put a bottle of water in the bag for you. And you're in luck. The picnic table in the gazebo is available. He motioned toward the pocket park that was out of sight behind his food trailer. How do you know? It was empty earlier and no one's come by. You may have to shoo Floyd and Gladys away, but they won't mind. He grinned at her as he wrapped the tacos in white butcher paper and slid them into a brown bag, along with the water. Lauren's mouth flexed as she dug out her wallet and handed over the cash for her order. Charlie's non-human friends were always amusing. I can't wait to dig into these after all the hospital food I ingested. I imagine you're glad to be eating home cooking again. Yes, but only if I cook. She took the bag he held out across the serving counter. Devyn may be a great dancer, but her culinary skills leave a lot to be desired. Her go-to dinner is takeout. She's already on a first-name basis with everyone at the Myrtle. Charlie chuckled. She came here quite often while you were in the hospital, too. I rest my case. Well, no one can excel at everything. I may be able to paint, but I wouldn't know how to thread a bobbin or use a pair of pinking shears. You, on the other hand, are an amazing seamstress. A flush warmed her cheeks. Thanks, but my sewing skills were born of necessity. After Dad paid all of Devyn's ballet expenses while I was growing up, there wasn't much money left over for clothes. So I made most of my own. She frowned. What was with her case of motor mouth today? Could it be a side effect of her head injury? Sounds like giving Devyn the opportunity to develop her talent required hardships all around. There were plenty on the home front, that's for sure. As far as she could tell, however, neither Devyn nor Mom had had to pinch pennies. I imagine she appreciates all the sacrifices that were made on her behalf. Lauren tightened her grip on the bag as the savory, spicy scent of the tacos tickled her nose. Hadn't Devyn tried to broach that subject in the hospital, too? Hard to recall with any certainty, thanks to her fuzzy thinking after the injury. But the brain fog was clearing up, even if her mixed feelings about Devyn's presence weren't. A family group approached the stand, and Lauren called up a smile. I should claim that table before someone else does. Smart plan. Enjoy your lunch. Always. Bag in hand, she circled the taco stand, leaning more heavily on her cane than she had earlier. But the sky was blue, the sun was warm, and she was healing. Devyn would likely read her the riot act for wandering off by herself, but this foray had helped restore a sense of normalcy to her life. and while seabirds wheeled overhead and a silver-white harbor seal sunned itself on Little Gull Island, perhaps the fresh sea air would blow the remaining cobwebs from her mind so she could ponder the seeds Charlie had planted. After all, Devyn was the only family she had, other than Mom, and Mom didn't count. It was a shame they'd never been close, but it was what it was. So maybe it was time to reconsider her relationship with the sister who'd trekked more than 3,000 miles on a moment's notice to offer love and support, and who seemed ready and willing to make a new start. Chapter 12. Diane finished the last bite of her Sunday afternoon dinner from the Myrtle, closed the takeout container, and picked up the one remaining cookie from the plate of a dozen Anna had left for her. Despite being used to solo meals after the long hours Martin worked, it would have been nice to eat at the cafe instead of bringing her food home. It was sad to have only a book or TV show for companionship night after night. The best meals were social occasions shared with family or friends. A solitary dinner at the Myrtle wouldn't have offered much companionship, of course, but the chatter and laughter of other diners would have added a pleasant backdrop. However, after the murmur that had run through the crowd when she'd auditioned for Oklahoma, the thought of subjecting herself to more scrutiny and speculation had dinged her appetite. On the plus side, no one at the Coos Bay Library had taken much notice of the new staff member. Martin might be a big fish in the small pond of Hope Harbor, but the sphere of interest in the Fisher family had a small radius. She rose and wandered over to the window as she munched on her cookie. Anna was on the patio, watering the pots that rimmed it, nurturing the flowers, coaxing them to bloom, like friends did for each other, if you were fortunate enough to have any. She didn't, despite what Martin seemed to think. Friend was far too generous a term for the women she'd met in the Coos Bay every other month book club she'd joined. Acquaintance was more accurate. Friendship required trust and sharing, and given Martin's obsession with image, she would have been furious if she'd vented to anyone about her issues at home. Anna moved on to the bird feeder and replenished it from a bag of seed. More evidence of her caring nature, and consistent with the scuttlebutt that the woman liked to take in strays, both human and non-human. After brushing the crumbs off her fingers, Diane folded her arms. Lucky for her, the woman's annex had been available, and Anna had been willing to take her in. It wasn't as if she'd had any family to turn to. No siblings, and Mom and Dad were both gone. Not that they would have been sympathetic to her plight anyway. Dad had been an overbearing world-class chauvinist, and Mom would have scolded her for complaining about a faithful husband who worked hard and gave her a comfortable life. At least her charity work had kept her occupied over the years. Otherwise, she'd have gone stir— Her cell began to ring, and she pulled it out of her pocket. Lucas? When had he last initiated a phone call with her? Too long ago to remember. Truth be told, she'd been lucky to get an occasional response to her texts once he went away to college, until this week when he'd replied to both of her pings. But a phone call was different. Either they were forging new ground faster than she'd hoped for, or something was up. She put the phone to her ear. "Hi, Lucas. This is a happy surprise." "Are you busy?" "Never too busy to talk to you. How was your first week at the design studio?" She'd already texted that question, but maybe in a phone call she'd get more than a thumbs-up emoji. "Good. The people are cool, and my boss said after I learn the ropes he's going to give me a couple of projects to work on. Those could be portfolio items." Diane's lips curved up at his enthusiasm. Day and night from the cocky teen who'd vandalized and bullied and ended up with an underage DUI. Thank heaven the chaplain in the juvenile detention center had helped him turn his life around after she and Martin failed at that task. But that was in the past, and lamenting her mistakes wouldn't fix them. All she could do was try harder to be the kind of mom he needed in the future. She forced a bright note into her voice. "I'm glad it's going well." "Me too. Listen, what's up with Dad? Diane frowned. What do you mean?
He called and texted today.
Okay. That was unexpected. What did he want?
I don't know. I didn't answer the call, and he didn't leave a message. All he said in his text was, "Can we talk?" Did you ask him to call me? Because he hasn't tried to contact me in months.
No.
Have you been in touch with him since you left?
A bird fluttered onto the feeder Anna had filled as if it had been waiting and watching for her kind gesture. I didn't initiate anything, but he stopped by my place Friday night.
Did you talk to him?
He did most of the talking. Lucas snorted.
Surprise, surprise. What did he want?
He tried to convince me to come home.
Was he ticked off when you didn't cave?
I don't think he was happy, but he didn't seem angry either. And he promised to make some changes if I came back. One of those was reaching out to you. That may have prompted his call and text today. A few seconds ticked by.
In other words, it was all part of his plan to get you back. It wasn't about me.
Once again, there was a subtle hurt in his inflection that no one but a mother would detect. Much as she'd like to assure him he was wrong, who knew what motivated Martin these days? But her husband's ego wasn't the only one at stake in this situation, and she wasn't going to put any more nicks in Lucas's. Despite what you may think, your dad loves you. That's why he took your side in the past, even when you were wrong. Why he tried to compensate for all the hours he spent at the mill by buying you expensive presents.
I didn't need stuff, Mom. I never did.
He blew out a breath.
You know all that stupid acting out I did in high school? I think maybe it was my way of trying to get him to notice me.
Her son had grown up. She swallowed past the lump in her throat. I agree. And it's possible your dad realizes that too. Maybe if he had a second chance, he'd do things differently. That could be what he wants to talk to you about.
Right.
He didn't attempt to hide his sarcasm.
He just wants you to think he's trying to reconnect with me.
What if he really is? A beat ticked by, and when Lucas spoke again, there was a note of caution in his voice.
Why are you taking his side after all the stuff he's done?
Whoops. Better dial it back before she lost any of the ground she'd gained with him. I'm not taking his side. I'm trying to keep an open mind. People who want to change can change. You did.
Being thrown into detention made me realize I didn't want to wreck my whole life. Dad's already successful, and he's too set in his ways to change.
His tone brooked no room for argument. You may be right. But would it hurt to see what he has to say?
Why should I put myself back in the line of fire? He's still mad I don't want to work at the mill. Last time we talked, he was all over me about it.
He may have something else on his mind now.
Like what?
I don't know. And you won't either unless you call him. Silence. She tried again. If you don't want to call, you could always text.
I'll think about it. So you doing okay?
The discussion about Martin was over, and trying to prolong it could undermine her attempts to initiate a new start with her son. Yes, learning the ropes at the library and dipping my toes into social life in Hope Harbor. I always wanted to get more involved in the activities in town. She'd save the show news for another day.
Dad won't be happy about that. He always acted like we were better than everyone else. You may have to convince people you're not a snob.
A very possible and intimidating prospect. I guess I'll find out. Will you stay in touch, Lucas? Tell me what you decide to do about your dad.
Yeah, I'll text you.
That'll work. Take care of yourself.
You too. Bye, Mom.
As he ended the call, Diane pocketed her phone, wandered back to the table, and cleared up the trash from her dinner. Too bad it wasn't as easy to sweep the past clean. But she was making progress with Lucas, and whatever the motivation for Martin's outreach to their son, perhaps it would lead to a positive result. An outcome certainly worth praying for on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I have meatloaf from the Myrtle, Devyn called out the news as she entered the house. When there was no response, her pulse picked up. Had Lauren gone wandering again, despite her promise not to leave the house unaccompanied for the immediate future? She continued to the kitchen, set the takeout containers on the counter, and tried to tamp down her worry. Yesterday's little foray to the wharf had knocked her sister flat for 3 hours after she returned. She'd barely made it to the bedroom before her eyelids slammed closed. Confirmation that while walking was all fine and good, as Dr. Sherman and the physical therapist who came twice a week had said, going all the way to the wharf alone had been a bad decision. Lauren hadn't been in the mood to hear that when she'd arrived home, however, nor had she wanted to listen to reason after she'd finally roused for dinner. If not for a threat to bring in extra help to keep an eye on her, it was doubtful she'd have agreed to stay put unless someone went with her. So where was she now? A quick pass through the house provided no clues, nor had Lauren left a note about going out as she had yesterday. Circuit completed. Devyn stopped in the middle of the living room, fists on hips. Now what? If her sister had ventured out again, it was doubtful she'd answer her phone. A quick drive through town would... Wait, what was that noise? Devyn cocked her ear. The sound was impossible to identify, but it seemed to be coming from the basement. She strode to the door in the hall that led downstairs, pulled it open. The noise was louder here and definitely wafting up from the lower level. It sounded like a sewing machine? Lauren? The noise stopped. Yes, I'm down here. Devyn descended the steps, pausing at the bottom to take in the scene. Bingo on the sewing machine. It sat against the far wall on a long table, Lauren in front of it. The rest of the surface was filled with colorful fabric. I got dinner at the Myrtle. What are you doing? Devyn crossed to her. Trying to sew. Emphasis on trying. Frustration scored her words. I should be able to do this by rote, but I have to think through each step and double-check everything. Be patient. Everything will smooth out in time. She picked up a half-finished quilted item in an intricate contemporary pattern that looked like it was destined to be a shoulder tote. This is beautiful. I didn't know you sewed, let alone quilted. I used to make all my own clothes. Seriously? I have trouble even sewing the ribbons on my toe shoes. Necessity is the mother of invention. Lauren flipped off the light on the machine, covered it, and reached for her cane. Or in this case, of sewing. At the hard edge to her voice, Devyn hesitated. It might not be wise to pursue the subject, but her sister's comment begged for a follow-up. What does that mean? Lauren shifted around in her seat to face her, resentment emanating from her. It means that while you were wearing fancy tutus and prancing across the stage in tulle, I was making my own prom dress from discount fabric on a sewing machine I bought at a garage sale. She pushed herself to her feet. There wasn't money for pricey clothes in our budget. Because the money had gone toward ballet expenses. Devyn took a slow breath. How on earth was she ever going to get past the simmering anger that seemed to boil up whenever the two of them talked? Especially since Lauren's antagonism was justified. The truth was, her training had been expensive. Too expensive for a man who'd driven a truck for a living, even with the scholarship she'd received that had helped offset some of the costs. At the same time, it wasn't like she and Mom had lived an extravagant lifestyle in San Francisco or New York. Far from it. And maybe she ought to share that with Lauren. I didn't realize money was that tight here, Lauren. Dad never said a word about it when we talked. She smoothed her palms down her slacks, swallowed. But Mom and I lived a frugal life, too. You know she worked as a concierge while I was in training, and we lived in a tiny one-bedroom apartment. What you may not know is that when I joined the Corps at 18 after my apprenticeship year, I shared a small 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other dancers. I only got my own place, also tiny, after I was named a principal dancer. I've never had the money for pricey clothes off stage either. Lauren gave her a skeptical look. You earn more than I do. I also live in New York City where the cost of living is super high. I'm sure there are other perks, though. You're famous, Devyn. You get roses on stage for crying out loud. I'm lucky if I get a box of candy from my boss once a year at Christmas. Oh, boy. Starting this discussion tonight may have been a mistake. I can't argue with anything you've said. I've been able to live my dream, and that's a huge blessing. On the flip side, my job won't make me rich, and it has a very short lifespan. Your career, on the other hand, will last as long as you want to work in your field. Lauren studied her, eyes narrowing. So what will you do after ballet? I don't know yet. But for years, I funneled every extra dime of my salary into tuition to get a degree in business, so I'd have a fallback after I take my final bow. That's how I spent my free time, going to school through a program the dance company sponsored. Her sister flexed her fingers on her cane. You never said anything about that. I didn't want you to think I was looking beyond ballet after all the sacrifices everyone made for me. And I don't mean to diminish my success. I'll always be thankful I had this opportunity, but I'm sorry it came between us. And that it may have cost you your own dreams. She swallowed. Is that what happened, Lauren? Her sister gave a stiff shrug. My dreams were never as lofty as yours. All I wanted was a family and a creative outlet of my own. I failed big time on the family part. She picked up the half-finished tote bag and stroked a finger over a seam. But my sewing projects have found an audience. You sell your work? Yes, I design and sew these totes and placemats and other quilted items for Eye of the Beholder. That's the gift shop on Main Street. They have an online shop, too. I saw it when I stopped in at the hardware store. Devyn surveyed the fabric spread over the table again. That's impressive. Not as impressive as being a principal dancer with one of the most famous ballet companies in the world. It's hard to compete with that. Does it have to be a competition? Can't we just accept that we each found different ways to express our creativity? Lauren shrugged. I guess. Besides, while I'd love to get roses on a regular basis, the mere thought of performing in front of thousands of people makes me break out in a cold sweat. And I do like working with my hands, creating pretty things. Except it's hard to concentrate right now. I did more ripping than stitching today. Your focus will improve, along with your stamina. I see giant leaps forward every day. It can't happen soon enough for me. She set the tote bag down. Devyn motioned to it. Would you make me a dance bag before I leave? With a side pocket for my Pointe shoes? I'll pay you for it. You do amazing work. A soft flush rose on Lauren's cheeks. I've never sewn a bag like that. It might be a new market for you. I could work with you on the design. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Lauren stepped away from the sewing machine. Did you tell me you have a show meeting today? Yes, 7 o'clock. First cast get-together to lay out the schedule and pass out scripts and music. Would you like to come along and sit in? Why? So you can keep an eye on me? Yes, but admitting that would only ruffle feathers. I just thought you might enjoy a change of scene. A beat ticked by. I am going a little stir-crazy, but I'll have to see how much energy I have later. She checked her watch. You want to eat? Yes, I'll follow you up. That earned her an eye roll. I'm not going to fall, Devyn. I hope not. I've had my lifetime fill of visiting the ICU. Humor me, okay? I'll get you a fancy pastry from Sweet Dreams this week if you do. She called up a grin. That's a hard bribe to pass up. Emma's baklava is to die for. She set off toward the steps, the slight tease in her tone heartening. Spirits lifting, Devyn glanced again at the quilted tote and the sewing supplies spread over the long table. As an idea began to percolate in her mind, she followed her sister up the stairs. Lauren might nix the notion, but it could be worth broaching, after she discussed it with a couple of people. In the meantime, she'd nuke their dinners, which had surely grown cold by now. But something more important was beginning to warm up, namely her relationship with her sister. And if all went well, perhaps by the time she had to wing back to New York for the fall season, the two of them would be on their way to smoothing out the bumps in their long, troubled relationship. Chapter 13. This might not be the best time to interrupt his boss. Aaron slowed his pace as he approached the window-rimmed office that allowed Martin to keep tabs on the floor of the mill below. The owner was in front of the open laptop on his L-shaped desk, his back to the expanse of glass that overlooked the debarker, his shoulder toward the door. But his attention wasn't on the screen. It was fixed higher, on a blank wall beside a row of filing cabinets. It almost looked like he was daydreaming. Not likely, though. Martin Fisher's focus was always razor-sharp at work. Maybe he was deep in thought over a mill issue, contemplating a new equipment purchase, perhaps, or strategizing how to eke out higher productivity or clinch a sale with a new customer. But he could do all of those things swiveled 90 degrees and facing the door as he usually did. Could this unusual behavior have more to do with the news circulating through town that his wife had left him? Again, not likely. Martin never let personal matters interfere with business. Whatever the reason for his uncharacteristic posture, it might be smart to come back later. Broaching a personnel issue was always tricky, and recommending that someone be let go was even trickier in a market where skilled, reliable workers were hard to find, and the mill was already short-handed. Aaron stopped his advance. He should listen to his gut and retreat. Martin might be less inclined to shoot the messenger this afternoon. Unfortunately, as he started to turn away, Martin swiveled around, waved him forward. He was stuck. Psyching himself up for what could be a testy exchange, he continued to the office, opened the door, and stepped inside.
Morning, Martin. If you're busy, I can come back later. I know Mondays can be crazy.
No crazier than usual. What's up? No sense beating around the bush. The news wasn't going to get any better by putting it in cold storage for a few hours.
The drug test we had Wade take after the bandsaw accident last week came back positive. Opioids.
Martin's eyes narrowed.
Prescribed? He says no. Sit.
He waved toward the chair across the desk.
Is he willing to get help? Clean up his act? Our conversation didn't get that far. I sent him home an hour ago with paid leave while we decide what to do.
Aaron took a seat. Martin pinched the bridge of his nose.
We're short-staffed as it is, I know, but I don't like risking the safety of anyone at the mill, and Wade's been on my radar.
Why? Martin's gaze sharpened. What else happened?
Nothing on the job, but some of the guys told me he got into a fight in Bandon at a bar a couple of weeks ago. I verified the incident with the owner, who told me Wade got drunk and was belligerent and surly. Apparently he tried to hit on a guy's date, and the guy didn't appreciate it. No charges were filed, but 2 back-to-back examples of irresponsible behavior raise a red flag.
Why am I only hearing about the other incident now?
I hoped it was a one-off. As short-handed as we are, I'm willing to cut the crew a little more slack than usual. But safety breaches cross the line.
Martin frowned. You should have alerted me to your concerns. Despite the churn in his stomach, Aaron rested his elbows on the arms of his chair, linked his fingers, and maintained a level tone.
I just did, at what I considered to be the appropriate time. As your mill supervisor, I'm paid to handle day-to-day issues so you can concentrate on the bigger picture. I bring you in if problems escalate, If I misunderstood my role when you promoted me 2 years ago, we should discuss that."
After a moment, Martin raked his fingers through his hair, blew out a breath.
"Sorry, you didn't misunderstand. I know I can be heavy-handed, especially if my stress level is high, like it has been lately."
He straightened the brass paperweight on his desk, modeled after a stack of logs, his cheeks taking on a ruddy tinge.
"I'm sure you've heard that my wife moved out."
Aaron had to hold his jaw in place to keep it from dropping. Since when did his boss bring up personal matters at work? This was new territory, and best entered with extreme caution.
"I've picked up a few comments about that in town and here at the mill."
"I'll bet." Martin rose and walked over to the window, surveyed the floor below.
"Keeping a marriage going while dealing with a demanding job can be tough. I know."
Case in point, him and Olivia. Except the demanding job in their marriage had been on her end. He ditched his to return to the mill, where regular, predictable hours were the norm except in emergencies. Martin turned back to him.
"The job you had in Coos Bay before you came back here took a toll?" "Yes, that's one of the reasons I changed careers."
No need to mention Olivia. Their situation was history at this stage.
"That's harder to do in a family business."
Especially if the next generation didn't want anything to do with that business, as rumors suggested was the case here.
"Would more management assistants ease the burden?"
Martin shoved his hands into his pockets.
"Probably, if I could learn to delegate. No small challenge for someone like me who tends to micromanage."
That was a comment safer left unaddressed. His boss hiked up one side of his mouth.
"Your silence speaks volumes."
Warmth crept up Aaron's neck.
"I didn't mean to." "No need to say anything."
Martin held up his hand, palm forward.
"I know my faults, now more than ever."
He returned to his desk.
"Wade's been here less than 6 months, right?"
They were back to a business discussion.
4. "What's your recommendation?" "I believe in giving people a second chance, but his pattern isn't promising, and his attitude about the drug test was more defiant than remorseful. I think we should let him go. Would you like to talk to him, do your own assessment, and see if you concur?"
Martin picked up a pen, tapped the end on the desk.
"No, I trust your judgment. Why don't you and Peg meet with him to pass on the bad news?"
His boss was giving him the authority to work with their HR office manager on a personnel issue instead of handling it himself as usual? Martin must be seriously rattled if he was ceding some of his control.
"Okay, I'll take care of it."
He rose and started toward the door.
"Aaron,"
at his boss's summons, he angled back.
"In case I've been remiss in telling you, your work here has been outstanding. I was worried when Harv retired 2 years ago, but you've more than filled his shoes. To tell you the truth, I don't know what I'd do without you these days. You're a natural for this business."
At the words of praise from a boss who tended to criticize more than compliment, Aaron's spirits took an uptick. It was always heartening to have hard work acknowledged.
"I appreciate that."
Martin waved his thanks aside.
"It was long overdue. But I'm sorry if I've been more short-tempered than usual lately. If you run into any issues with Wade, let me know. But I expect you and Peg are more than capable of dealing with this situation. Tag-teaming it with her will help. I'll keep you in the loop."
He exited, closing the door behind him, and strode down the hall to get the termination process rolling. Bad day for Wade, but a good day for him. One that reaffirmed his decision to leave the corporate world behind. This was where he belonged. It was where Martin belonged, too. Sap ran in the man's veins. But a job didn't have to control your life. And maybe if his boss could figure out how to better balance the competing demands of mill and marriage, he might be able to convince his wife to give him the second chance Wade wasn't going to get. "This is delicious, Lauren." Devyn forked another bite of lasagna.
You're a fabulous cook." Though she waved off the compliment, a flush spread over her sister's cheeks. "Lasagna is easy. Not for me." "You could learn. I did after you and Mom left. Dad tried to cook, but he was a disaster in the kitchen. Mom wasn't much better." Devyn twirled a string of cheese around the tines of her fork. "Remember the day she tried to bake cookies and forgot about them after she put them in the oven?" Lauren snickered. Who could forget? There was smoke everywhere, and the house reeked for weeks. Cooking definitely wasn't among her skills. But Dad never complained, and he never stopped loving her even after she divorced him and married the rich guy from France. She stabbed a green bean. I guess the till death do us part vow doesn't mean much anymore. First Mom, now Dennis. From what little Lauren had revealed about her marriage, her ex didn't seem to be a great loss. But she left that unsaid. "I think that vow still matters to a lot of people." She let a beat pass. I never understood how Mom and Dad ended up together to begin with. They were nothing alike. I can't speak to what Dad saw in Mom other than the aura of glamour she cultivated, but I think she was just desperate to get out of a bad situation at home. Her mother died young, and her father drank too much. Devyn stopped eating. "She told you that?" "Not directly. I learned a little from Dad, and I put the rest together from offhand comments Mom made while I was a kid." "You know more about her history than I do. Mom and I spent a fair amount of time together, but she always shut the conversation down whenever I tried to ask about her past. I got the impression she wanted to forget it." Lauren dropped her voice as she chased a piece of ground beef around her plate. "Just like she wanted to forget me and Dad." Devyn's stomach clenched at the hurt in Lauren's voice, but she stifled the impulse to reassure her that wasn't the case, because evidence suggested it was. "I always knew she'd never come back when you two left, even though she said she would after you turned 18 and were old enough to be on your own." Lauren smashed the ground beef with the tines of her fork as she continued. "She didn't even make it home for holidays once she got the concierge job in New York. I don't think she was made for small-town life." Lauren made a rude noise. "No kidding. Mom may not have been born into a rich family or had a college education, but her mindset was big city through and through. She worked hard to acquire cosmopolitan polish. I mean, before you two left for San Francisco, she taught herself to speak French and studied fashion and immersed herself in cultural pursuits and the arts." She took a sip of water. "Do you stay in close touch with her?" "No. After she married Felipe and moved to France, it was like her old life didn't exist anymore. These days I get an occasional text from her, but that's about it. To be honest, even when we lived together in New York, I was mostly on my own." "Do you hear from her?" "I get a card on my birthday and at Christmas and a text once in a while. And she did call me twice while I was in the hospital." "That was news." "You never mentioned you'd talked to her. There wasn't much to mention. I don't think we were on the phone for more than 3 or 4 minutes in either call. She's almost like a stranger to me at this point. And that's fine. I had Dad, and he was the best." "Yes, he was. I wish I'd been able to spend more time with him. I wish I had, too. We lived in the same house, but he was always busy. Did you know he took extra weekend delivery gigs sometimes to pay expenses?" Devyn frowned. "No, he never told me that. You weren't here to tell." "But we stayed in touch. I called him a lot, and he sent me cards and notes every couple of weeks. I felt closer to him than I ever did to Mom. I always envied you for having Dad all to yourself." Lauren squinted at her. "Seriously? Yes. That's why I came home for holidays or breaks whenever I could. Not after Dad died, because I didn't feel welcome anymore. May as well spit out the truth. You didn't seem like you wanted me in your life." Lauren poked at a carrot. I didn't. I was jealous and resentful and angry. More so after we lost Dad. At least I understand better now why you kept me at arm's length. I knew my dancing had a huge impact on your life and Dad's, but after some of the conversations we've had since the accident, I'm beginning to understand it was even bigger than I realized. Devyn scraped a stubborn piece of melted cheese off her plate with her fork. I wish Dad had lived to see that all his sacrifices paid off. Maybe he knows. I hope so. After a few moments, she shifted gears. There'd been enough heavy discussion for one night, and she had an idea to broach. On a different subject, I have a proposition for you. Lauren gave her a wary look. What kind of proposition? I was impressed with your sewing skills on Sunday, so I asked about the status of the costume crew for the show. They have a few volunteers, but no one who's gung-ho about leading the charge. They'd be thrilled to have someone on board who not only knows how to sew, but can decide what's needed and marshal the volunteers to either find the items or sew them. Would you be interested in taking that on? Lauren stared at her. You want me to be in charge of costumes? You'd have a lot of help, but I don't know anything about doing costumes for a show. The ones for Oklahoma won't be too hard. Most of the guys should be able to put outfits together from their own wardrobes. The women's costumes will be more challenging, but they wore simple clothes back then, like gingham dresses and long skirts and blouses. It's not as if we have to create ball gowns. Your job would be more coordinating the effort and possibly sewing a few simple pieces. Plus, it's for a worthwhile cause. Lauren set her fork down. I'm all for supporting helping hands, but I don't know if I have the stamina to take this on. You know how fast I get tired. It's not a full-time job, and we have 7 weeks to pull the costumes together. None of them have to be ready until the last week of rehearsal. I don't think this would take more than an hour a day. And having something like this to work on might help you get your concentration skills back faster. It could be a win-win. Perhaps positioning it like that would convince Lauren to take it on. Would you think about it, at least? Her sister bit her lip. How soon do you need an answer? By Thursday. We have to have somebody on board by then, and if you decide not to do it, we'll have to strong-arm one of the costume committee volunteers to step up and take charge. But no one's chomping at the bit to do that. Most of them have jobs or other responsibilities. You're the ideal person to take this on since your days are your own right now. Not for long, I hope. I want to get back to work as soon as possible. Dr. Sherman said it'll probably be early July before she'll feel comfortable signing off on a part-time return. That's 3 weeks away. A ton of the work on costumes could get done by then. Lauren poked at her lasagna while Devyn held her breath. It wasn't the end of the world if she said no, but interacting with other people could lift her spirits and speed up her recovery. I'll sleep on it, okay? At least it wasn't an outright no. That works. Devyn dived back into her lasagna. Why don't you give me some background on the show and the cast? Sure. She began with the auditions, eliciting a few laughs as she recounted Father Murphy's antics. Brought Lauren up to speed on the first cast meeting. Everyone is very enthusiastic about the effort, and we have all ages in the show, including an older man and his granddaughter. Do you remember their names? Yes, Isabel and Ben Steele. Oh, I know them. Was Aaron there too? She ignored the little flutter in her stomach as an image of the tall, dark-haired man who'd accompanied the two hopeful thespians appeared in her mind. I didn't meet an Aaron, but there was a man with them at the auditions. And he sat in on the cast meeting Sunday, too. That had to be him. The three of them have been uber tight since Aaron's wife was killed in a car accident last year. A jolt of shock ricocheted through her. The man's wife was dead? That's awful. Yeah, it is. Divorce is hard enough. I can't imagine having a spouse you love die. It has to be rough for Isabel, too. But from what I hear and observe, Aaron is a great dad. He didn't audition, did he? No. Devyn toyed with the last of her lasagna, debating. As long as they were on the subject, could she ferret out a bit more information about the man? Just to make conversation, of course. No personal interest involved. It was worth a try. What does Isabel's dad do for a living? She kept her manner casual, chit-chatty. He works at the mill. Not unusual. A fair number of Hope Harbor residents were employed there, and a job like that would account for his toned physique. She scooped up the last of her lasagna. I vaguely remember a Steele family from when I lived here. They go back generations in this town. Aaron was a year ahead of me in school. He was kind of dorky as a kid, but he grew up to be pretty hot. An understatement if ever there was one. Did you ever go out with him? No, he went off to college and I met Dennis. Unfortunately, Lauren made a face. A guy like Aaron would have been a much better choice. He comes across as solid and dependable and caring. Don't you think? No question about it. But waxing too enthusiastic could create the wrong impression. He seems nice, but I've only exchanged a few words with him. She tried for a non-committal tone. You may have the opportunity for a longer conversation if he keeps showing up at rehearsals. Lauren set her napkin on the table. Are you ready for dessert? I found a batch of lemon squares in the freezer that I made a while back. I'm in. The conversation moved on to other subjects as they indulged in the sweet treat. But even sweeter than their dessert? The notion of an actual conversation with Isabel's dad. Which was silly. Yes, he had rugged good looks. Yes, he appeared to have all the stellar qualities Lauren had mentioned. Yes, he'd spiked her interest meter. But this wasn't the time or the place to get carried away by hormones. She was here to help her sister recover and to refurbish their relationship. Period. So letting a handsome stranger catch her fancy was a no-no. A rule she would do well to remember if she and Isabel's father did end up having another encounter down the road. Chapter 14. He didn't need to be here. So why was he spending his Tuesday evening in Grace Christian's Fellowship Hall instead of doing the load of laundry waiting for him at home, or fixing the garage door that was sticking, or prepping for what was going to no doubt be a tense meeting at the mill tomorrow with Wade? Mashing his lips together, Aaron readjusted the screen on his laptop with more force than necessary. The answer, of course, was right in front of him. Devyn Lee. As the New York City ballerina walked the cast through the blocking she'd put together for one of the major production numbers, his focus was on her, not Isabel. He may have used his daughter as an excuse to tag along tonight, but in truth his moral support was superfluous. She was more enthused about the show than he or Gramp could ever have imagined. And unless he was reading her wrong, that was due in large part to Devyn Lee. His daughter was as enamored with the graceful ballerina as he was. Except Devyn didn't look much like a ballerina tonight, in her sweatshirt and leggings and messy ponytail. She just looked appealing. Aaron dipped his chin on the pretense of studying his laptop screen, but the specs for the new edger Martin had asked him to evaluate weren't computing. It was hard to think about poly-belt drive systems, mandrels, and knurled drive rolls with a gorgeous woman front and center. Especially if that woman paused as she moved among the cast members and said something to your daughter that lit up her face and melted your heart. Which made no sense. He forked his fingers through his hair, tried to tamp down the sudden surge in his pulse. For Pete's sake! He didn't even know the woman. The two of them had exchanged no more than a handful of words. So he'd best get over whatever spell she'd cast on him. Concentrate on work tonight and skip rehearsals in the future. Angling sideways to remove her from his line of sight, he immersed himself in the spec sheet as much as he was able to and tried to block out the musical cadence of her voice as she gave patient instructions to the cast. When the staging part of the rehearsal at last wound down and Devyn turned the group over to Sean, Erin shifted back around. While the chorus pulled up chairs around the piano and the musical director took over, she collected her things and headed for the exit. As she crossed the hall, she glanced his direction, offered what seemed to be a tentative smile. He responded in kind and raised a hand in acknowledgement. Picking up her pace, she continued toward the door, but in her wake a piece of paper fell out of her bag and fluttered to the floor. Erin sat up straighter, scanned the hall. Everyone else was giving Sean their full attention. Blast. That paper might be important. He couldn't let her leave without it. He set his laptop on the empty chair beside him, strode across the room, scooped up the rectangle, and continued toward Devyn. When he was a few feet away, he spoke.
Excuse me. This fell out of your bag.
She swiveled around, and he held out the slip of paper. After flicking it a quick look, her gaze zipped back to his face. And all at once, sparks crackled in the air around him. Whoa! It felt like the 4th of July. Hard as he tried to fill his lungs, they refused to cooperate. Devyn appeared to be having problems of her own. Her lips parted slightly, and she sucked in a breath, swallowed. Mustering every ounce of his willpower, he wrenched his gaze away and transferred his attention to the piece of paper in his hand.
I thought you might need this.
His last word rasped. She cleared her throat, reached for the paper. Thanks. As she took it, her fingers brushed his for a millisecond before she snatched them back. Electricity continued to sizzle around him. This was crazy. He needed to calm down, play this cool. He could analyze what had just happened later in the safety of his room.
No worries.
He kick-started his lungs, trying to ignore the blue of her eyes that matched the summer sky in Hope Harbor.
I thought maybe there were dancing notes on there. For the show.
Lame, based on the few scribbles on the paper, but it was all he could come up with. Nothing that important. She tucked it back into a pocket on her bag. Just a grocery list, and a reminder to stop at Sweet Dreams. I'm addicted to their cinnamon rolls. A stop there is becoming a daily habit. He gave her lithe, willowy figure a swift sweep.
Ballet dancers eat cinnamon rolls?
Amusement sparked in her irises. We eat more than most people think, although the common misperception is that we starve ourselves. During the season, we expend as many calories as an Olympic athlete in training. But breaks are different. I should curb my sweet tooth while I'm here. She wiped her palm on her leggings and held out her hand. Devyn Lee, I know you know who I am, but we've never been introduced. He took her slender fingers in his.
Aaron Steele, Isabel's father, as I'm sure you've figured out.
Yes, she's a sweet girl. Your grandfather is also delightful. It seems like the show is a family affair. Why aren't you in it? He hiked up one side of his mouth.
I can't sing or act, and I have 2 left feet.
Eyes twinkling, she leaned closer and lowered her volume. Between you and me, that didn't stop a lot of the people in the cast from auditioning. But since the powers that be wanted everyone to feel welcome, we didn't turn anyone away. He tried hard to concentrate on what she was saying. Really hard. But the floral fragrance tickling his nose and the wispy tendrils of hair touching distance away that had escaped from her ponytail were a huge distraction.
Uh-huh.
Not exactly articulate, but it was all he could manage. Well, she straightened up. Thanks again for grabbing my list.
You're welcome.
He shoved his hands into his pockets.
I, understand your sister is doing better. I'm glad to hear that.
As the comment slipped out, he furrowed his brow. If he wanted to end this conversation, keep his distance, he was going about it all wrong. Yes, she is. I'm trying to convince her to sign on to help with costumes for the show. No luck yet, but I can be very persistent.
I imagine you'd have to be to succeed in the world of ballet. The competition must be fierce.
It is, and it takes more than talent to get noticed. Warmth crept up his neck. Did she think he'd meant that the pinnacle she'd achieved was due more to perseverance than talent? Shoot. He needed a few lessons in diplomacy.
For the record, I didn't mean to imply your success was related to anything other than talent.
No apology necessary. One thing I've learned in this business is not to read too much into what anyone says. It can drive you nuts. She tipped her head toward the cast members, speaking louder as they began singing. It's nice of you to stay for the rehearsals. Your grandfather keeps an eye on Isabel, but nothing replaces the presence of a loving father. Was there a wistful note in her voice, or was he guilty of what she'd cautioned against moments ago, reading too much into her words?
I was afraid she'd be intimidated, but she's fully embraced the show. Thanks in large part to you. Your thoughtfulness at the auditions made an impression.
On him, too, but he left that unsaid. Kindness doesn't cost a thing. We should all give it away generously. She pulled out her keys. Enjoy the rest of the rehearsal. With that, she pivoted and continued to the door. As it closed behind her, he wandered back to his seat, powered down his laptop. No way was he going to be able to focus on mill equipment now. Not with a hint of Devyn's faint, tantalizing fragrance lingering in the air around him. May as well use the time to try and figure out why his brief encounter with the beautiful dancer had thrown him so off balance. But when Sean at last called it a night, he was no closer to unraveling that puzzle than he'd been 45 minutes ago. As Gramp and Isabel approached him, he stood and tucked his laptop under his arm.
You guys have fun tonight?
Yeah, it was awesome. Isabel was grinning ear to ear.
I second that. And it looks like you had fun, too.
Gramp winked and gave him an elbow nudge. Oh, brother. Someone had his matchmaker hat on again. Maybe if he ignored the comment, Gramp would let the subject drop.
You both ready to go home?
He started toward the door. Yes. Isabel pranced ahead. Gramp fell in beside him.
You and Devyn had a long conversation.
It appeared the subject wasn't going to be dropped.
Not that long. I was returning a piece of paper she dropped.
He picked up his pace. Gramp did too.
Charming young woman. Isabel's taken a fancy to her, too.
Two. A word rife with implications best ignored.
She seems to have a way with children. With grown-up men, too.
Aaron reached over Isabel's head and pushed the door open, keeping his expression nonchalant.
Sounds like she's caught your fancy. She has indeed. If only I were 40 years younger.
He shook his head.
But I know someone who is.
Dad, can we stop at the ice cream truck if it's on the wharf tonight?
At Isabel's question, he turned his back on Gramp.
I think that could be arranged.
Yay! I'm going to get a fudgesicle. What are you going to get?
A firecracker, I think. Haven't you already had your share of fireworks tonight?
Gramp nudged him again, chortling. He'd walked right into that one.
I think you should get a screwball.
A touch of annoyance crept into his tone despite his effort to tame it.
My humor must be hitting too close to home. Interesting. Very interesting. Give it a break, Gramp.
What are you guys talking about?
Isabel looked between them as they approached the car. "I was kidding your dad about—" As Aaron shot him the evil eye, Gramp fell silent.
About what?
Isabel peered at him.
"It was a grown-up joke, honey."
Aaron opened the back door and shepherded her in.
Oh.
Isabel settled into the booster seat she was fast outgrowing.
What did Miss Devyn say while you were talking to her?
Good grief. Had everyone in the room noticed their brief exchange?
"She said she thought you were very sweet."
Isabel's smile couldn't have gotten any wider.
She's nice, isn't she, Dad?
"Yes."
I wish we could see her more, not just at rehearsals.
"Out of the mouths of babes."
Gramps slid into the passenger seat.
"She's busy with the show, honey, and she's also taking care of her sister."
He helped her secure the seatbelt.
Maybe we could give her a tour of the town.
"She was born here, Isabel.
She knows her way around."
But she left a long time ago. I bet a lot has changed since she was a little girl.
"We'll talk about it later."
Before she could protest, he shut the door. And as he walked around the car, he shored up his resolve. Even if Isabel and Gramp ganged up on him, he was not going to discuss Devyn during the short drive. Taking a deep breath, he slid behind the wheel and started the car. Pulled out of the parking lot, pointed the car toward the wharf to check on the ice cream truck. When no one spoke, he sent Gramp a sidelong glance. The older man was scrolling through emails on his phone. He peeked into the rearview mirror. Isabel was buttoning her sweater and softly humming one of the show tunes. Why the sudden silence? Had Gramp said something to Isabel while he circled the car that had shut down the discussion? But why would he do that? Unknown. Whatever his motive, however, there was a method to his madness. Gramp was an excellent strategist. As he tooled down Dockside Drive, Aaron continued to mull over the sudden silence from his companions.
Maybe Gramp had decided that the most effective way to get his recalcitrant grandson to think about Devyn was to leave his mind to its own devices.
If so, his plan was working. Because instead of being occupied deflecting Gramp's innuendos, his brain was free to wander wherever it wanted to go. And it kept returning to Devyn, with her beautiful blue eyes and the subtle, captivating perfume that swirled around her. Of course, dwelling on her was a waste of mental energy. No matter what agenda Gramp was pushing, no matter how intriguing Devyn might be, a mill worker getting all hot and bothered about a New York City ballerina was a recipe for disaster. So he was done going to rehearsals. From now on, he was playing it safe and keeping his distance. Chapter 15. So much for his taco fix. Martin eased back on the accelerator as he approached Charlie's shuttered stand on the wharf. The tourist rush must have died down for the day, even if it was just past 6. Or else Charlie's muse had called and he'd closed up shop to paint. Whatever the reason he wasn't cooking, there would be no tacos tonight. Martin winced as the dull headache that had plagued him all day intensified. The myrtle was an option, but sitting alone at a table while everyone in town watched and whispered about the state of his marriage would only give him indigestion. Merely dropping in for a takeout would also encourage gossip. A to-go pizza from Frank's would have to suffice, though a high-carb entree didn't hold much appeal. But it beat the frozen dinners he'd been subsisting on for the past week. He executed a U-turn on Dockside Drive, retraced his route, and hung a left on Harbor Street. Took another left on Main, heading north toward the empty house that didn't feel much like home these days. As the steeple on St. Francis Church came into view, however, he slowed. Though he'd never set foot on the church's property, word on the street was that Father Murphy had created an amazing contemplative garden oasis that was open to anyone in need of refreshment or respite. He could use both about now. Would a few minutes in such a peaceful ambiance help him sort through the muddled mess he was in? Point him toward an action plan? Perhaps that was too much to hope for from an impromptu visit, but there was no harm in checking it out. The lot was empty, so he should have the place to himself. And it wasn't as if anyone was waiting for him at home. He could linger as long as he liked. Decision made, he swung in and pulled up near a rose-covered arbor with a sign on top that said, "All are welcome." Surveyed the parking area again. There wasn't a soul in sight. Excellent. Leaving the Audi behind, he pocketed his keys and entered the garden, the sweet scent of the roses following him in. Paused to take in the serene setting. A meandering circular stone path wound through the lush layout. Colorful flowers were tucked among the hydrangeas and rhododendrons and ferns, and the soft splash of a fountain from deeper inside the garden added to the peaceful vibe. If there was a bench in the garden, this would be an ideal place to sit for a spell. Maybe ask for direction from the Almighty. Although in light of his sporadic attendance at Grace Christian, that could be presumptuous. Still, if nothing else, a few quiet minutes here might soothe his soul. He started down the path, his rubber-soled loafers silent on the flagstones. As he rounded the first curve, a secluded wooden bench tucked into the greenery came into view. Perfect! He continued toward it and sat. Here, the splash of the fountain was more pronounced, masking any street noise that dared try to invade the tranquil spot. Closing his eyes, he leaned back and inhaled the fresh air. Exhaled long and slow. The tension in his shoulders began to ease. If he could clear his mind, like he did when thorny problems arose at work, it was possible a solution to his issues on the home front would—
"No worries. I appreciate your quick response. Thanks for stopping by."
At the sound of Father Murphy's voice, Martin jerked upright. Who was the priest talking to? There hadn't been anyone parked in the lot. And was his privacy about to be invaded, or was this only a momentary disturbance? He waited, motionless. A few seconds later, someone began whistling. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Likely Father Murphy, and instead of fading away, the tune grew louder. His solo interlude was over almost before it had begun. Quashing his disappointment, he stood and eyed the circular path. If he went the other way, could he escape undetected? It was worth a try. He took off down the stone walkway in the opposite direction, dodging from bush to bush, staying in the shadows as much as possible. All at once, the whistling stopped. Martin froze. Without the melody, it was impossible to know where the whistler was. He'd just have to continue toward the exit and hope Father Murphy had chosen to sit on the bench he'd vacated, which would be hidden from view as he hightailed it to his car. But when he looped around the last curve on the path, he came face to face with the pastor, who'd stopped to examine the fronds of a large fern near the entrance. For an instant, Father Murphy seemed taken aback by the presence of a visitor, but he recovered quickly, a smile of welcome lighting his face as he straightened up.
"Martin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here."
He shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
"I was, passing by and decided to take a walk through your garden. After hearing about it for years, I was curious. I'm glad you stopped in. So what do you think of my little piece of paradise?"
He swept a hand over his carefully tended domain.
"It lives up to its reputation. I imagine this takes a great deal of work."
"Yes, it does. Like anything worth having. Yet a labor of love never feels like work.
I expect you know that firsthand, running a business with a long family legacy. It must be such a blessing to walk in the footsteps of your predecessors, to carry on the tradition."
He shoved his hands in his pockets, stomach kinking.
"To tell you the truth, there are days it feels more like a burden than a blessing."
As the admission hovered in the air between them, Martin's breath hitched. While that thought had flitted through his mind on occasion since he'd taken over the reins of the company, he'd never once voiced it. Why now? If Father Murphy was surprised by his confession, he gave no indication of it.
I hear you. Trying to live up to the people who came before us can be a heavy responsibility. It's not that. I'm confident in my ability to run the mill. It was important that everyone understand he was up to the task. But it's a demanding job, and it can take a toll on a family.
May as well acknowledge the elephant in the room. Everyone in town knew about Lucas's bad behavior during his teen years, and at this point most residents would have heard that Diane had walked out.
Work can indeed be a hard taskmaster, one that sometimes seems to require trade-offs.
The priest motioned to the path.
Would you like to sit for a few minutes? A garden bench is a wonderful place for conversation. Or you're welcome to stay and enjoy the flora and fauna on your own if you prefer. Whatever suits you is fine with me.
Silence fell, broken only by the coo of a dove and the splash of water from the fountain. Martin fisted his hands. Should he talk to the padre? Truth be told, he could use a sounding board. He was getting nowhere trying to figure out how to proceed on his own. And if you couldn't trust a priest to keep secrets, who could you trust? Martin exhaled, hedging as he weighed the pros and cons.
I hate to impose on your time.
The priest waved that concern aside.
Don't give it a second thought. To be honest, the homily I'm working on is giving me fits. I was almost glad a stopped-up sink distracted me this afternoon. But Bob Howard from the hardware store has a gift for plumbing, and when I called him, he walked over to take a look. Had the clog fixed in a jiffy. It's such a blessing to live in a place where everyone looks out for everyone else.
Yes, it was, even if it had been a long while since he'd been the recipient of such kindness. Then again, he'd pretty much shut himself off from the town for more than a decade. Despite his self-imposed aloofness, however, a friendly ear would be welcome. And perhaps Father Murphy had sensed he was in the presence of a floundering soul in need of guidance. Martin took a deep breath. It was possible he'd live to regret this. Sharing his doubts and concerns with anyone felt like a sign of weakness. But his secrets would be safe with Father Murphy, and it was possible the man would offer a thought or two that would help him sort through his dilemma.
If you're certain you can spare a few minutes, I'd welcome the company.
The pastor motioned down the path.
The best seat in the house awaits.
Martin took the lead, reclaiming the bench he'd occupied earlier as the other man settled in beside him. Silence fell between them as the dove continued cooing in the background. If there was a good place to jump in with his story, it was eluding him. As if sensing his dilemma, Father Murphy spoke.
I saw Diane Tuesday night.
That would do as an opening.
Where? At the Oklahoma rehearsal. You know about the show, I assume. Yes, she told me she'd gotten involved, and I overheard a few people at work talking about it. Why were you there? I'm in the cast, too.
Martin did a double take.
Can priests do that sort of thing? There's no rule against it, if that's what you're asking, although I expect it's raised a few eyebrows.
Father Murphy grinned.
But I like mingling with the people in town. I think some clerics feel they have to maintain a distance from their congregation, put themselves on a different level. But that can turn people off and lead to a lonely life, don't you think? I suppose so.
Whether you were a priest or a mill owner.
In any case, Diane seems to be having a grand time, and she's quite the dancer, as I'm sure you know. Yes, she and I used to love dancing to big band music. We took lessons and were always on the lookout for dances to attend. Once we drove all the way to Eugene for a big band event. Made a weekend of it.
He sighed as that happy but distant memory surfaced.
I miss those days.
Father Murphy angled toward him, his expression kind, understanding.
Is it too late to recreate them?
At the quiet question, Martin filled his lungs.
I don't know. At the moment, we're living apart, as you've probably heard. I assumed as much.
When Diane and I chatted at the last rehearsal, she mentioned she was staying in the annex at Anna Williams's house.
Yes. She left a couple of weeks ago, out of the blue.
Father Murphy's eyebrows rose. There were no clues she was thinking about leaving?
None that I picked up on. But I think they were there if I'd been paying more attention.
He leaned forward, linked his fingers.
We've had issues ever since I took over the mill. The business sucked up all my energy and attention during the first few years, and by the time I could have slowed down a bit, I'd fallen into a habit of putting work first. That was bad news for my relationship with Diane and with my son.
How is Lucas these days?
Doing okay, I think. Going to college in Texas, making his own way. He and I haven't talked in quite a while. I did reach out to him a few days ago, but he hasn't returned my call or responded to my text. And I can't blame him. I made a lot of mistakes while he was growing up, and I didn't handle it well when he told me he didn't want to be part of the mill.
The priest gave an understanding nod.
That had to be disappointing for you, given the long Fisher heritage there.
He tipped his head.
Did you ever think about doing anything else career-wise? No. I like the lumber business. Lucas never did.
What is he interested in?
Graphic design, which I guess isn't surprising. He was always drawing as a kid, and he had talent. In middle school, he won first place in a regional art contest. You must have been proud of him. I was.
Even if an issue at the mill had kept him from attending the awards ceremony.
Seems a shame for someone with such a gift not to pursue it.
The priest's tone was conversational, without a whiff of censure.
That's what Diane always said, but I was too angry at Lucas to listen. I still would be if she hadn't shaken everything up by leaving.
I wonder if that was the point. Father Murphy rested his elbow on the back of the bench. Sometimes it takes a dramatic gesture to bring about a change.
Whatever her motive, she got my attention.
He watched a butterfly flit from flower to flower, never coming to rest, as if it couldn't decide where to land.
I told her last week I'd try harder, make some adjustments, but I don't think she believed me.
I wonder if she's waiting for evidence that you mean what you say. Martin frowned as Diane's parting comment replayed in his mind. Words are easy. Follow through isn't. Was it possible the Padre was right? Did Diane want concrete proof that he'd meant what he said before she'd consider rethinking her decision to leave? Maybe.
You could be right, Father, but I'm not certain what that means in practical terms.
Well, as the old adage reminds us, actions can speak very loudly.
Like cutting back on my hours at the mill?
That could be a start.
Also a challenge.
A man doesn't run a successful business unless he's smart. I have a feeling you can find a way to make that happen if you put your mind to it. As the church bell tolled the half hour, the vague outlines of an idea began to take shape in his mind, one with distinct possibilities. But job demands were only part of his dilemma.
I may be able to find a workaround in terms of my hours at the mill, but Diane had other issues too.
More difficult to deal with than the job-related ones? No. Getting involved with the Hope Harbor community could be awkward after keeping his distance for so long, but it would be easier than cutting back on work. As for giving Diane more attention, that wouldn't be a chore. They'd had fun together once upon a time. Ballroom dancing, hiking, date nights, or simple, quiet evenings with a shared dinner at home, back in the days when they all used to eat their evening meal together. Lucas was a different story.
In general, no.
Martin unlinked his fingers and flexed them to restore circulation.
The other issues shouldn't be too difficult to fix, other than trying to reconnect with Lucas.
And how sad was it that it had taken Diane's prompt for him to reach out to his son again? He should have tried harder to mend their rift instead of letting anger over Lucas's teen stunts and his refusal to join the mill drive a wedge between them. Put aside his stubborn pride and viewed the situation from his son's point of view. Repairing broken relationships can be a formidable challenge, no question about it. Father Murphy's tone remained empathetic, without a hint of reproach. No wonder he was so well liked in town. It often requires forgiveness, tolerance, humility, and acceptance. But the rewards are immense, and if the effort is undertaken with love, the odds of success increase exponentially. Because love never fails. He smiled. I have that on the best authority, by the way. As the song of a bird trilled through the air, Martin let out a slow breath. He'd stopped here tonight hoping to gain nothing more than a brief respite and perhaps a glimmer of an idea about how to proceed. Instead, he'd be leaving with the outlines of a plan beginning to form in his mind and buoyed by a sense of hope he hadn't had when he'd walked into this garden.
You've given me a lot to think about, Father.
In that case, I won't feel guilty for procrastinating about writing my homily.
I'd write it for you if I could, but words aren't my forte. Is there anything else I could do to thank you for your time and your thoughts tonight?
No thanks are necessary. But the priest pursed his lips, his demeanor growing pensive. There is something you may be able to do to help with our production. Name it. We're trying to keep expenses to a minimum, of course, in order to give more of the proceeds to helping hands.
I'd be happy to write you a check to cover some of those.
His standard fallback whenever the town was in need of donations for various activities or projects. Giving money was easy. I'm not asking for that sort of donation, though the offer is much appreciated. I was thinking more along the lines of lumber for our sets. They wouldn't have to be first-quality boards. Your rejects would work fine for our purposes.
I'd be happy to provide whatever you need.
Wonderful. If you'll give me your contact information, I'll ask Adam to call you. He's the head of the set construction crew. Did he mean Adam Stone? The ex-con who'd almost taken the fall for Lucas's teenage vandalism spree, thanks to the rumors Lucas had spread about him? Martin's stomach bottomed out. That would be uncomfortable, perhaps on both sides. Adam might be happily married to the Hope Harbor police chief now, but surely he'd prefer not to deal with the man whose son had almost sent him back to jail. Is that a problem? At Father Murphy's gentle query, he shrugged.
If you're talking about Adam Stone, he may not want to talk to me after all the stuff that happened with Lucas.
That was years ago, and not everyone holds grudges. Compassion flowed from him, but I can ask him to contact someone else at the company if you prefer. The temptation to take the easy way out was strong. But maybe it was time to mend bridges outside of his family as well as inside.
No, he can call me. Let me give you my number.
He waited while Father Murphy pulled out his phone, then recited it.
Is there anything else I can do to help?
Nothing comes to mind, but thank you for offering. The priest stowed his cell. And now duty calls. Feel free to linger here as long as you like.
Thanks. I may stay a while.
The pastor rose. I'll keep you in my prayers, Martin. And remember that love is a powerful force. It can heal wounds and open hearts and smooth out rough patches, as long as it's given without strings or conditions or expectations. He laid a hand on his shoulder. God be with you on this beautiful evening. As the priest strolled down the path toward the exit, Martin eased back on the bench. Strange. Despite all the turmoil in his life, he suddenly felt calmer than he had in a very long while. Maybe that's what happened when you at last faced the truth, when you began to see with more clarity. And the facts were simple, really. Early in his marriage, his home had been a welcome haven after a day at the mill. But the grand house, his visible symbol of success, had seemed empty after Lucas left. Emptier still when he and Diane occupied the same physical space but were otherwise worlds apart. Yet instead of tackling the root of the problem, he'd compounded it by filling up the hollow places inside with work and cutting himself off from the people he loved. He had no one to blame for the current state of affairs except himself either. He was the one who'd made the mistakes, who'd shut out his wife in the interest of preserving her peace of mind and been far too lenient with his son in a misguided attempt to win his affections. But in the end, he'd failed on both counts. Much as he loved the family business, the price he'd paid to not only save it, but take it to a new level of success, had been too high. So unless he wanted to spend the rest of his life alone, with nothing but a strong balance sheet to keep him company, he needed to make some changes, to act rather than talk, to make a personal investment instead of just writing checks. Starting now. He pulled out his phone, called up the website he needed, took the necessary steps. And before he walked out of the garden 10 minutes later, he'd added a new item to his agenda for next week. Chapter 16. Devyn, wait! Lauren grabbed her sister's arm as they started across the fellowship hall Thursday night. What's wrong? Devyn stopped. Why is Diane Fisher here? She inclined her head toward the blonde woman seated with the costume committee in the far corner. She's in the show and she volunteered to help with costumes. Is there a problem? Lauren frowned. She and her husband never get personally involved in local events. She's involved in this one. Devyn dropped her voice and angled away from the small group. I guess with you out of the loop, you haven't heard the news. She's not living with her husband at the moment. I think she's staying in a small rental unit owned by a woman named Anna Williams. Wow. Lauren gave Diane a surreptitious scan as she digested that news. That's quite a come down from the Fisher mansion. Do you know her? Not well. They stopped coming to community events years ago, and they rarely attend services at Grace Christian anymore. When they do, they skip the social hour. It's like the people in town aren't good enough to mingle with. She studied the other woman. I wasn't too social while I was married to Dennis either, but I wasn't a snob. I haven't picked up any snobbishness in her. She comes across as pleasant and down to earth. Devyn surveyed the group of 4 women again. But she is sitting kind of off by herself a bit. Maybe she could use a friend. Lauren shook her head. I don't travel in her circles. The Fishers are rich and successful and drive expensive cars and wear high-end clothes. They're also separated, so the perfect picture you paint must not be so perfect. And Diane's in our circle for the duration of the show. Come on, I have to get the rehearsal going. My female dancer for the dream ballet sequence is talented, but she needs a ton of coaching. Devyn continued forward, leaving Lauren no choice but to follow, and hope she wasn't going to regret her decision to take on the costume chair position. Once they reached the group of women, Devyn greeted them, chit-chatted for 30 seconds, then moved on. As her sister departed, Lauren took the empty chair waiting for her and opened her notebook. Fortunately, she knew 2 of the women from church. And while she wasn't well acquainted with Emma Blair, the new owner of Sweet Dreams, she was always pleasant during their exchanges at the bakery. All 3 should be easy to work with. Diane was the wild card. She'd have to play it by ear with the woman and try not to be intimidated by the chic slacks and top that likely bore designer labels, nor by the ginormous diamond on her left hand. Interesting that she was still wearing it. But speculating about Diane's marriage wasn't going to get the costume situation addressed. Summoning up a smile, she pulled her pen out of her purse. Are you ladies all involved in the show on stage, too? Emma hooted. If I could sing 1/10 as well as I bake, I might have considered trying out. Trust me, I'll do far better with a needle and thread than I would with a musical scale. So all of you sew? Lauren encompassed the group with her question. Everyone but Diane nodded. The blonde woman knitted her fingers together on her lap. I can sew hems and simple seams, but I volunteered because I may also be able to help you source existing items. Like from a costume company? If that's what she meant, her tenure on the committee could be short-lived. Lauren held on to her smile. I'm afraid we can't afford to rent many costumes with the budget we have. I assumed as much, but I volunteer with a charity resale shop in Coos Bay. The prices are reasonable, and given the volume of clothing on hand and the new donations that arrive every day, we may be able to buy some items cheaper than the cost of fabric and use them as is or adapt them for our purposes. I know one scene also calls for a wedding dress, and I think we could find one that will work. I talked to the manager, and for a more expensive item like that, he's willing to let us borrow it for free as long as we have it cleaned after the show. Guilt nipped at Lauren's conscience. Devyn's take on the woman appeared to be correct. She came across as low-key and agreeable, with no hint of pretentiousness. That sounds fabulous. Why don't I walk all of you through the scene-by-scene list of costumes I put together, and then we can decide on next steps? After head nods all around, she gave them a detailed report on the materials she'd compiled. Diane promised to check the inventory at the store. The other women divided up the chores of working with the men in the cast to see what they could use from their own wardrobes and trolling through patterns to find simple designs that could be modified without too much effort to provide a variety of looks on stage for the female cast members. When they at last wound down, everyone took off except Diane. Aren't you going home too? Lauren closed her notebook. No, there's a full cast rehearsal in 15 minutes. I'm here for the duration. So am I. She tried without success to stifle a yawn. Sorry, I get tired fast these days. I heard about your accident. I don't know much about brain injuries, but you seem to be making excellent progress. I am. Although some days the road to recovery feels like it's full of potholes. I'm surprised you took on the costume chore after everything you've been through. It beats sitting around the house. But to be honest, my sister had to push me into it. Lauren shook her head. She's a force to be reckoned with. I've picked that up. She seems like a dynamo. Diane flicked a quick look toward the front of the room where Devyn was working with the lead dancer on a turn, demonstrating the correct arm position. If you're tired, why don't you go home? I can't drive yet, and your choreographer is my ride. Under normal circumstances, I'd walk, but I doubt I'd make it halfway with how tired I am. Why don't you let me take you? If you live close enough to walk, I'm sure I could get there and back with time to spare. Diane Fisher was offering to be her chauffeur? How surreal was that? But with a major case of fatigue setting in, passing up her offer would be foolish. If you're certain you don't mind, I'd appreciate a ride. Otherwise, I might have to curl up on a couple of folding chairs here. I'm happy to do it. In that case, let me tell Devyn. I'll meet you in the parking lot. 5 minutes later, when she exited the building, Diane had pulled her car close to the door. Very considerate. Lauren slid onto the cushy leather seat, buckled her seatbelt, and gave the other woman the simple directions. Have you always lived in Hope Harbor? Diane pulled out of the church parking lot. Yes. In fact, I still live in my childhood home. I stayed there with my dad until he passed away, and my husband and I lived there after we got married. Is he out of town? Lauren blinked. Her divorce may not yet be common knowledge, but everyone in Hope Harbor knew she was separated. Except maybe a woman who didn't mingle with the locals and wasn't privy to town scuttlebutt. Diane sent her a contrite glance. Sorry, I didn't mean to be nosy. I just thought that could be the reason you were stranded at rehearsal. No apology necessary. Most people know my husband and I separated last year. Not many know that our divorce came through a few weeks ago. I'm sorry. Diane flipped on her turn signal, distress etching her features. It's always sad when a marriage falls apart. Lauren peeked over at her. Was that an invitation to start a conversation on the subject, or a general comment? How long were you two married? Diane hung a right. Question answered. She wanted to talk. Too long in hindsight, but 11 years to be precise. And it was a mistake from the beginning, which is also clear in hindsight. Dennis was controlling and jealous from the get-go. I learned to live with that, but his infidelity was the final straw. As the words fell from her mouth, she scrunched up her brow. Why was she being so open with a woman she barely knew? One who'd kept herself apart from everyone in town for years. Diane glanced over, distaste etched in her features. He cheated on you? Yes. She could leave it at that, but the temptation to share more with this woman, who was also in a troubled marriage, was too strong to resist. Multiple times, apparently. That's despicable. Lauren assessed her. Unless her instincts were off, unfaithfulness wasn't the problem in the Fisher household. I agree. It's also very hard to forgive, even if your spouse asks for that. Mine didn't. Diane eased back on the accelerator as the car in front of them made a sudden left turn. Forgiveness is hard even when people do ask for it. I mean, how do you know the same behavior won't come back? Strange how easy it was to talk about this with Diane, despite the 10-year or more age gap between them. Much easier than with a sister who, as far as she knew, had no romantic ghosts in her past. I suppose that's where trust comes in. If someone has a history of honoring promises, that's a positive sign. The ability to recognize and acknowledge mistakes is, too. Dennis failed on all counts. A few beats ticked by as Diane signaled another turn. You make a good point. She navigated the corner. I can't believe how much you've had to deal with. A cheating spouse would be bad enough, but a brain injury, too? That doesn't seem fair. No, it doesn't. Not by a long shot. But the brain injury is giving me and Devyn a chance to reconnect. One side of Diane's mouth quirked up. I like your positive spin. Lauren assessed her out of the corner of her eye, fingering the clasp on her purse. Would Diane also welcome the sympathetic ear of a kindred spirit? Impossible to gauge, but what could it hurt to put out a simple feeler? One the other woman could brush off if she chose. I heard you're separated from your husband, too. I'm sorry. At least Martin never cheated on me, although the mill is almost as bad as a mistress. It's consumed him ever since he took over from his father. She sighed. I just needed to get away to think, and I wanted to send a message. I hope he hears it and that you're able to work everything out. Diane pulled up in front of the house. At this stage, I'm putting it in God's hands. But there's already been one positive outcome, like you had with your sister. I'm back in touch on a regular basis with our son. That's great. I remember he had some, issues a while back. Her mouth twisted. I expect everyone in town remembers. Those were hard days. To be honest, I almost walked away from Martin then. But I hoped everything that happened with Lucas would open his eyes. Sadly, it didn't. She offered a smile that seemed strained. I'll work on the costumes tomorrow, now that I know what we need. She was done talking about personal subjects. But it was amazing she'd shared as much as she had. Thanks for that, and for the ride tonight. Lauren opened the door, slid out, and stepped back. Have fun at rehearsal. A few moments later, Diane pulled away from the curb with a wave. As the car disappeared down the street, Lauren slowly made her way inside. This was going to be an early-to-bed night. The prep for the meeting and the meeting itself had been more taxing than she'd expected. Yet another reminder that her stamina remained at low ebb. But taking on the costume job hadn't been a mistake. It was invigorating to be around other people again, and connecting with Diane had been a bonus. Who knew they'd have so much in common, or that the woman would be so easy to talk to? And wouldn't it be something if her broken marriage and traumatic head injury helped her not only reconnect with her sister, but find a new friend? Chapter 17. Aaron hadn't been at rehearsal on Thursday night, but he was here at Grace Christian this morning with Isabel in tow. As Devyn stepped into a pew near the back, the girl caught sight of her and waved. Devyn waved back as Isabel spoke to Aaron. Bracing, she waited for him to turn around and send her pulse off the scale again, as he'd done Tuesday night. He didn't. His back remained ramrod straight, his head pointed forward. Good. She took her seat, the tension in her shoulders easing. If he'd felt half the electricity she had during that brief encounter, he was smart to avoid eye contact and keep his distance. Which could be why he hadn't shown up Thursday night. Playing with fire was never safe, and the sparks between them seemed poised to combust with even a tiny bit of encouragement. That would be bad news. In a matter of weeks, she'd be gone, and a summer romance held no appeal. Those were too fraught with angst and heartbreak. Besides, despite the electrical storm that had blazed around them, a man who'd lost his wife not long ago wouldn't be inclined to let his common sense be undermined by what on his end was likely a loneliness-induced hormone surge. Her end? Different story. But letting her common sense be undermined would be just as foolhardy. She hadn't risen to the top of her profession by being undisciplined, and now wasn't the time to change that. Best plan? Be polite and gracious during their next encounter, and there would be a next encounter thanks to Isabel's involvement in the show, but keep their exchanges short and casual. Meaning it would be smart to skip the social hour after the service and leave as fast as possible. Armed with that strategy, Devyn gave Reverend Baker her full attention for the next hour, keeping her focus fixed on the sanctuary. When the service wound down and the organist launched into the last song, she slipped her hymnal into the slot on the pew in front of her and scooted toward the aisle. The minute the minister exited into the vestibule, she'd slip out the side door and escape to her car before Aaron and Isabel left their seats. She continued singing until Reverend Baker passed by, then implemented her plan. 60 seconds later, she was striding toward the focus Lauren had insisted she use. As her sister had pointed out, letting the car sit idle in the garage was silly. Lauren's suggestion to return the rental car to the North Bend airport and Uber back had been... 10 feet from the car, Devyn stopped, gaped at the left front tire. Well, crud! How could you get a flat tire in a church parking lot? Muttering a few choice words, she cast a glance toward the front door as a few congregants trickled out. But most people went to the social hour, Aaron and Isabel included, no doubt. What little girl would pass up donuts and Danish? And what father could resist a child's plea for a Sunday morning treat? If they'd taken a detour there, maybe she could get this fixed before they emerged. Tackling the chore herself was out of the question, of course. She might have a driver's license, but she'd never dealt with car issues, or even owned a car. Who needed one in New York City? But who could she call for help on a Sunday morning? She checked her watch. Lauren ought to be up by now, even if she'd decided to sleep late today and skip services. Hopefully she could recommend a resource. Angling away from the church, Devyn pulled out her cell, propped a hip against the side of the car, and called her sister's number. 3 rings later, Lauren answered, sounding half asleep. Devyn winced. Did I wake you? Yes, but I should get up anyway. Where are you? Church. She gave her the bad news. Any idea who I could call? Marv, at the garage. Is he still running that place? The man had been the only car repair game in town when she'd lived here, and his hair had been mostly gray back then. Yeah, let me see if I can find his number. Hold on for a minute. A thunk came over the line, suggesting Lauren had set the phone down, followed by shuffling sounds. Unless Marv happened to have an emergency number, however, the odds of reaching him on a Sunday were minuscule. She'd better come up with a plan B fast, or—
Miss Devyn!
At the familiar little girl's voice, her heart skipped a beat. Oh, crud. Her escape plan had been foiled. Psyching herself up for a conversation she'd assumed she'd dodged, she swung around, phone pressed to her ear. Isabel was racing toward her down the walk in front of the church, leaving her father to follow at a much slower pace. No surprise. He was probably as skittish about another meetup as she was after that firestorm on Tuesday.
I saw you in church.
Isabel skidded to a stop in front of her, excitement dancing in her eyes.
But I didn't see you afterward. I thought you might have gone to the hall, and I asked Dad if we could too, but he said we had to go home today, even though we usually stay for donuts. Now I'm glad we left.
If she'd had any lingering doubts that he'd hoped to avoid her too, his cautious expression put them to rest as he approached. It was clear he did not share his daughter's enthusiasm about this encounter. He stopped a few feet away. "Good morning."
"Morning."
Isabel hopped from one foot to the other.
"Who are you talking to on the phone?"
"My sister. I had a little problem." She motioned toward the flat tire. "She's trying to find Marv's number. I'm hoping he can swing by and change it if he's available." Aaron's forehead rumpled as he examined the tire.
"He isn't. He's out of town."
Double crud. "Is there another garage nearby?"
Bandon would be the closest place, but most of those shops are closed on Sunday."
He fisted his hands on his hips, shifting aside the subtly patterned sport coat that sat oh so well on his broad shoulders.
"I'll change it for you."
"Oh, I couldn't ask you to—" "Devyn?" Lauren came back on the line. "I found the number. I should put this in my phone for future emergencies. Ready?" She held up her index finger to Aaron and swiveled away. "It won't help me. I just found out Marv is out of town." "Shoot! He's my go-to person for everything car-related." "Any other suggestions?" She kept her voice low. "I'm not familiar with any other garages. Besides, Marv would have helped us on a Sunday because he knows me, but I doubt most other places would. You may have to ask someone in the congregation to change it for you." Aaron Steele already volunteered, but I hate to take advantage of him. "Let him help, Devyn. Otherwise, we'll have to leave the car there until we can round up someone tomorrow. And I know you wanted to pick up your main dancer for the show this afternoon so you could work with her one-on-one at the fellowship hall. Besides, look on the bright side. Aaron is a lot hotter than Marv." Like she didn't know that. "I'll keep that in mind. I'll see you when I see you." The line went dead. Taking a deep breath, she swiveled back to the father-daughter duo. Aaron had already removed his sport coat.
"If you'll pop the trunk and hold my jacket, I'll get this done. It won't take long."
She gave his pristine dress shirt and knife-crease slacks a dubious once-over. I don't want you to mess up your church clothes."
"That's what washing machines are for."
He held out his jacket. Apparently, the discussion was over. He was going to do this. She pressed the trunk release on the key fob and took his jacket, draped it over her arm as a hint of very masculine and very potent aftershave swirled around her. Whew. Isabel, why don't we move back?" She took the girl's hand. "We'll be in your dad's way if we stand too close." Maybe putting more distance between them would help her regain her equilibrium, even if she couldn't dodge the appealing scent emanating from the jacket. A distraction was also in order. "Where's your grandfather today?" She called up a bright smile and focused on Isabel.
"He's going to the later service. Dad said he stayed up too late last night watching a show on the History Channel."
"Do you have a favorite TV show?" Isabel rattled off a couple of unfamiliar names, but spurred by a few questions, the girl was happy to tell her all about them. Oh, it was hard to concentrate on the conversation, though, with Aaron only a few feet away. And it got much harder when his dress shirt snugged across his broad shoulders and the crisp cotton stretched over impressive biceps as he wrestled the tire off. Isabel's father appeared to be in as good or better shape than any of the male dancers she'd been paired with, who lifted her with apparent ease during a demanding pas de deux.
Do you like to watch?
The girl's words registered at a peripheral level, and she tuned back into the conversation. While she'd missed most of the question, it was simple to fill in the blanks. I don't have a favorite program. Back in New York, I'm busy practicing during the day and performing at night.
That must be exciting.
Being on stage is exciting, but most of the time being a dancer isn't very glamorous. Ballet is hard work.
But you like it, don't you?
Yes, I've loved ballet since I was a little girl. Isabel's demeanor took on a wistful air.
I wish I could take lessons.
Have you ever asked your dad about that? I have a feeling he'd be happy to check into it for you.
Dad and Gramp talked about lessons once, but there isn't a ballet studio in Hope Harbor. I'd have to go to Bandon or Coos Bay.
Those aren't too far away.
I guess not.
She clasped her hands behind her.
Do you ever teach classes, Miss Devyn?
Sometimes I teach workshops in New York for advanced students, but not the kind of classes you're talking about. I'm sure there are studios not far from here that have classes for younger dancers, though. Your dad could ask, "All finished." As Aaron spoke, she turned toward him. That didn't take long.
I've had a fair amount of practice.
One side of his mouth quirked up, and an endearing crinkle of fine lines fanned out from his eyes. Her heart missed a beat. I can't believe you managed to change the tire without getting your clothes dirty. I'd be covered with grease if I'd tried to tackle this.
You learn a few tricks along the way.
He held out his hand for his jacket. After inhaling another whiff of the heady scent, she passed it over.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Isabel sidled up to him.
Me too. Let's go home and I'll scramble some eggs.
Devyn bit her lip. She ought to offer to buy them both breakfast to thank him for bailing her out. That would be the polite thing to do. Also dangerous. But Isabel would be along, and it wasn't like the Myrtle was a high-end candlelit restaurant. At this hour on a Sunday morning, it would be filled with noise and laughter and family groups. Before she could change her mind, she took the plunge. I'd like to thank you for your help in a concrete way. Why don't you let me treat you both to breakfast at the Myrtle? Isabel's eyes lit up.
Oh, they have the best blueberry pancakes in the world. Can we go, Dad?
He slid his arms into the sleeves of his jacket, eyebrows pinching.
I don't know, honey. I have several chores to take care of today.
I can eat fast.
I can too. Devyn gave the girl a thumbs up. But if today doesn't work, no worries. I know what it's like to have a long to-do list. May as well give him an out. If he didn't want to accept her offer, a thank you note would have to suffice.
Please, Dad.
Isabel sent him a beseeching look.
We haven't eaten breakfast at the Myrtle in ages.
Aaron shrugged his jacket into place on his shoulders, adjusted his tie, cleared his throat. Maybe he was weighing the risk level as she had.
Okay.
If he had been thinking about potential peril, his capitulation suggested he'd reach the same conclusion she had. Either that or he didn't want to disappoint his daughter again after nixing their usual Sunday donuts.
Yes!
The girl's face lit up.
This is going to be so much fun.
Not for her dad, based on his wary expression. But now that they were all committed to this impromptu meal together, may as well try to enjoy it. And hope she didn't end up regretting her impulsive offer. Chapter 18. He shouldn't have caved. Aaron tugged at his tie, loosening it a tad as he inhaled the fresh, salty air. But Isabel asked for so little, and she liked Devyn. Her non-stop chatter with their host as they walked the block and a half to the restaurant was proof of that if he'd had any doubts. which he didn't. Devyn was easy to like. Too easy. Trying to tamp down his frisky pulse, he risked a sidelong glance at her over Isabel's head. The beautiful ballerina was giving his daughter her full attention, asking questions that animated the little girl and resurrected the natural enthusiasm that had lain mostly dormant for too long. It seemed a kind and caring woman's touch was doing more than the counselor's visits had ever done to lift her spirits. So for the length of a breakfast, seeing his daughter glowing and happy was worth reneging on his vow to keep his distance from Devyn. He kept mum for much of the walk, letting the two females chat, but once they were seated inside the Myrtle with menus in front of them, Isabel pulled him into the conversation.
"What are you getting, Dad?"
"Guess." She grinned.
"The breakfast skillet with potatoes, eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, and mushrooms."
Bingo. He closed his menu. "I must be in a rut." "It sounds like a delicious rut, though." Devyn continued to peruse the bill of fare. "But the blueberry pancakes are also calling to me. I wonder if I could get one on the side. Someone with excellent taste recommended them." She winked at Isabel, eliciting a giggle.
"She could do that, couldn't she, Dad?"
His daughter turned to him. "I'm sure they can accommodate any special requests." He transferred his attention to their host. "But be warned, the skillet is more than generous. They don't skimp on portions at the Myrtle." "I know. That's why I'm a regular dinner customer. Or I was until Lauren began cooking more often." "You don't like to cook?" He set his menu down. "I don't cook enough to be able to answer that question. Back in New York, my time is at a premium. Takeout is simpler if I want anything more than a salad or omelet or a basic stir-fry. Do you cook?" "If I have to. But Gramp took over most of the cooking chores when he came to live with us." No sense casting a pall on the conversation by mentioning Olivia. The server came to take their order, and Devyn chose the skillet with a pancake on the side. He took a sip of coffee to hide the quirk of his lips. This ought to be interesting. Despite her claim that she ate heartier than most people expected of a ballerina, a Myrtle breakfast with a side order would be a ton of food. As the server left, Isabel returned to the previous topic.
"Gramp cooks real good, better than Dad. Mom didn't cook much because she was gone a lot."
So much for his efforts to avoid mentioning Olivia. "It must be handy to have a live-in chef." Devyn smiled at her, sidestepping Isabel's comment about her mother.
"Uh-huh. I liked Mom's stew, but she traveled for her job and didn't make it very often. She was in charge of finding new customers for the computer company she worked for. Right, Dad?"
"Yes." He set his coffee down and expanded on the explanation. "Olivia was a business development manager for an IT firm." Devyn nodded, then directed her next comment to Isabel. "I imagine that was an interesting job."
"I suppose,"
Isabel shrugged.
"I know she liked it, but she died in a car accident."
Her lips drooped. "I know. I'm so sorry, honey." Devyn reached over and squeezed her hand.
"I miss her a lot."
"Of course you do. It's normal to miss people you love."
"Do you still have your mom?"
The subtle shift in Devyn's features was difficult to interpret. "Yes, but she lives in Paris, so I don't see her often." "Paris?" Aaron straightened his fork as he digested that piece of news. There must be a story there, perhaps one that would explain their host's enigmatic look as she'd answered Isabel's question. Could he find a diplomatic way to get more information without coming across as nosy? Before he could formulate a follow-up comment, Isabel jumped back in.
"There's a famous tower in Paris, isn't there?"
"Yes, the Eiffel Tower."
"Have you ever seen it?"
"Once, when I was there for work."
"I don't know too much about Paris, except that Madeline lives there."
At Devyn's obvious confusion, Aaron stepped in. "She's the little girl from an old series of books set in Paris. Isabel came across them on a trip to the library, and the series provided us with bedtime stories for quite a while."
"Oh,
that Madeline. Devyn's expression cleared. I read those books as a child, too. Isabel set her elbow on the table and propped her chin in her palm.
Do you travel very much in your job?
Some. Most of the time I'm in New York, but I've been to quite a few cities around the world on tour, or for the short projects I often take on during the summer.
I haven't been very far from home, only places we can drive.
Devyn offered her a smile that seemed a tad wistful. Sometimes home is the best place to be. Curious. She almost sounded as if she'd prefer being home to all the glitzy globe-trotting she'd done. But when she thought of home, what came to mind? New York, or her younger years in Hope Harbor? And how had her mother ended up so far from the tiny town where Devyn had been born? Their server arrived with their orders, ending his musings, and once their plates were in front of them, Isabel dived in, giving eating priority over conversation. A hush fell over their table while banter and laughter flowed around them. As Aaron struggled to come up with an innocuous topic, or a subtle way to inquire about Devyn's mother, to fill the sudden silo of silence, their host took charge of the conversation. "This is quite a spread." She surveyed her overflowing skillet and the pancake beside it that filled a dinner plate.
"Don't say I didn't warn you."
He draped his napkin over his lap.
"But you can always take home what's left and have it for breakfast tomorrow."
Assuming there is anything left, she picked up her fork. "I'm hungry this morning." He hitched up one side of his mouth and waved toward her plate.
"Have at it, then."
With a gusto rivaling Isabel's, she tackled the humongous breakfast. 4 bites into the skillet, she closed her eyes, sighed. "This is amazing. A huge step up from the bagels I've been subsisting on here. Lauren is a cereal person, but I like a bigger breakfast. Now that she's home and we're settling into an eating routine, I need to stock up on heartier fare."
"What do you usually eat for breakfast in New York?"
Aaron speared a mushroom. "Oatmeal, eggs and toast, fruit, turkey sausage, a smoothie. Those are the go-to menu items I tend to gravitate to." She broke off a bite of pancake with the edge of her fork. "I imagine you eat a substantial breakfast, too. My sister told me you work at the mill, so I imagine you expend quite a few calories a day. Did you go there right out of school?"
"No. After I got my business degree, I worked in Coos Bay for 5 years with an investment firm."
As he tacked on the name of the well-known national company that had a branch office a few miles north, he frowned. Providing the name hadn't been necessary, nor his academic credentials. In fact, since coming home to Hope Harbor, he rarely mentioned his degree or earlier career, and never the company he'd worked for in Coos Bay. But for reasons he didn't care to dwell on, he wanted this accomplished woman to know he was well-educated and had had options other than the mill if he'd chosen to pursue them. That's an intriguing career shift. After setting the stage for him to say more if he wanted to, Devyn went back to eating. May as well continue. What would be the harm in telling her a few more details?
"Not a total shift. The mill was my summer job during high school and college, and I liked the work, more than sitting in an office all day."
"I hear you. A desk job wouldn't be my preference either. What do you do at the mill?"
"I'm the supervisor."
"Ah, a management position."
"In name, anyway. There are days the job is more physical than mental."
Her gaze dropped to his chest before zipping back to his face. I imagine that helps you stay in shape." He tried to ignore the sizzle sparking in the air around him.
"That and trying to keep up with the younger set."
He tipped his head toward Isabel, who was still giving the pancakes her undivided attention. Devyn's features softened. "I'm sure that's a special challenge now. Lauren filled me in on your situation. I'm sorry."
"Thanks, but Gramps been a huge help. Having family close by is a blessing."
Time to shift the spotlight back to her and see if he could glean a bit more information about the situation with her mother.
"Speaking of family, It was lucky you were available to help Lauren after the accident, despite the cross-country trip involved. But at least you didn't have to travel cross-continent like your mom would have had to do."
The indecipherable look was back. Even if Mom were close, she doesn't do well with health crises. Now that Dad is gone, for all practical purposes, it's just me and Lauren. There was definitely something lacking in her relationship with her mother. With Isabel at the table, however, this wasn't the time to explore that subject. Instead, he focused on her comment about her dad.
"Your father was a nice man."
Her eyes warmed. Yes, he was. The best. I wish I'd been able to visit more often.
"I gather your job keeps you on the go."
That's an understatement. There's no downtime during the season. Classes and rehearsals and costume fittings and performances fill up my days. And I often take guest roles during the off-season.
"Do you ever get tired of such a fast pace?"
Sometimes. She scooped up another bite from her skillet. My schedule has been frenetic for years. Being back here reminds me what life is like when you have time to breathe. I could get used to this, and I will. Someday in the not-too-distant future, when I retire. Retire? The beautiful, lithe young woman across from him was thinking of retiring?
"Aren't you too young to have retirement on your mind?"
No, dancers have a short shelf life. After you subject your body to abuse for decades, it starts to protest. Most ballet dancers stop performing around the age of 35. I'm not too far away from that number.
"What comes next?"
TBD. But I have a business degree, thanks to classes I took whenever I could squeeze them in. My company has a program that helps dancers prepare for life after ballet, and I took full advantage of it from the get-go. No moss grew under this woman's feet. Impressive. Before he could respond, Isabel came up for air and rejoined the conversation.
Did you ever dance in Sleeping Beauty, Miss Devyn?
She refocused on his daughter. Yes, I did.
Did you play Aurora?
I did.
Gramps said you might have. Remember, Dad?
"Yes."
Along with his grandfather's assumption that if she had, she'd knock the audience dead. Hard to dispute the older man's conclusion.
I wish I could see you dance in a real ballet.
Isabel swirled a piece of pancake in the pool of syrup on her plate, her expression wistful. Well, if you ever come to New York, let me know and I'll get you tickets.
Do you think we could go there sometime, Dad?
"I doubt it, honey. New York is on the other side of the country."
And far away from Hope Harbor in every respect. Isabel's face fell.
Shoot.
I'll tell you what. Devyn leaned closer to her. Some night after rehearsal, if you and your grandfather can stay later, I'll bring my toe shoes and do a couple of short dances for you. I exercise and do bar work almost every day at my sister's house to keep my muscles in condition, but it would be good for me to do some real dancing, too. How does that sound?
Awesome!
Isabel's countenance brightened.
What's your favorite ballet?
As the two of them launched into an animated discussion while they continued to eat, he sat back and enjoyed the show. Isabel's new enthusiasm was no less than a miracle, as far as he was concerned. An answer to his prayers, for which he gave thanks daily. Since the night she'd auditioned for Oklahoma, she'd been more like her old self. He owed a huge debt to Gramp for suggesting they encourage her to try out. She was enjoying every minute of the experience. He was also indebted to the woman across from him for going out of her way to make Isabel feel welcome. Much of the credit for the transformation in his daughter was due to her. What little girl would be immune to the kindness and warmth that radiated from her? For that matter, what lonely widower would either? She'd brought a breath of fresh air into both their lives. The downside to that? One day soon, she'd be gone. And Isabel wasn't the only one who was going to miss her. As their meal wound down and Devyn signaled for the check, he quashed his sudden melancholy, straightened up, and inspected what was left of her breakfast. One bite of pancake remained on her plate, and 2 meager forkfuls of food were left in her skillet. Wow, this woman was a serious eater. Surprised? He looked up to find her grinning at him. The truth? Yes. I can pack it away. However, this was a splurge breakfast. I doubt I'll be hungry again for the rest of the day. She handed her credit card to the server.
I'm full too.
Isabel played with her last bite of pancake, then set her fork down.
I can't eat any more.
You did great. Erin squeezed her shoulder. It was encouraging to see her appetite returning too. Once Devyn signed the check, they left the restaurant and strolled back to the Grace Christian parking lot, Isabel once again taking the lead on the conversation. At her car, Devyn turned to him. Thank you again for coming to my rescue this morning. She extended her hand. He took it, folding her slender, graceful fingers in his. Happy to help. Thank you for breakfast. It was the least I could do. When she smiled up at him, he found himself drowning in a sea of blue. Man, she had beautiful eyes. Perceptive, intelligent, caring. And they were fringed by indecently long lashes. Was a heavy hand with mascara the explanation, or did she have... Well, she gave a gentle tug on her hand, and he forced himself to release it. I'll see you at rehearsal later, Isabel.
Will you dance for me and Gramp tonight?
Why don't we plan on Tuesday instead, if your grandfather can stay afterward? You can ask him and let me know tonight.
Okay, see you later.
As she slid behind the wheel and started her engine, Erin guided Isabel to their car.
That was fun, wasn't it, Dad?
Yes. He hit the unlock button on his key fob.
Miss Devyn is nice, isn't she? And pretty.
Yes. He pulled the back door open. Climb in. She complied, settling into the booster seat.
I'm glad I'll get to see her again tonight. Are you coming?
I wasn't planning to. I'm not in the show, and you and Gramp won't miss me.
I like it when you come. I bet Miss Devyn would, too.
What? He shifted his features into neutral. Why do you say that?
I think she likes you.
If his daughter's take was accurate, the attraction wasn't only on his end. Warmth spread outward from his core, generating an ill-advised surge of happiness. I guess I'm just a likable guy. He tapped Isabel's nose, striving for a jocular tone. But as he walked around the car to take his place behind the wheel, the warmth spread all the way to his fingertips, leaving a tingle in its wake. So even though the left side of his brain was flashing a red alert, come Tuesday night, he might have to find an excuse to show up at rehearsal and enjoy a private show afterward. Chapter 19. Diane inspected the contents of the small refrigerator in the annex she now called home, wrinkled her nose. In general, turkey sandwiches were fine for dinner, as were salads and Myrtle takeouts. But this was Sunday, and back in happier days, she and Martin and Lucas used to sit down together for the bountiful dinners she prepared after church, their table ringing with laughter and conversation and catch-up. Eating yet another silent solo Sunday meal held zero appeal. With a sigh, she closed the refrigerator door. As she turned away, her phone pinged. Could the incoming text be from Lucas? Maybe an update on the situation with Martin. Neither message he'd sent this week had indicated whether he'd decided to respond to his father's outreach. Hopefully he would. If nothing more than renewed communication between father and son resulted from her dramatic exit, her departure would be worth it. But when she crossed to the table, picked up her phone, and tapped the text icon, the message wasn't from Lucas. It was from Lauren. Not as good as a ping from her son, but Devyn's sister was nice, and the two of them had clicked. A text exchange with her would help break up the monotony of this long afternoon before she had to go to rehearsal. She skimmed the message. Hi, Diane. Sorry to bother you on Sunday. I've been reviewing the pics you snapped of items at the resale store you think might work for the show. Are you available for a quick phone call? Perfect. A conversation would be even better than a text exchange. Yes. When the phone rang 15 seconds later, she answered at once. Hi, Lauren. After returning her greeting, the other woman got straight to business. I apologize for interrupting your Sunday, but I'm working on costumes and I had a few questions. No worries. I'm free until rehearsal. What would you like to know? I'm thrilled you found so much usable clothing, but it's hard to judge sizes from a photo, and it's difficult to picture the whole item just by looking at the front. Since you've seen these pieces in person, could I ask a few questions about each one? Diane's brain began to click. Spending a couple of hours with Lauren would be nice. Devyn's sister was easy to talk to, and while their marriages had unraveled for different reasons, their situations gave them common ground, and she could use a friend. What could it hurt to broach the idea that had popped into her mind? I'll be happy to answer your questions, but it might help you to see the clothes. If you have about 2 hours and enough energy, I could drive us up to Coos Bay and show you what I found. A beat ticked by. I hate to monopolize your Sunday afternoon. To be honest, I'd welcome some company if you're interested in a short road trip. In that case, I'd love to go. Devyn had a production meeting for the show this afternoon, so I'm here by myself. A drive up to Coos Bay would be not only productive, but a pleasant change of pace. Could you be ready in 20 minutes? I could be ready in 10. Let's plan on 15. 14 minutes later, when she pulled up in front of Lauren's house, the other woman was waiting on the porch. Diane leaned over and pushed the passenger door open as Lauren approached. You're punctual. Devyn's sister slid into the car, rested her cane against the seat, and buckled up. One of the few valuable lessons I learned from my mother. As the words spilled out, Diane frowned. Family history wasn't a subject she discussed with anyone, let alone a person she was barely acquainted with. Sounds like we have more in common than marriage problems. At Lauren's grim reply, Diane gave her a quick appraisal. Your mom wasn't the best role model either? She snorted. Not even close. Before she and Devyn left for ballet school in San Francisco, she was too busy plotting her escape to pay much attention to me. I was just a kid, but I learned early on that Mom was all about Mom. And Devyn was her ticket to a different life. What's the story with your mom? Diane put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb. As long as Lauren was being open, what would be the harm in responding in kind? The past was history anyway. She didn't leave, but she was always subservient to my dad, who ran the house with an iron fist and thought a woman's main job should be cooking, cleaning, and having babies. Ouch, Lauren winced. That had to be a tough environment to grow up in. At least I had a wonderful dad. I wish I had. Tell me about yours. Lauren was happy to comply during the drive north, and when they reached the resale shop 35 minutes later, the conversation was flowing as if they'd been friends for years. It was the most enjoyable exchange she'd had in ages. And it remained so as they sorted through potential costumes for the next hour. When they wrapped up, Diane waved a hand over their stash. Mission accomplished. We found a lot of things that will work, including a wedding dress. Yes, it was a good trip, on a number of levels. Lauren fiddled with her cane. May I be honest? Uh-oh. A question like that usually didn't lead anywhere positive. Sure. Diane dredged up a smile. When I realized you were on the costume committee, I was nervous. I thought you'd be a snob, and I didn't think we'd have anything in common. I mean, the closest I've ever gotten to purses like yours is looking at them in celebrity photos. She motioned toward the leather Dolce & Gabbana bag. Diane made a face. That's as close as I ever wanted to get to one, too. She pulled out her keys and tucked the purse under her arm. Martin gave me this for Christmas about 5 years ago, but to tell you the truth, I think spending a fortune on a purse is obscene. Likewise on designer clothes. She took a deep breath, released it. I'm not a snob, but I suppose it may take a while for me to prove that to everyone in town. You've already proven it to me. Lauren touched her arm, then picked up her own purse. I guess we're finished here. Yes, they were. But the outing had been fun. Maybe they could extend it a bit. She led the way out of the back room, flipping off the light as they exited. Are you getting tired? Not as much as I expected, which surprises me. My stamina seems to be increasing. That's great news. She fiddled with her key fob as they walked toward the car. You and Devyn probably have plans for dinner, but if by chance you don't, would you like to stop at Frank's and get a pizza? Lauren's eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. I haven't had one of his pizzas in months. And Devyn and I were only going to have leftovers. She can carry on without me. I'll text her and let her know about the change in plans. She stopped, pulled out her phone, and put her thumbs to work. Done. 2 hours later, after they shared a pizza and more personal information, Diane dropped Lauren off at her house, feeling more upbeat than she had in a long while. While the situation on the home front remained uncertain, Lucas was coming around. She had a new friend, and she was getting involved in the community. Not bad for barely 2 weeks into her new life. And if the positive trend continued, maybe Martin would have a change of heart and they could find their way back to the earlier, happier days of their marriage, when the mill didn't dominate their lives. A long shot, perhaps, but miracles did happen, as Lucas's turnaround after his troubled teenage years proved. Besides, if you lived in a town named Hope Harbor, how could you not wish for a happy ending? Aaron had come to rehearsal. Heart quick-stepping, Devyn paused to scan the Grace Christian Fellowship Hall as she entered Tuesday evening, dance bag on her shoulder, hair pulled into a ballerina bun. Ben and Isabel were seated in the group clustered around the piano, listening while Sean wrapped up the vocal portion of the rehearsal. Aaron was off to the side, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, intent on his laptop screen. Had he come to give Isabel moral support? Or was it possible he'd wanted to see a certain choreographer dance? The latter prospect seemed likely since he hadn't come to the Sunday evening rehearsal, and that sent a flutter through her nerve endings, which was crazy. She danced in front of thousands of people during her career, discerning ballet aficionados, government officials, celebrities of all stripes, including Hollywood stars. Those were adrenaline-laced performances, but that adrenaline was fueled by anticipation, not nerves. Tonight, she was nervous. As if sensing her scrutiny, Aaron glanced over, lifted a hand in greeting. She waved back, then continued toward the front of the room to put on her ballet shoes and give herself a stern talking to. Everything would be fine. There was no reason to be jittery. She'd danced the 2 short pieces she'd planned for later tonight countless times in rehearsal and performance. Her execution might not be flawless after 3 weeks without any serious dancing, but it was doubtful her small audience tonight would be too critical. So for the next hour, she'd focus on teaching the Oklahoma chorus members the simple choreography she'd put together for them and worry about her mini performance afterward. An excellent plan, if it had worked. Trouble was, she found her gaze wandering on a regular basis to a certain lumberman who was giving the dance rehearsal far more attention than he'd given the singing rehearsal. Disconcerting, to say the least. When, at last, the practice session ended and the cast members wandered out, she returned to her dance bag and pulled out her Pointe shoes. While Ben joined Aaron, Isabel trotted over, excitement dancing in her eyes.
You remembered.
Of course I did. I never break a promise.
Your shoes are pretty.
Isabel reached out a tentative finger and stroked the pink satin.
Why is the tip flat?
To help me balance on my toes.
Does it hurt to do that?
She touched the hard platform area. No, my toes are used to it by now. But when I dance for longer periods, like in class or performing, I wrap them.
With what?
Believe it or not, paper towels. But I won't do that tonight, because I'll only be on my toes for a few minutes. She slipped the shoes on and pulled a chiffon rehearsal skirt from her bag.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Isabel touched the filmy pink fabric. Well, if I'm going to perform, I have to dress the part, don't I? Why she'd thrown the skirt in her bag during her frenzied packing was beyond her. Habit, perhaps. But it would come in handy tonight, along with the leotard and tights she'd worn to rehearsal this evening under her t-shirt and sweatpants.
Do you have a tutu, too?
Not with me. That wouldn't have fit in my suitcase. Besides, they're all owned by my ballet company. I can't take them home. She rose, turned her back on the two men, stepped into the skirt and tugged it up. Only then did she shimmy out of her sweatpants. After setting them on the chair beside her, she pulled her t-shirt over her head and retook her seat. Isabel sat beside her, watching as she tied the ribbons on her shoes. Once she was ready, she stood again. After I do a few warm-ups, I have 2 short dances planned for you. Sound good?
Yes.
The girl sat back in her seat to watch. As Devyn crossed to the center of the room, she called out to Irene and Ben. Give me a few minutes to warm up, then we'll get this show on the road. Ben smiled and settled back.
No rush on our end.
She ran through an abbreviated warm-up. Leg swings, lunge stretches, hip rolls, butterfly stretches, neck turns, shoulder rolls, splits. Then moved on to a few relevés, pirouettes, jetés, chassés, and grand battements. As she went through her routine, the tension flowed out of her. This was her element. The familiar world where she'd spent her youth and adulthood, where she was in control. By the time she finished the warm-up, her unusual case of nerves had vanished. It was time to dance. When she started back to her chair to get the music prepped, applause broke out.
That was beautiful, Devyn.
Ben grinned at her as all 3 Steeles clapped.
Graceful as a swan gliding across a lake. I've never been to a ballet in my life, but watching you makes me want to buy a ticket.
She smiled at him. You're easy to please. That was only a warm-up.
But it was a terrific preview of what's to come. Don't you think so, Irene?
He elbowed his grandson. Devyn peeked at Isabel's father as she continued toward the chair.
Yes.
He glanced at the older man, his expression inscrutable.
I'm sure the dancing will be even more impressive.
Me too,
Isabel chimed in from her seat a few yards away. Devyn pulled out her phone and scrolled through to the recording she'd made for the 2 pieces that were a standard part of her repertoire since she'd become a principal dancer. Tonight I'm going to do The Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy from The Nutcracker and the title role Act 1 variation from Giselle. I'll do them back to back with just a few seconds in between. Are you ready? She surveyed the group.
Let her rip.
Ben swept a hand toward the center of the room. She handed her phone to Isabel. When I nod at you, will you press the button to start the music?
Yes.
Centering her mind on the dances ahead, she called up her performance persona and walked to the middle of the room as if it were the stage at Lincoln Center, took her position, dipped her head. Once the music began, the magic would happen, as it always did. She'd become the character she was portraying, her movements joined to the melody, and the world around her would cease to exist. As for the 3 people in her audience tonight, she'd do her best to carry them along with her. But while she danced, it would be all about control and mastery and technique and oneness with the music. Only after she finished would she focus on them again. and hope her impromptu performance had given them something to remember.
Chapter 20. Stunning, dazzling, brilliant. Even those superlatives weren't sufficient to describe the lithe, graceful woman who spun and jumped with seemingly effortless grace, who lifted her legs with masterful control into impossible positions, who made not only balancing but dancing on the tips of her toes look easy. Aaron took a long, slow breath as Devyn twirled across the makeshift stage. The physical display was astounding, but the emotional element was no less impressive. From her facial expressions to her posture to the exquisite elegance of her hand movements, every gesture, every body position was brimming with feeling. Joyful, poignant, passionate. She conveyed a myriad of moods without saying a word. Her body did all the talking as she moved in perfect sync to the music. Amazing. Only once during her performance did Aaron give his fellow audience members a quick scan. Isabel was clearly mesmerized as she watched Devyn with wide-eyed wonder. Gramp also appeared to be spellbound, his jaw a tad slack as he stared at the famous ballerina who'd gifted them with a private show. But mostly Aaron gave Devyn his undivided attention. He might not know much about ballet, but despite his limited exposure to that art, it was clear they were in the presence of a virtuoso. As the music wound down and Devyn struck her last pose after a series of spins that made him dizzy just watching, he exhaled. Wow. Beside him, Gramp began clapping. Isabel joined in. He followed their lead as Devyn offered a deep curtsy. When Gramp got to his feet, he did the same. Her performance had been worthy of a standing ovation. After a moment, Devyn straightened up and walked toward them as Isabel trotted over.
That was phenomenal.
Gramp looked awestruck. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She rested a hand on Isabel's shoulder.
You were amazing, Miss Devyn. Don't you get dizzy doing all those spins?
No. In ballet class, you learn a technique called spotting to help with that. Plus, after you dance long enough, your brain rewires itself to ignore the signal from the inner ear that would cause dizziness.
Does it hurt to hop all the way across the room on one toe like you did in the second dance?
Not for a short section of a dance. It comes down to training again. His daughter gave a wistful sigh. I wish I could learn to dance like you.
You'd have to spend years practicing every day to do that, honey, like Miss Devyn did.
Gramp patted her arm before turning his attention back to Devyn.
And I agree with what Isabel said. You were awesome. Wasn't she, Aaron?
Gramp nudged him.
Yes, awesome.
A soft flush rose on Devyn's cheeks. Thank you all for the kind words.
Thank you for treating us to a private performance.
Gramp scratched his head, his expression rueful.
I feel like we should have brought roses or something. Isn't that customary in ballet?
Aaron frowned. In hindsight, flowers wouldn't have been a bad idea. People no doubt paid a fortune to see Devyn dance in New York. A small bouquet would have been a thoughtful gesture. No worries. Devyn waved off Gramp's comment. I was happy to have the chance to do a bit of dancing. My daily routine at the house keeps my muscles in shape, but it's not like actual dancing. To be honest, you did me a favor. In all likelihood, that was a stretch, but her gracious response was consistent with what he'd learned about this kind, generous woman.
Dad, could I take ballet lessons?
At Isabel's query, he shifted gears.
I'll be happy to check into that for you, honey. There may be a dance place in Bandon or Coos Bay.
Do you think they're good?
I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person. I don't know anything about ballet. I expect any of them would be fine for a beginner, though.
But I want to find a good place.
She swiveled toward the expert.
Where did you take lessons when you lived here, Miss Devyn?
I went to a dance academy in Coos Bay in the beginning, before I moved on to more advanced classes in San Francisco.
but I don't think it's there anymore. The most important thing is to pick a studio that teaches strong fundamentals for beginner students. I'm sure your dad will find a good one." Isabel gave him a skeptical side-eye.
He won't know what questions to ask.
"Hey," he called up a grin. "I know how to do research. Maybe Devyn could save you the trouble and recommend a place." Gramp folded his arms and arched an eyebrow.
Yes, that would be perfect.
Isabel brightened. Aaron shot his grandfather a warning look as he spoke to Isabel. "We couldn't ask her to do that, honey. She's busy with the show and taking care of her sister. We'll figure it out." "I'm always happy to help a budding ballerina." Devyn smiled at Isabel, then redirected her attention to him. "Finding the right place does make a difference. Lauren is needing me less and less, and the show doesn't take up too much of my time. I'd be happy to see what's out there and offer a recommendation. Consider it repayment for the tire change." "That debt has been paid. He treated us to breakfast." "A quick breakfast doesn't feel sufficient. Besides, if I ever need expert advice about wood, you can return the favor." A distracting dimple dented her cheek. He cleared his throat as he dragged his gaze away from it. "I doubt that'll ever happen." "You never can tell. Seriously, I do know ballet. A few phone calls is all it'll take to get a feel for what's out there." "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Aaron." Gramp patted him on the back. "And never turn down expert advice."
Please, Dad.
Isabel's tone was entreating. At 3 against 1, this was a losing battle. Fighting the tide would be fruitless. "All right. Thank you. It will be my pleasure." Devyn encompassed all of them in her next comment. "Thank you for being such an appreciative audience tonight."
You dance beautiful, Miss Devyn.
Isabel still wore an enraptured expression. He could relate. Graham shifted toward him. "Maybe some of her technique will rub off on you through osmosis for that wedding shindig you have to attend. I know how much you're looking forward to demonstrating your dancing skills." He snickered. Heat crept up his neck. "I might not have to dance. I'm just an usher. You told me everyone in the wedding party is supposed to dance after the bride and groom take their spin. Ushers are part of the wedding party, and you've only got 11 days left to get your feet in gear."
Why don't you ask Miss Devyn to teach you a few steps, Dad?
At Isabel's suggestion, the heat crept higher. "Miss Devyn is a ballerina. That's not the kind of dancing they do at weddings."
What kind do they do?
Isabel cocked her head. "This particular dance is a swing number." He directed his next comment to Devyn. "The bride and groom are into 40s music, but most people'll fake it. I doubt there'll be many swing dancers in the group." She shrugged. "You may be surprised. A lot of people like big band music, me included." "It's not ballet, though." "No, but my dance knowledge is broader than classical ballet. I do know a few other moves." "There you go." Gramps slapped him on the back. This situation was getting out of control. He had to take a firm stand, now. If the mere thought of holding the woman across from him in his arms sent his pulse skyrocketing, there was no way he could actually do it without causing a serious cardiac issue. "I could never learn enough before the wedding to pull off a dance." He put as much conviction into his voice as possible. "Don't sell yourself short." Gramps spoke to Devyn again. "What do you think? Could you teach a guy with 2 left feet a few moves to get him through one dance?" "Gramp," he gritted his teeth and laser-focused on the older man. "She already agreed to give me a ballet studio recommendation. That's more than sufficient. I'll just disappear for that dance at the wedding. The bride won't be happy. She'll survive. Besides, you have to have a partner to dance. I'm off the hook." Because he didn't have a date, as Gramp knew, despite pressure from the groom to find one. "Wouldn't you rather be prepared just in case? What if they pair you up with a cousin or another wedding guest at the last minute, before you can escape?" At the notion of being forced to make a fool of himself with a stranger, his blood ran cold. Gramp nodded.
Thought so. You've got that deer-in-headlights look. So, what do you think, Devyn?
She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, clearly as uncomfortable with the idea of a dancing lesson as he was. Perhaps for the same reason, if the energy sizzling in the air between them was as strong on her end as it was on his. In a teaching situation, it's important for students to be willing. I have the distinct impression that dancing isn't a top priority for Aaron.
It will be the night of the wedding if he gets caught unprepared.
Gramp took Isabel's hand.
Why don't you two discuss this? We'll meet you in the car, Aaron. Come on, honey.
Can't we wait for Dad?
Nope. They have to talk about dancing lessons. Thank you again, Devyn, for a spectacular performance. Makes me want to book a ticket to New York to watch you on a real stage.
Me too.
Isabel smiled at her.
See you Thursday.
As Gramp hustled his great-granddaughter toward the exit, Aaron faced Devyn.
Sorry about that. Gramp can be persistent. Forget about the swing lesson. A studio recommendation, however, would be much appreciated. Isabel was right. I wouldn't know where to start in terms of evaluating them.
No problem. She smoothed a hand over her filmy skirt, indecision flaring in her irises as she caught her lower lip between her teeth. It sounds like you could be in an awkward position at the wedding if you get pulled into that dance.
I've survived worse.
I know what it's like to be caught unprepared at a performance, though. It's happened to me on occasion. He hiked up one side of his mouth.
The difference is that very few people will be watching me. If I flub up, no one but my unlucky partner will probably notice.
Still embarrassing, but he'd live. Well, if you change your mind and want a fast swing lesson, let me know. We could work it in one night after rehearsal, like we did with the short performance tonight.
I'll think about it. And I appreciate the offer, even if you were railroaded into it.
Her lips quirked. I like Ben's spunk. I also expect he had good intentions.
Except a certain road can be paved with those.
He waved a hand toward the door.
Are you ready to leave?
Not quite. I have to turn off lights and lock up.
Can I help?
No thanks. I've got the routine down.
In that case, I'll get the troops home. Thank you again for tonight. As an introduction to ballet, it was incredible.
I'm glad you liked it. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks. You too.
He strode toward the door, pausing on the threshold to peek back. Devyn was taking off her Pointe shoes, giving him a view of her classic profile. The scene was almost like a Degas painting. Based on what he remembered from the one art appreciation class he'd taken in college to fulfill the humanities requirement. But Devyn was real, not brushstrokes on a canvas, and for the moment, she was inhabiting his world. He gripped the edge of the door, shook his head. Who could ever have imagined that a guy who spent his days in a mill, handling rough lumber and breathing sawdust, would cross paths with a beautiful ballerina who danced to classical music and oozed refinement and culture and class, and who would also stir up latent longings best left dormant? Quashing the sudden surge in his pulse, he stepped through the door and closed it behind him with a definitive click. That's what he should do with thoughts of Devyn, too. She was completely out of his league. Besides, he hadn't even been able to make a relationship work with someone who was in his league. Olivia had ticked all the boxes. Beautiful, smart, interested in having a family, similar background. Yet in the end, their increasingly divergent priorities had doomed them. If warning signs had been there in the early days, he'd miss them. Meaning he could miss them again with another woman who came from comparable circumstances, let alone someone from a totally different sphere. He picked up his pace toward the car. The reality was, a woman like Devyn, who danced before dignitaries and traveled to glitzy cities around the globe, would never be satisfied in a small town like Hope Harbor, even if she had fond memories of her younger years here. Getting involved with someone like her would be like living with the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. and life was too short to spend it waiting for a sword to fall. When he reached the car and slid behind the wheel, Gramp angled toward him.
Well, I'm not taking dancing lessons.
He shoved the key in the ignition. Gramp tut-tutted.
What a missed opportunity. It's not that big of a deal. I can muddle through one dance without instruction if I have to. I wasn't talking about the dancing lesson.
Of course he wasn't. Aaron started the engine, put the car in reverse, backed out in silence.
Why don't you want to let Miss Devyn teach you to dance, Dad?
Isabel latched onto his gaze in the rearview mirror.
I don't want to waste her time, honey.
He broke eye contact and put the car in drive, accelerated toward home.
I don't think she'd think it was a waste of time. I can tell she likes you.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Gramp waggled his eyebrows. Aaron expelled an annoyed breath.
I wish you'd stop saying that. Why? Am I hitting too close to home? It doesn't matter. Devyn is a short-timer here. She'll be gone in 6 weeks. What would be the point of anything? You never know. People's plans change.
Gramp. He glanced toward the passenger seat.
She's a world-famous ballerina. And you're a world-class man. I'd say that even if you weren't my grandson, by the way. Seems like a decent match to me. Only if you're wearing rose-colored glasses. That's not how life works. It could. You're an optimist. And you're a pessimist. No, a realist.
He tightened his grip on the wheel.
I've learned a thing or two about compatibility through the years. You don't know Devyn well enough yet to make that call. I know the key facts. I work in a mill. She dances at Lincoln Center. End of story.
Gramp waved aside his conclusion.
Those are externals. It's what's in the heart that matters. True, but it takes a while to do a deep dive into a heart, and her stay here is limited.
I think Devyn's heart is as pretty as her dancing.
Isabel added her 2 cents from the back seat.
Truer words were never spoken.
Gramp leaned around and gave her a high five. Aaron changed the subject for the remainder of the short drive home, but Isabel returned to it as he tucked her in for the night.
You like Miss Devyn, don't you, Dad?
As he pulled up the blanket, she hugged the tattered Raggedy Ann doll she'd begun taking to bed with her again after Olivia died.
Yes, she seems nice.
Gramp thinks you should let her teach you how to do that dance for the wedding. So do I. I don't get why you think it's a bad idea.
He smoothed out a crease in the blanket. How was he supposed to explain the dangers of a hormone surge to a 9-year-old?
I feel like we've taken too much advantage of her already.
A true, if not complete, answer.
But I think she likes being around us.
Which was also dangerous.
It's not that important, Isabel. Besides, I may not have to dance at the wedding. And if I do, I can get through one dance without a lesson.
Don't you like to dance?
No, I don't have any rhythm.
Or so Olivia had told him on multiple occasions.
Yes, you do. Remember when we learned that line dance at the father-daughter Valentine dinner at school last winter? You were great.
Great might be pushing it, but he had been decent. However, his surprising ability to pick up those steps had surely been a one-off.
I think that was a fluke, honey.
She hugged her doll tighter.
I don't think so. I think Miss Devyn could teach you the dance you talked about. Why don't you tell her you'll do it? We could stay later after rehearsal again. Gramp and I could watch. Maybe we could learn the steps too.
That wasn't a bad idea. And it would put a different spin on the situation. With all 4 of them there, any rogue spark should be controllable. Especially if Gramp and Isabel joined in. Plus, having a few steps in his repertoire could save him a boatload of embarrassment if he did get dragged out to the dance floor at the wedding.
I'll tell you what. I'll think about it. How's that?
She heaved a theatrical sigh.
It's better than nothing. If you decide to do it, I could tell Miss Devyn on Thursday, and you could have a lesson on Sunday.
I'll sleep on it.
He bent down and brushed a kiss over her forehead.
Sweet dreams.
She yawned.
They will be. I'm going to dream about Miss Devyn dancing.
Sounds like a plan.
He rose, turned off the bedside lamp, and crossed to the door.
What are you going to dream about, Dad?
At Isabel's sleepy question, he stopped and swiveled back.
I guess I'll wait and see.
But if a certain ballerina dominated his dreams, one thing was certain. It was not going to be a restful night. Chapter 21. An in-person meeting with Adam Stone hadn't been in his plans. Forking his fingers through his hair, Martin rose from his desk, wiped his palms down the denim of his jeans. Strange how his brain had turned to mush when the man called and offered to drop by to discuss lumber for the Oklahoma sets. Hard as he'd tried to fabricate an excuse to refuse an in-person meeting, nothing had come to mind. But maybe this was for the best. Hiding behind a phone while he did what he should have done long ago would have been spineless. He crossed to the window in his office and looked down into the work area. Everything was running like clockwork as usual, thanks more to Aaron's oversight during the past 2 weeks than to his. It was hard to focus on business when you were worried that the marriage you'd taken for granted had crumbled beyond repair. His supervisor came into sight on the floor, stopping to confer with an employee by the debarker. Aaron was a good man, reliable, conscientious, hard-working. He also loved the lumber business, like the Fishers did. Well, all the Fishers except Lucas. That's why the idea beginning to percolate in his mind deserved serious consideration. And once he got past this weekend, he'd give it his full attention. A knock sounded on his door, and he swung around. Adam stood on the other side, a folder in hand. Shifting gears, he waved the man in.
Sorry, I didn't see you coming. With all the glass in here, I usually spot visitors as they approach. No worries. I'm a few minutes early, and you seem focused on the view.
The man entered, paused inside the door as if unsure of his welcome.
Have a seat.
Martin indicated the chairs on the other side of the desk, started toward his own seat, hesitated, rounded the desk instead, and took the chair next to the one Adam had claimed.
Father Murphy said you could use some lumber for the show. How can I help?
The man pulled a sheet of paper from the folder and handed it over.
This list covers everything set-related. Lumber, canvas, paint, hardware. Bob Howard is providing the paint and hardware through his store. We're still working to find a canvas supplier. We'd be grateful for whatever lumber you can provide.
Martin scanned the modest list of lumber needs.
Well, I can take care of all of this. If you aren't able to find a donor for the canvas, I'll cover that expense too.
That's very generous. Thank you.
Any questions?
No. He skimmed the list again.
Everything is straightforward. This didn't take as long as I expected.
Adam smiled.
Is there anyone in particular I should call here to work out the logistics of the donation? Well, I can be your main contact. But Aaron Steele, my supervisor, will arrange delivery of the lumber wherever you're working on sets. That would be the high school. Since the show will be in the auditorium there, it's easiest to do construction on site. I'll contact Aaron and coordinate the delivery with him.
He closed the empty folder and rose.
I'm sure you're busy. I won't take up any more of your day. Thank you again.
Martin stood too, pulse picking up. Now was the time to eat crow, his least favorite food, but it was the right thing to do, and it was long overdue. He swallowed, cleared his throat.
Before you leave, I want to apologize for what happened a few years ago with my son. I'm sorry you took the brunt of his bad behavior. I'm also sorry I didn't make him own up to his actions.
Adam blinked, then dipped his head in acknowledgement.
I appreciate that. Fortunately, there weren't any long-term negative consequences. There could have been. I try not to dwell on those. Besides, now that I'm married to the police chief, I doubt there'll be any issues in the future.
His mouth twitched, a glint of humor sparking in his irises. Conscience smarting, Martin let out a slow breath. The ex-con turned master woodworker, whose pieces were sought by customers from all over the country, was being far more cordial than he would have been had the situation been reversed.
Thank you for not holding my mistake against me. We all make mistakes, and you know what they say about holding a grudge. It's like drinking poison and hoping the other person dies. I don't want to spend my life being bitter.
It was hard not to admire Adam's attitude and fortitude.
If it makes any difference, Lucas has gotten his act together.
I know.
He sent me a letter while he was in the juvenile facility, apologizing for trying to frame me. He told me he'd also contacted Brian Hutton, the high school classmate he tried to pull into the mess, too. Lucas and I still touch base on occasion. Not everyone who starts down the wrong path turns their life around like he did. You must be proud of the man he's become.
Lucas had written to Adam and the Hutton kid? Did Diane know about that? If so, why had she never mentioned it? As for being proud, yeah, he was. And letting his anger over Lucas's unwillingness to be part of Fisher Lumber blind him to all of the positive changes his son had made in his life had been flat out wrong. Adam was waiting for a response, so he dredged one up.
Yes, I am. He did an amazing 180.
And he was going to commend Lucas for that, soon, if all went as planned.
Please, tell him I said hello. Adam held out his hand. Thank you again for the donation. My pleasure.
He returned the man's firm clasp, then shoved his fingers into his back pockets.
I haven't done carpentry work in quite a while, but if you could use another pair of hands on your set-building crew, I'd be happy to pitch in.
Though that offer hadn't been in his plans for this meeting, suddenly, it felt right. A succession of emotions paraded across the other man's face. Surprise, shock, incredulity.
Sure, we'd be happy to have more help. I can, email you the work schedule if you'd like, and any time you can squeeze us in, we'd be glad to have you join us. I'll make time.
He pulled a card from the holder on his desk and held it out.
My email is on there.
Adam took it.
Watch for the schedule this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day.
As his visitor disappeared out the door and down the hallway, toward the stairs that led to the first level of the building, Martin slowly exhaled. The meeting he dreaded with the man who had every right to dislike, if not hate him, had gone far more smoothly than expected, thanks to Adam's graciousness. There was a lesson there about forgiveness and overcoming adversity and looking to the future instead of the past. And it was one he intended to keep in mind as he set about reorienting his life to create a better tomorrow. Are you certain it's okay for her to go back to work, Dr. Sherman? I mean, she was on a ventilator less than 4 weeks ago. As Devyn directed that question to the neurologist, Lauren sent her a dark look from the adjacent chair. The doctor's stamp of approval on a limited return to work was fantastic news, and she was not going to let anyone nix this. Devyn, I'm not going back tomorrow. Lauren leaned toward her. Dr. Sherman said after 4th of July. That's almost 2 weeks from now. And I'll only be assisting for 2 hours, 2 days a week until I see how I do. I'm ready for this. I feel stronger and more like myself every day. Her sister's forehead crinkled. But why rush the process or risk a setback? Your concern is understandable, Devyn. The doctor stepped back in, her manner calm, reasoned. But believe me, I never advise patients to move faster than I consider prudent. Your sister has made remarkable progress, and I think her recovery will accelerate even more once she gets back to her routine. I also believe she's smart enough to cut back if she needs to. Devyn let out a slow breath. You're right. I just want what's best for her. At the concern on her sister's face, Lauren's throat pinched. Maybe they'd never been close growing up. Maybe she'd shut Devyn out of her life for years. Maybe she'd held on to resentments for too long. But during the week since her sister had been in Hope Harbor, it had become clearer with each day that passed how much she wanted to reconnect. And truth be told, she was beginning to want that too. "Hey," she reached out and took Devyn's hand, squeezed. "I know that, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate you being here for me through all this. I promise I won't do anything to cause a setback. If 2 days is too much, I'll adjust my schedule. Okay?" Devyn squeezed back. "Sorry, I don't mean to put a damper on happy news." She turned toward the doctor. "What about driving?" "I'm not ready to sign off on that yet. Lauren hasn't had any complications like seizures that would require a legal moratorium on driving, and, well, she aced the neurological tests I did today. But let's take it one step at a time. I'll reevaluate on her next visit in July." Lauren frowned. No, driving was a big glitch. She did have to get to and from the dental office in Coos Bay, and I can take her to work until you give her the all-clear to get behind the wheel. Devyn leaned back in her chair. Or I could Uber. Lauren jumped back into the exchange. If you take me, you'll be on the road 2 hours a day. Not if I stay in Coos Bay while you work. I can poke around the town, treat myself to a fancy coffee. The doctor stood. I'll let you two work out the details, but I do have one more piece of good news. You can ditch the cane, Lauren. Hallelujah! She raised a fist in the air. She hasn't been using it much the past few days anyway. Devyn sent her a pointed look. Snitch. Lauren stuck out her tongue. The doctor smiled, then grew more serious as she opened the exam room door. Stop at the reception desk and make an appointment for 1 month, but call me if anything comes up in the meantime. I will. Thank you. As the doctor left, Lauren picked up her purse and rose. Devyn did too. And her sister stayed close while she set up the appointment. Closer yet after she tucked the cane under her arm instead of using it as they walked to the car. Lauren shook her head, but kept her attention on the pavement while they traversed the parking lot. I'm fine, Devyn. Steady as a rock. My brain is firing on all cylinders again, too. You don't have to hover. When there was no response, she looked over. Her sister's brow was wrinkled, and she seemed distracted, like she'd been ever since rehearsal last night. What was going on? Hey, she stopped. Are you with me? Devyn walked another couple of steps, halted, pivoted back. What's wrong? I should ask you the same question. Who's the one with brain fog now? Her tease didn't elicit the hoped-for smile. Sorry, I was lost in thought. No kidding. Is there an issue with the show? No, it's coming along fine. She motioned toward the car. Let's head home. She continued toward the focus without waiting for a response. Lauren followed more slowly, debating her strategy as she slid into the passenger seat and stowed her cane. Should she probe or back off? Hard to know for sure. While they were beginning to repair their frayed relationship, it might be premature to push too hard. But if there was a problem, it was possible Devyn could use a sounding board. Offering a sympathetic ear was the least she could do after all her sister had done for her over the past few weeks. Worst case, Devyn would shut her down. Best case, they'd break down a few more of the barriers between them. As Devyn put the car in gear and pointed it toward the parking lot exit, Lauren took the plunge. Look, I know we haven't been close in the past, but I hope that's changing. You've been acting strange since you got home from rehearsal last night, so I assume there's a connection? If you want to talk about it, I'm available. And now that she'd lobbed the ball into her sister's court, she sat back and waited. Devyn gripped the wheel tighter, Lauren's offer hanging in the air between them. Apparently, the tizzy she was in, prompted by Isabel's proclamation last night that Aaron was coming to rehearsal Sunday and planned to stay for a dance lesson afterward, was on display for all the world to see. Or at least for her sister to see. And 3 hours of intermittent sleep last night hadn't helped clarify her thinking. If she shared the cause of her distraction, though, Lauren would likely think she was crazy to be so captivated and flustered by a man who had no place in her world. On the other hand, perhaps talking through her dilemma could help her sort out her— Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in. Lauren's light-hearted inflection seemed a bit forced. Just because we're sharing a roof doesn't mean— Wait, you aren't butting in. To be honest, I'm kind of embarrassed. Devyn pulled out of the lot and accelerated. To cut to the chase, I agreed to do a favor for someone, and now I'm having second thoughts. Why don't you just tell them you changed your mind? If I back out, I'll have to explain why. Is that a problem? Devyn could feel Lauren's gaze on her as she flipped on her blinker and switched lanes. It would be awkward. A few seconds of silence followed her admission, as if Lauren was formulating a careful response. When her sister spoke, her tone was cautious. If the favor's for someone in town, I may be able to give you a few insights about how to approach them. I know most of the players here. That was true. Yet once she mentioned Aaron's name, there was no going back. However, Lauren had bared her soul about Dennis, and this situation was small potatoes compared to admitting you'd stuck with a loser who'd controlled your life and cheated on you. And sisters who were close, or wanted to be close, shared the good along with the bad. May as well go for it. It's Aaron Steele. She hung a left and pulled onto 101, tightening her grip on the wheel. I offered to give him a swing dance lesson, and he's taking me up on it after rehearsal Sunday. Isabel passed on the news last night. She filled Lauren in on the wedding dance bind he was in. More silence. Devyn peeked at her passenger. Her sister's puzzled expression suggested she had no clue why this was a problem. Sorry, Lauren confirmed that impression a moment later. I can't figure out why you'd want to retract your offer, but if you do, Aaron's a nice guy. He won't hold it against you. Devyn tightened her grip on the wheel. This was where it got sticky. The thing is, I don't really want to back out, but I think I should. Why? She braced. Because I like him. Too much. More silence. She glanced over to find her sister squinting at her. You mean you're attracted to him? Yes, which isn't good. I mean, he lives more than 3,000 miles from where I live. Being up close and personal with him could be dangerous. What if I end up liking him more? Devyn huffed out a breath. That's not a complication I need. Do you think the interest is mutual? Oh, yeah. Aaron may not have said anything, but his eyes spoke volumes. The sizzle definitely wasn't one-sided. Yes, but there's no potential. Devyn passed a slow-moving RV adorned with a "Chillin'" bumper sticker. If only. So the safest way to keep my heart intact is to keep my distance, which means I should cancel our lesson, except I can't tell him why I want to bail. A few beats ticked by. Didn't you say Isabel and Ben would be there too? Yes. So it's not like you two will be alone in a romantic candlelit setting. Lauren shrugged. It sounds like a safe situation to me. You can't get very cozy with two chaperones on hand, right? I guess not. But their presence wouldn't put a lid on her hormones. How did this dance lesson come about anyway? It was Ben's idea. She filled her sister in on the conversation that had taken place after her short performance on Tuesday. You danced for them? Was there a trace of hurt in Lauren's inflection? Frowning, Devyn looked over again. Yes. Oh, why? I would have liked to see that. Seriously? I assumed you'd prefer to keep your distance from that part of my life. A few weeks ago, that would have been true. Not anymore. I haven't seen you dance since Dad and I went down to San Francisco Ballet School Spring Festival when I was about 15. I remember that. It was fun to have you both in the audience, and I was thrilled the 2 times Dad came to New York to see me dance in my corps de ballet days. Even if the ticket she'd also set aside for Lauren on both occasions had gone unclaimed. I'm sorry now I didn't join him. Can I be honest? Me too. But I can understand why you didn't. My resentment seems misplaced in hindsight, though. It wasn't as if you were the one calling the shots when you were a kid. No, Mom was in charge, no question about it. But I understand why you'd be angry. You and Dad made a ton of sacrifices to give me a crack at the gold ring, and I'll always be grateful. Lauren sighed. I'm thinking that at this stage of our lives, we should focus on the future instead of revisiting the past. I'm on board with that. And in terms of your immediate future, it's possible you're worrying too much about a simple dance lesson. You're paired with toned guys in tights every day. But I'm not attracted to them. I get that. But how hard can it be to teach a few swing moves to Aaron while his daughter and grandfather are close by? It isn't as if anything romantic could happen. And just keep reminding yourself that once you're back in New York, on your own turf and caught up in your usual routine, Hope Harbor and everyone here will fade into the background. Except me, I hope. No worries on that score. She sighed. What you say makes sense. I guess I'll let the lesson stand. Despite the lurking misgivings, no amount of conversation or logic would dispel. Well, if you need another pep talk, you have my number. Devyn's spirits ticked up at her sister's joking tone. The new, easy banter between them was evidence that her goal for this trip was within striking distance. Her relationship with her sister was progressing exactly as she'd hoped it would. Her relationship with Aaron was another matter altogether. The simple fact was, as long as she stayed in town, he was going to disrupt her peace of mind. Nevertheless, she promised him a lesson, and it wasn't fair to change her mind. So she'd keep it pleasant and professional, pull Isabel and Ben into the fun, and ignore any unruly sparks that managed to ignite. A raindrop plopped onto the windshield, followed by another, and another. She flipped on the wipers, and an instant later the drops were gone. If only she could whoosh away memories of Aaron as easily once she returned to New York. But that wasn't going to happen, no matter what Lauren thought. And truth be told, her sister's good-intentioned reassurance that memories of her trip in general would fade after she left didn't comfort her. Despite all the years she'd been gone, Hope Harbor still felt like home. More than New York ever had, though she'd lived there longer than she'd lived in Oregon. In fact, now that she was back, the whole notion of leaving wasn't all that appealing. But her life and her career were in the Big Apple, and there was no way to change that in the immediate future. Or at least none she could see. A ray of sun peeked through the clouds, and her lips flexed. Typical Hope Harbor. Raining one minute, sunny the next. Or sometimes both at the same time. It was magical. Charlie had said that about Hope Harbor once, too, back when she was waiting to hear whether she'd been accepted at the San Francisco Ballet School. According to him, a special magic in her hometown often helped dreams come true. As hers had on the day 20-plus years ago when she'd gotten the happy news that had launched her on the road to New York. So if that special magic was still around, perhaps she'd be given a few insights about how to handle the handsome lumberman with the beguiling little daughter who'd captured her fancy and was fast encroaching on her heart. Chapter 22. It was hot in Texas, much hotter than in Hope Harbor. Martin swiped the back of his hand across his forehead and cranked up the air in his rental car. But the heat blazing through the windshield on this Saturday morning wasn't the only reason he was sweating. Just like the day he'd gone to visit Diane at Anna Williams's place, he was flying blind. Hopeful but clueless about the reception he'd get at the off-campus studio apartment Lucas now called home. The truth was, after years of sporadic tense contact, it was very possible his son would either shut the door in his face or tell him to take a hike, despite the long trek he'd made for this in-person visit. "Your destination is on the right." At the voice from his phone, he slowed, pulled up in front of a nondescript apartment building in a neighborhood that seemed a bit tired, would be a generous term. Martin let out a slow breath. What a contrast to the house in Hope Harbor with the pool and ocean view and expansive grounds that he'd built for his family after he'd gotten the mill back on the road to solid financial footing. A house he now occupied alone. The fact that his wife preferred to live in a one-room annex and his son in an apartment building with peeling paint was compelling evidence he was the cause of their departure. He was the only common denominator. But maybe today he could start to make amends for his past transgressions with his son. He turned off the engine, slid from behind the wheel into the blast furnace that Austin called summer, and locked the door. There wasn't much to steal in the car, but this neighborhood didn't appear to be the sort of place where you should take a chance. He walked to the entrance, pulse picking up, dread dogging his steps. What if Lucas refused to talk to him, despite his long trip? It was the same question that had looped through his mind since he'd decided to book his plane ticket. Texting or calling to alert him of his visit, however, could have backfired. It was easier to cut someone off electronically than in person. Besides, while it would be more awkward to apologize and plead his case face-to-face, it was the right way to handle this. All he could do was hope Lucas would hear him out. The odds weren't in his favor, considering his son had ignored his prior text and call. But perhaps his willingness to make the effort to show up would count for something. He entered the 3-story apartment building. No obvious security, but at least the place was clean. After giving the tiny elevator a once-over, he continued to the stairwell. Maybe the exercise would dispel some of his tension, which had burgeoned while he sat idle on a plane for hours with nothing to do but worry about this meeting. Plus, the climb would put off the moment of truth for another couple of minutes. He took the stairs at a slow, methodical pace, yet his heart picked up speed with every step he climbed. A phenomenon unrelated to his physical exertion. It was fear, pure and simple. At the top, he opened the door to the hallway, walked down the length of the corridor, checking numbers as he went. Lucas's apartment was the last one on the right. He stopped in front of the door, raked his fingers through his hair, called up his rusty praying skills, and sent a silent plea heavenward for guidance. Then he leaned forward, hand raised to... The knob rattled, and a second later the door swung open. Lucas took a step forward, jerked to a stop as his visitor's presence registered. Slowly, Martin lowered his hand, stuck his trembling fingers in his pocket.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. What are you doing here?"
His son's tone was wary, devoid of warmth or welcome.
"I wanted to talk to you."
A muscle clenched in his son's cheek.
"Give it up, Dad. I'm not joining the mill." "I know, and that's okay."
Lucas's eyes narrowed. "Since when?"
"Since I saw the light."
"Can we talk?" A few beats passed while his son studied him.
"I have plans for the day."
Not unexpected. Most young adults Lucas's age didn't let Saturdays go to waste.
"Can you squeeze in a coffee this morning? Or lunch? Or we could do dinner this evening. I'm also available tomorrow morning. My flight doesn't leave until 2.
Lucas shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
"Did Mom put you up to this?" "No, she doesn't know I'm here."
Why are you here? That wasn't a conversation he wanted to have standing in a hall.
If you can carve 20 minutes out of your weekend for me, I'll explain.
Silence as Lucas regarded him. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple and he reached up, wiped it off. He'd beg if necessary, but hopefully it wouldn't come to that.
Give me a minute.
Lucas moved back, shut the door. Martin drew a shaky breath. At least his son hadn't told him to get lost. It was possible he just needed a few minutes to process the arrival of his unexpected visitor. One could hope, anyway. 5 eternal minutes later, his phone pinged. He pulled it out and scanned the screen, called up the text from Lucas.
I'll meet you at the ground floor coffee shop in 15 minutes. It's a couple blocks from here. That work?
Thank you, God, he thought to himself. Somehow he managed to thumb in a response despite a serious case of the shakes.
Yes, see you there.
He retraced his steps down the hall, Googled the shop, and was waiting inside in a corner booth when Lucas entered 14 minutes later. After detouring to the counter, his son slid onto the bench seat across from him, a disposable cup in hand.
I didn't expect you to change your plans.
Martin wrapped his fingers around his own cup.
We could have gotten together later.
My friend was chill about it, and I would have been lousy company. I'd have spent the whole time wondering why you came. Lucas rotated his cup on the table, watching him. Hard as he tried to fill his lungs, they refused to cooperate. He'd have to stumble through and hope his air didn't run out.
I'm here to acknowledge that I've made a lot of mistakes with you and your mom. Her walking out was a wake-up call. So was a conversation I had with Adam Stone.
Lucas did a double take.
You talked to Adam?
Yes. The mill is donating lumber for sets for a Helping Hand show, and Adam's in charge of the crew.
Martin took a sip of the coffee that had grown cool as he'd waited for his son to arrive.
He told me about the letter you sent him after all the trouble with the vandalism incidents, and he asked me to tell you hello. I'm impressed you contacted him.
Lucas shrugged, a hint of pink creeping across his cheeks.
It was the right thing to do. He's a good guy. Most people wouldn't be as willing to forgive. I know. But I'm hoping someday you'll forgive me. Let me have another chance to be the dad I should have been all along. Because I love you. I always have. I'm also proud of the man you've become. I admire you for following your dream and channeling your creativity into a career that allows you to use your gift.
Lucas squinted at him, his skepticism obvious.
Is this on level?
Yes.
He lasered him with a cynical gaze.
You must want Mom back really bad to fly all the way here just to give a pretty speech so you can tell her you tried to mend our fences.
That hurt, but it wasn't undeserved.
My trip here isn't about your mom. It's about you and me.
Right. The word dripped with sarcasm. Gut twisting, Martin regarded the clean-cut young man sitting across from him. The same man who'd once been a little boy with worshipful eyes who'd loved to play catch with his dad. Until his dad suddenly didn't have time for him anymore. If fate was kind, somewhere deep inside the grown-up Lucas, that little boy still lived.
Look, I don't blame you for being suspicious.
His voice choked and he paused, swallowed.
I know I messed up big time. All I'm asking for is an opportunity to prove things will be different going forward. Let me visit you, or come home for visits when your schedule allows. We could text or email. Whatever works for you is fine with me, as long as we can reconnect and stay in touch on a regular basis.
Lucas's features hardened. You don't have time for me, Dad. You haven't for years. The mill always came first.
No, not always.
Had Lucas forgotten about those games of catch, as well as the family picnics the three of them had gone on to Shore Acres State Park and the weekend camping trips they'd taken on occasion?
Not when you were younger.
His features softened a tad.
I do remember you being around more when I was a kid, and being nicer. Then, all of a sudden, you seemed mad and stressed 24/7. What happened?
Martin took another swig of his now cold coffee, grimaced at the bitter taste it left on his tongue. All these years, he'd sheltered Lucas and Diane from his problems at the mill. Maybe it was time to be honest. Not to justify his bad behavior, but to make it clear there'd been a reason for the change in his personality. Diane deserved the full explanation first, but until she was willing to talk to him, he could give Lucas the top line.
That's a valid question. One I hope to talk about with your mother, too, if she'll give me the opportunity. I'll share more details with you after I have that conversation with her, but bottom line, when your grandfather turned over the mill to me, it was a mess. We were running on fumes.
Lucas frowned.
I thought the business was always on solid ground. I did, too. My dad kept the books close to his vest, so I had no idea what I was taking on until a few days before he left. It was baptism by fire after he and your grandmother moved to Arizona. I discovered the business I'd invested my life in was on the brink of going under, along with the family legacy. It took me years of blood, sweat, and tears, not to mention 15-hour days, to right the ship and get the company back on firm footing.
A muscle twitched beside Lucas's eye.
Why didn't you ever say anything? I didn't want you and your mother to worry about our financial straits. She didn't grow up in the most secure environment, and children shouldn't have to deal with uncertainty. You think dealing with an absentee father and husband who never explained why he was choosing the mill over us was less painful?
Martin winced, yet Lucas was spot on.
That was a mistake. Yeah, it was.
His throat worked, and he dipped his chin, picked up a napkin and scrubbed at a few drops of coffee that had spilled on the table.
I always wondered if you stopped hanging around because you got tired of being a father. If I was too much trouble. Oh, Lucas.
He closed his eyes, stomach knotting, exhaled.
It had nothing to do with you or your mom. I just felt overwhelmed. I didn't want the Fisher legacy to go under on my watch, nor did I have a clue what I'd do if it did. All I know is lumber. So why did you build that big house if the situation was as tough as you say? I didn't build it until I was certain the company was safe. And my ego was involved in that. The house was a concrete way for me to prove to myself and to the world that I was a success, that all the effort I'd put into turning the company around had paid off. You know what? I liked our little house better. It was happier.
Yeah, it had been.
I agree. If I had it all to do over again, knowing what I know now, I would have come up with another plan to save the company. Like the one I'm working on now that will allow me to step back and delegate some of the management tasks so I have more time for the people I love. Does Mom know about that? Not yet. I want to have all my ducks in a row before I attempt to talk to her again.
Lucas removed the lid from his coffee, swirled the dregs of the dark liquid.
It took a lot of guts for her to walk away. It may not be easy to convince her you're serious. I know. But nothing matters more to me than reconnecting with the two of you. If I had to give up the mill tomorrow to make that happen, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
He moved his cup aside, linked his fingers on the table, braced.
So do you think you and I could try again?
As he waited for his son's response, a plate dropped somewhere in the shop, the glass shattering on the floor. Hopefully that wasn't an omen of how this conversation was going to end.
I guess we can talk more, but I can't promise anything else yet.
That was a start anyway.
I'll take it. Now, if you can spare a few more minutes, I'd like to hear about your internship. It sounds like a plum opportunity.
At first, all he could elicit were short comments, but as he continued to ask questions, Lucas began to warm up. 45 minutes later, the conversation was flowing much more naturally. But when Lucas glanced at his watch, Martin took the cue.
I'm sure you have other plans for the day. I don't want to hold you up. I do have a commitment in an hour. I'm coaching a boys' baseball team this summer at my church. We practice on Saturdays. One more quality to admire in the man his son had become. You can't disappoint the team. He wadded up his napkin, squeezed it in his fist. I know this is a long shot on a Saturday night, but if you're available, we could continue our conversation over dinner. I don't have a date, so yeah, I could do dinner. There's a great barbecue place not far from here. He named the restaurant. Sounds good. You want me to pick you up, or should we meet there? Where are you staying? He gave him the name of the chain hotel he'd chosen close to the airport, a convenient location if Lucas had blown him off and he decided to catch an earlier flight out. Let's meet at the restaurant about 6. Lucas picked up his cup, slid to the end of the bench, and stood. I'll see you later. I'll be there. He stood too, held out his hand. Thank you for your willingness to let me have another shot at being a father. Lucas took it, gave his fingers a quick squeeze. You should thank Adam instead. That was unexpected. How so? When I wrote to apologize for all the grief I caused him, he sent me a letter I still have. He said forgiveness is easier than humility, so if someone has the courage to put their pride aside, admit their mistakes, and promise to do better, it's wrong not to accept their apology and give them the benefit of the doubt. He also said it's important to pay that kind of grace forward, like I'm doing with you. Martin sucked in a breath. This from a young man less than half his age but with twice his wisdom. It was humbling. Thank you. His voice scratched. Lucas nodded. I'll see you for dinner. I'll look forward to it. Martin remained by the table, watching until Lucas pushed through the door and disappeared into the oppressive heat. Then he picked up his empty cup. Should he get a refill? No. He didn't need another caffeine infusion to energize him. His meeting with his son had already done that. And perhaps, if all went well during the remainder of his visit, the groundwork for a new and improved relationship would be firmly laid by the time he flew home to tackle the next item on his Make a New Start list. Chapter 23. The evening wasn't going as planned. As the dance rehearsal for Oklahoma wound down on Sunday, Aaron dropped to the balls of his feet in front of Isabel and reached for her hand. When did you start to feel bad, honey?
Right at the beginning, but I didn't want to leave. Now my stomach hurts worse.
He laid his fingers against her forehead. No fever as far as he could tell.
What's up?
Gramp joined them and bent down, propping his hands on his knees.
Isabel has an upset stomach.
When Gramp arched an eyebrow at her, she ducked her head. Aaron looked between the two of them.
What do you two know that I don't? You want to tell him, or should I?
Gramp directed the question to his great-granddaughter. Silence.
Tell me what?
Aaron squeezed Isabel's fingers.
What do I need to know?
She continued to give the floor more attention than it deserved.
I think I ate too many brownies after dinner.
Her voice was so soft he had to lean close to hear it.
I only gave you one.
I know, but I went back while you were getting ready to come to rehearsal and ate another one. And another half before Gramps saw me and said I should stop.
Good grief. Happy as he was about her improving appetite, one generous brownie from Sweet Dreams was more than sufficient for an adult, let alone a child.
I think we can pinpoint the source of the problem.
Gramps straightened up.
I'll take Isabel home. You have a dance lesson to go to.
Without the safety net of Isabel and his grandfather acting as chaperones? Not happening.
No, we'll all leave.
Hey! Devyn joined them and dropped to one knee near Isabel, inches away from him. Is everything okay, sweetie? You don't look like you feel well.
I don't.
1 or more too many brownies for dessert. Aaron rose and pulled out his keys.
Sorry to have to cancel the dance lesson, but I need to get her home. Could we reschedule?
Sure, I could do Tuesday after rehearsal. She stood too.
That's cutting it close, Aaron.
Gramp propped his hands on his hips.
The wedding's Friday. Closer may be more beneficial. The steps will be fresher in my mind. What if Devyn gets tied up and can't make Tuesday work?
Aaron squinted between Gramp and Isabel. Was it possible the two of them had cooked up a scheme to give him one-on-one time with their choreographer? He wouldn't put it past Gramp. The man was an operator when he was on a mission. But Isabel's pallor would be hard to fake. Barring an emergency, I'll be here Tuesday. We need every dance rehearsal we can get. Devyn jumped back in.
Let's plan on that.
Aaron took Isabel's hand.
Besides, we came in one car. Maybe Devyn could give you a ride home afterward if you stayed tonight.
Gramp gave her a cajoling smile.
We don't live too far away.
Leave it to the Steele patriarch to put her on the spot.
Tuesday will be fine, Gramp.
He telegraphed Devyn a silent apology as he squeezed Isabel's hand.
Come on, honey. Let's go home.
I don't want to wreck your lesson.
Isabel tugged her fingers free.
I can lay down over there.
She pointed to a row of folding chairs against the wall.
You'll feel better at home.
No, I won't. I'll feel bad because you won't get your lesson tonight. Why can't Gramp take me home?
I don't mind giving you a ride if you'd rather stick with the original plan. As Devyn spoke, he studied her. She didn't seem any more thrilled about the idea of a private dance lesson than he was, but it was kind of her to be accommodating.
Wonderful!
Gramp was enthusiastic enough for both of them.
That way you're covered in case an emergency comes up at the mill and you can't get here on Tuesday. You'd be in a fine pickle without a few pointers from our fancy footwork expert here.
He held out his hand to Isabel.
Let's go home so these two can get the lesson rolling.
Isabel sidled away and slid her fingers into Gramp's. Now what? Unfortunately, his grandfather didn't give him a chance to come up with an escape plan.
We'll see you at home later, Aaron. Have fun, you two.
With that, he hurried Isabel toward the exit and disappeared through the door on the heels of the last cast members. Silence fell in the hall. Aaron cleared his throat.
Sorry, Gramp can be a steamroller.
Especially if he had a bee in his bonnet about something. Devyn's lips quirked. Is steamrolling part of the Steele DNA?
I hope not, but I have been called single-minded on occasion.
Guilty as charged on that count, too. Tenacity can be beneficial, though. It certainly helped me in my dance career. And that's a perfect segue into our lesson. Shall we get started? His pulse picked up, and he wasn't even holding her in his arms yet. Not good.
I have a feeling you may regret this.
He glanced down at her small feet, protected by nothing but flimsy pink ballet slippers. From a practical standpoint, this was definitely a bad idea. One wrong step and he could crush her foot, even if he had exchanged his work boots for dress shoes tonight. He should put a stop to this before... Why? He lifted his chin to find her studying him.
I could hurt your foot, and if I put the Oklahoma choreographer out of commission, everyone in the cast will hate me.
He tried for a teasing tone. My feet are more durable than they look. Not likely.
If I smash any of your toes, you'll not only be sidelined from this show, but from your career. And feet can be permanently deformed.
Ugly feet are the fate of ballet dancers. He gave the pale pink slippers below her leggings another inspection.
That's a hard sell.
After regarding him in silence for a few moments, she lifted her right foot, bent her knee, and pulled off her slipper. Repeated the process with the left foot. Waved a hand over her bare feet. Did I exaggerate? He stared down. Whoa! She hadn't exaggerated.
Devyn, the beautiful ballerina who danced like a dream, had gnarly feet. Her toes were crooked and sported an abundance of corns and calluses. Some of the nails were discolored, patches of skin were red, plus she had noticeable bunions. And that was just the top of her feet. Who knew what carnage had been wreaked on the bottom? Convinced? At her prompt, he lifted his gaze, trying to mask his shock.
Your feet seem to have taken a few hard knocks.
If there was a more diplomatic response, it eluded him. More than a few. She repeated her earlier maneuver in reverse, sliding her shoes back on. So as you can see, there's very little you could do to make matters worse. Ugly feet are one of the prices I paid for choosing ballet as a career. Are you ready to dance? When no other excuse to delay came to mind, he nodded. Then let's do this. I thought we'd begin by learning the basic step, either single or triple, depending on how it goes. Then we'll add in a left side pass, underarm turn, and a tuck turn with a free spin. Those moves should carry you through a whole dance. He gaped at her. Was she speaking English?
That sounds complicated.
It's not. These are simple moves, and the woman does most of the work with a bit of direction from the guy. She walked a few feet away, talking over her shoulder. Watch my feet while I demonstrate the guy's move for the basic single step. Remember that your feet will always be doing this step no matter what the rest of your body's doing. So, it's step on your left foot, step on your right foot, rock back on your left foot. As she demonstrated the sequence, he wiped his damp palms down his jeans and tried to focus on her feet. Maybe he could get through this if he didn't actually have to touch her. She ran him through the steps several times, then watched over her shoulder. You've got it! Very smooth. I think we could try the triple. Same basic move, just adding in a step. Check out my feet. It's left, right, left, right. Rock step back on the left. Try it with me. He mirrored her steps without too much trouble. How does that feel? She faced him after they repeated the step a couple of dozen times.
I think I've got it.
Excellent. Now we'll add in a left side pass. She walked closer and held out her hands. These moves can all be done in the open or closed position. The latter is the standard dance pose. For learning purposes, we'll stick with the open position. That would be helpful for his heart. Nevertheless, when he took her hands, his pulse stuttered. Her slender fingers felt as dainty as they looked. He tried hard to listen as she explained the maneuver and did his best to follow the instructions as she slowly walked him through it. Amazingly enough, it wasn't too difficult despite the distraction of the sweet scent that tickled his nose whenever she passed him. Once he mastered the left side pass, she continued on to the turns. Those were trickier and required every ounce of his concentration. After 15 minutes of intense focus, he could do them without having to think through every single step. Your muscle memory is kicking in. Devyn gave an approving nod as she released his hands. He missed the feel of her skin against his at once.
Is that, a real thing?
Absolutely. Once movements get encoded in your brain, you can do them without conscious thought. You're getting there.
I'm not sure I'll remember them by Friday without prompting, though.
If you run over the steps every night once or twice, you'll be fine. He rubbed his neck.
I wish I had your confidence.
Trust your feet. But learning the basic steps in isolation is different than dancing. Let's try putting them together with music. She crossed to the folding chair where she'd left her bag, pulled out her phone, scrolled through, and called up a song. While he was no 40s aficionado, even he recognized In the Mood. This is my favorite swing number. She rejoined him and held out her hands again. Let's start with the basic triple swing to get into the rhythm. Then I'll call out the steps. Dive in whenever you're ready. He picked up the beat and launched into the triple swing step, and as Devyn called out the other moves, he transitioned into them with only minor missteps. By the time the song ended, he was grinning.
That was actually fun.
She disengaged and hurried over to the chair to shut off her phone, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling. I agree. It's been ages since I've done a swing dance, and I can't believe how fast you picked up the steps. You also have impeccable rhythm. I don't know about that. I had a few fumbles, but you got back on track immediately. A lot of people can't do that. I think you're ready for the command performance at the wedding. Yeah, he was. Best of all, he'd survived the lesson without a major testosterone spike. If they left now, in 10 minutes, he'd be home free. Except dangerous words suddenly spilled out of his mouth.
What do I do if whoever I get paired up with at the wedding wants to use the traditional dance position? That could be tricky.
As the question hung in the air between them, his heart skipped a beat. What on earth had prompted that? He'd made it through the whole session without getting too up close and personal. He should be hightailing it out of here as fast as possible and thanking his lucky stars he'd escaped unscathed. Instead, he was angling for an invitation to get cozy. It didn't make sense. Well, Devyn moistened her lips, folded her arms. I suppose that could happen, but all the steps are the same. I guess we could run through the moves again in the closed position if it would make you feel more comfortable, though. It would likely do just the opposite. Yet this could be his only chance to hold her in his arms, and after watching her from afar these past few weeks, after all the sparks that had flown between them, the temptation to go for it was suddenly too strong to resist.
I think it could be helpful.
Despite his attempt to sound nonchalant, his reply came out a tad husky. After a brief hesitation, she walked toward him. Okay. He held out his arms. She stepped into them. And as he slipped his right hand around her impossibly small waist and clasped her right hand with his left, he stopped breathing. At this proximity, the 7 or 8 inch height difference between them was even more pronounced, as were the intriguing silver flecks in her blue irises, and she had a tiny freckle beside her soft-looking lips, which were moving. Uh-oh, she was talking. With an effort, he tuned back in. And see how it goes. He'd missed too much of her comment to fake a reply.
Sorry. Could you say that again? I was, distracted for a minute.
He tried to ignore the warmth seeping through his shirt and into his skin from the hand she'd placed on his shoulder. A faint hint of pink crept across her cheeks. I suggested that we start with a few triples, then instead of me calling out steps, you take over since I won't be there to give directions on Friday. Unless he asked her to go with him. A shock wave rippled through him as that notion popped into his mind. A bad idea. Even if the RSVP deadline wasn't until tomorrow, and he could technically still add a +1. Even if having her with him would alleviate his worries about dancing with a stranger. Even if the thought of a whole evening in the company of this caring, beautiful woman set off a tingle in his nerve endings. But if he succumbed to temptation, he'd be playing with fire. Aaron? She examined his face. Does that work?
Yeah, let's give it a try.
She counted them in, and after a few basics, she let him take the lead. For a guy with 2 left feet, he managed to hold his own. In all likelihood, due more to Devyn's skill than his. She seemed to anticipate what he was going to do, and with her natural grace, she'd make any partner look good. After he ran through all the moves a few times, he stopped. Not by choice, but they couldn't dance together all night, given his limited repertoire of steps. You did great. She eased out of his arms, and he let her go. Reluctantly. You ready to call it a night? No. But what excuse could he dredge up to prolong this encounter?
Yes, I should get home and check on Isabel.
Give me a minute to gather up my stuff. She strode over to her bag, sat on the chair beside it, and exchanged her ballet slippers for street shoes. This didn't take as long as I expected. You have natural ability, and you're a fast learner.
You're being kind.
Truthful. She gave him a judicious scan. You've had a bad dancing experience, haven't you? This woman was way too insightful. He slipped his fingers into his pockets.
My wife wasn't impressed with my dancing skills.
Was she a professional dancer?
No.
Then I have better credentials to judge your dancing ability. She flashed him a smile. But I'm sure she admired many other things about you.
Actually, no. Not as time went by. We, didn't have the best relationship.
Devyn slid her ballet slippers into her bag and gave him her full attention. I'm sorry. He offered her a stiff shrug.
We had work-life balance issues. She was willing to put in an extreme number of hours to advance in her career. I wasn't. I wanted more family time. That's why I left the corporate world for the mill job.
That was more than he'd ever told anyone other than Reverend Baker about his marital problems. Yet somehow it felt right to give this woman a peek into the marriage that had failed to live up to his hoped-for happily ever after. I imagine that was tough. I understand having a demanding job and the sacrifices required to succeed, but as I get older, I'm recognizing how important it is to carve out time in your life for the people you love.
Like you did with Lauren.
Devyn's lips twisted into a wry smile as she slung her bag over her shoulder and stood. Don't give me too much credit. I didn't have any real plans for the summer, so coming wasn't a huge hardship. But to be honest, I wasn't sure what kind of reception I'd get. We haven't been very close. Thankfully, though, our relationship is improving.
Then you're glad you made the trip?
Very much so. Her gaze latched onto his for a second before she jerked it away to rummage through her bag for her keys. If you like, I can close up and meet you by the door. What he'd like was to extend this conversation for another hour, learn more about her family and training and her life in New York, ask about her favorite songs and movies and food, find out about the places she'd traveled and the activities she enjoyed during her free hours. In other words, get to know her better. But that wasn't going to happen tonight. She was ready to go, and he should get home to Isabel.
I'll wait for you there.
3 minutes later, when she joined him by the door, he pushed it open for her.
Why do you get stuck with the lockup chores after every rehearsal?
We decided the group should sing rather than dance first. She struck out for the car, and he fell in beside her. Otherwise, Sean would have to deal with flagging energy levels. I don't know if you've paid much attention, but I keep everyone moving out there.
I noticed.
He circled the focus and opened the driver's side door for her. When she slid inside, he took his place in the passenger seat and gave her the simple directions to his house. It's too bad Isabel missed the swing dance lesson. She was excited about learning the steps with Ben.
I could try to teach them to her.
Excellent idea. That'll keep you in practice.
Dancing with a 9-year-old isn't the same as dancing with an adult, though. The height difference is a challenge.
But the footwork is the same, and you'll have an adult partner at the wedding. She motioned to the next street. Is this where I turn?
Yes.
He took a deep breath. If he wanted to get to know Devyn, the ideal opportunity was staring him in the face, if he was willing to play with fire and ask her to the wedding. Except it wasn't really playing with fire. After all, they were both logical people, smart enough to know that letting anything get out of hand would be foolish. And if they both kept that top of mind, what would be the harm in spending a few hours together? They'd enjoy a meal, share a dance or two, talk. It would be a pleasant interlude to break up his usual routine. It was worth a shot. He swallowed, wrapped his fingers around his seatbelt, held on tight.
Speaking of adult partners, the idea of dancing with a stranger is a bit unnerving for a neophyte triple-stepper. Is there any way I could convince you to go to the wedding with me? Be my partner for that first dance?
The car swerved ever so slightly before she made a course correction. It was impossible to read her expression in the darkness, but the note of caution in her voice was crystal clear when she spoke. Can I be honest?
His stomach clenched. She didn't want to spend an evening with him, meaning he'd either misinterpreted her interest or she had far more self-discipline than he did in terms of clamping down on feelings so they didn't dictate actions. Whatever her reason for declining, he should be grateful she was nixing a date that could lead to complications.
Of course.
I'd like to go with you. But unless my social skills are rustier than I thought, there are sparks between us that could be dangerous, given our lives and livelihoods and locations. We could get burned. The lady didn't beat around the bush or play games. Refreshing.
Can I be honest?
Yes.
We're tracking the same direction. I have similar concerns. But dancing with a stranger is off-putting, and the appeal of having a partner I know overrode logic. Forget I asked.
A few moments of silence passed. To tell you the truth, I'd rather not, she exhaled, her words slow and deliberate. I mean, if we agree to keep things light and view the wedding as nothing more than an opportunity to have a pleasant evening out, maybe we should consider it. She pulled up in front of his house, a note of longing in her tone underneath the caution. That was heady stuff, and too hard to resist.
I'm on board with that plan.
He tried not to sound like an overeager, hormone-infused teenager. She angled toward him. Let me give you my cell number, and you can text me the details. Before she could change her mind, he whipped out his phone and entered the digits as she recited them.
I'll be in touch. Thank you again for the lesson.
It was my pleasure. Give Isabel a hug for me.
I'll do that.
He slipped from the car, lifted a hand in farewell, and wandered inside as she drove away, all the while wishing Devyn had given him a hug. He expelled the air from his lungs while he dug for his keys. Those were the kind of thoughts he needed to corral before he picked her up for their unexpected date. Otherwise, the situation could get out of hand. Fast. Leaving them both with big regrets and hurting hearts. Chapter 24. That had been a mistake. Devyn pushed through the door of Lauren's house, regrets and second thoughts multiplying with each minute that had passed since she'd dropped Aaron off. Why, oh why, hadn't she taken the out he'd given her on the wedding invitation? You're back sooner than I expected. Lauren looked up from their father's recliner in the living room. How did the dance lesson go? Devyn slowed her pace but kept walking. It went okay. Is that all I'm going to get? Her sister muted the sound on the old sitcom she was watching and twisted toward her. Devyn sighed. Apparently, Lauren was in the mood to discuss the dance lesson, even if she wasn't. She paused to offer a few more details. He was a quick study. We got through the lesson fast. He should be set for the wedding. That's great. I'm sure he appreciated your willingness to help him out. No question about it. Uh-huh. She started walking again. Hey! She halted, angled back to find Lauren watching her. Why do I get the feeling something didn't go as planned? Her sister was far too perceptive. There was a glitch. Or two. What happened? Devyn hesitated. Sharing the events of the evening before she had an opportunity to process them hadn't been in her plans, but maybe talking through the situation would help her sort out her conflicted emotions. Isabel and Ben bailed. She gave Lauren an abbreviated recap of the duo's brownie-induced early departure. So you and Aaron were alone for the lesson. A speculative gleam glinted in her eyes. How did it go? No issues. He didn't have any difficulty picking up the steps. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Did things get cozy? No, we were both polite and professional. She shifted her weight, adjusted the strap of her tote bag on her shoulder. But as I was dropping him off, he did invite me to go to the wedding with him. May as well spit it out. She'd have to share that piece of news sooner or later. Lauren's eyes rounded. He asked you out on a date? It's not exactly a date. Of course it's a date. No, it's more like a favor. He said he'd be more comfortable with a familiar partner for the dance he has to do. Her sister stared at her. Get real, Devyn. A guy doesn't invite a woman to spend a whole evening with him for the sake of a 3-minute dance he sounds more than capable of pulling off. Ugh, that was true. Fine, it's a date, but we both agreed it would be foolish to let a few sparks short-circuit our common sense. Lauren's eyebrows shot up. You two talked about sparks? Sure, why not? I mean, we're mature adults. It's silly to dance around the elephant in the room. Her sister's lips bowed. That conjures up a very funny image. I'm glad you see the humor in this. Devyn crossed to the couch and plopped down, hugged one of the throw pillows against her chest. Did you accept? Yes, but in hindsight, I think that was a bad idea. Even if we stay hands-off except for the dance, I'll be spending a whole evening getting to know him and talking about all the stuff people talk about on dates. What if I start to fall for him? Start? Lauren tittered. Sister dear, you're already halfway there. She squeezed the pillow tighter, her heart kicking into double time. Don't be ridiculous. We only met 3 weeks ago. Besides, sparks aren't a reliable basis for love. They're not a bad starting place, though. Maybe not. She could concede that much. But it's safer to ignore them unless there's potential. That's easier said than done. Take it from someone who wore rose-colored glasses for too long after the sparks sputtered. Lauren wrinkled her nose. Still, this is only one date, not a long-term commitment. If you keep the conversation general and lighthearted, you should be safe. That was the plan for tonight, too, and look how that turned out. Devyn dropped her head onto the back of the couch and stared at the ceiling. I'm tempted to cancel. Chicken. She twisted her neck and frowned at Lauren. I'm not a chicken. No? No. She wasn't. This was about being smart, not scared. I've taken plenty of chances in my career, but those were calculated risks. The odds were decent they'd pay off. How do you know this one won't? Lauren, I have to be back in New York by mid-August for rehearsals for the fall season. That's only 7 weeks away. How could anything positive possibly come of letting myself get interested in Aaron? You never know. Yes, I do. He works in a lumber mill in Hope Harbor. I dance in New York. His career is here, mine is there. That's not a recipe for a positive outcome. Lauren pushed the recliner upright, stood. You know, for a creative type, you're not being very imaginative. This isn't about imagination. It's about reality. Reality can be altered. How? I have no idea in this case, but it seems like you're putting too many limits on your options. There aren't many options at this stage of my career. She blew out a frustrated breath. There isn't a job for principal dancers in this part of the world, nor are there any world-class ballet companies. And New York would be a long commute. On the flip side, there aren't any lumber mills around New York City, even if Aaron was inclined to relocate, which I doubt. This is his home. It used to be yours, too. And still was, deep in her heart. But that didn't make her present dilemma any easier to deal with. It's an impossible situation, Lauren. For at least a few more years, my base is in New York, and extended long-distance relationships are hard to sustain. Nor would it be fair to Isabel for me to pop in and out of her life. She sighed. So I'll go to the wedding, but after that, I need to keep my distance. You have to do what you have to do. Her sister fluffed up the pillow on the chair and set the remote on the table beside it. But remember, you're in Hope Harbor. And in a town with a name like that, anything is possible. Sleep well. Quiet fell in the house after Lauren disappeared into her room, and Devyn stood, stretched, did a few shoulder rolls and neck turns. For once, her go-to tension remedy didn't help. thanks to her upcoming date with a hot lumber guy whose muscled chest and strong hands and sexy aftershave would invade her personal space during the wedding dance. However, it was possible the sparks between them would sputter and die out with extended contact. Attraction based on hormones didn't have much staying power. Unfortunately, though, it appeared there was a whole lot to like about Aaron Steele beyond his well-developed pecs and impressive biceps, and an enticing hint of 5 o'clock shadow her fingertips itched to explore. But she could be wrong. Maybe after a whole evening in his company, the sizzle would fizzle. If it didn't, she was in big trouble. Was that blood on the back of the priest's arm? Father Murphy. Diane touched his shoulder as the cast milled about before the Oklahoma singing rehearsal on Tuesday night. Did you cut yourself? He twisted the arm she indicated and examined it over his shoulder. Heaved a sigh. No, that's paint. I stopped by the high school this afternoon to lend a hand with the sets. I don't think they trusted me with a hammer and nails, so they handed me a brush. I was supposed to paint a lantern red, but considering the smear on my arm, I'm not certain they should have trusted me with that job either. I'll second that. Reverend Baker joined them. Brush wielding is not your forte, my friend. The electric switch plates you painted when you volunteered to help me spruce up my guest room are still peeling. That wasn't my fault. You didn't tell me to sand them before I put on the primer. Everyone knows you have to degloss plastic if you want paint to adhere. The minister rolled his eyes. Take my advice. Stick to gardening. You're better with a spade than a paintbrush, or a golf club, for that matter. Hey, I beat you last Thursday on the links, didn't I? I was under the weather. Excuses, excuses. He flipped a hand at the minister. Did you come over here for a purpose, or just to harass me? I came to say hello to Diane. He shifted away from his fellow cleric and toward her. Are you enjoying being part of the show? Very much. Not to mention the sideshow these two always put on whenever they were together. Excellent. I'm happy our paths are crossing more here and at church. We've missed you and Martin at Grace Christian. I was delighted to see him a week ago Sunday at the early service. Diane stared at him. Martin had gone to church? I had a chance to chat with him this afternoon, too, at the high school when he dropped by to lend a hand with the set building. Caught him as he was preparing to jump into the fray. It was kind of him to donate the lumber. Father Murphy clasped his hands behind his back and rocked forward onto his toes. What in the world? You have paint on your arm. Reverend Baker leaned closer to examine the long streak that began at the priest's elbow. I know, Diane alerted me. Let me get you a rag from the supply closet. If you dampen it in the men's room and add a little soap, you should be able to clean up in a jiffy. Thanks, much appreciated. As the minister hurried off, Father Murphy grinned after him. He's a good man, but don't ever tell him I said that. And speaking of good men, I was delighted to hear about Martin's trip to Austin. Diane blinked. Sweet mercy. Was she in an alternate universe? I didn't know about that. I haven't talked to Lucas in a few days. Oh, dear. The priest's brow crinkled. When Martin told me about the trip, there were other people around who could have overheard, so I didn't think it was confidential. I hope I didn't betray any confidences. No worries, she tried for a casual tone. I expect Lucas will mention it the next time we talk. Although why he hadn't texted or called with that news was beyond her, given their more frequent contact now. Sorry to interrupt. Sean came up beside them. Father Murphy, after you're finished here, I have a question about the music for the wedding on Saturday at St. Francis. You two go ahead and talk. I have to call someone before rehearsal gets underway. Diane moved off to the side, rummaging around in her purse for her phone. She'd have to be careful how she framed her queries with Lucas. The last thing she wanted to do was undermine the progress they were making in their relationship. But she needed answers about Martin's trip, and her son was the only one who could provide them other than her husband. And contacting him was out of the question. After sequestering herself in a quiet corner, she placed the call, foot tapping a staccato beat on the floor as she leaned a shoulder against the wall. If he didn't want to talk about his father's visit, it was possible Lucas would let the call roll and leave her in limbo until he was ready to chat. There was nothing she could do about that other than resort to texting and hope he'd... "Hi, Mom. I was going to call you later. I thought you had play practice tonight." She straightened up, pulse stuttering at his swift pickup. "I do. We'll be starting soon, but since I haven't heard from you for a few days, I decided to touch base." If he'd been planning to call her, maybe she wouldn't have to pose the questions hovering on the tip of her tongue that could come off as accusatory if she wasn't careful. "You aren't going to believe what happened last weekend. Dad came out here." She exhaled. Now that he'd raised the subject, she wouldn't have to find a way to bring it up. "I just heard that from a third party. Tell me what happened." "He showed up at my apartment Saturday morning and stayed in town until Sunday afternoon. I would have called to tell you sooner, but I needed a couple of days to think about it." "When did you last talk to him?" About 3 weeks ago, the night he stopped by my place and tried to convince me to come home." "Why?" "He seemed different. I was suspicious at first, but he actually apologized. He also asked for another chance." She listened as Lucas recounted his father's visit, the coffee, dinner, church service, and brunch they'd shared, as well as their conversations and Martin's support of his career choice. Best of all, Lucas had agreed to stay in touch with him. That was huge. Her throat tightened. This was what she'd prayed for. No matter what happened in the long run between her and Martin, her son deserved to have a father who was part of his life. As Lucas wound down, she exhaled. "I'm happy for you." "Me too, if it lasts. But I think he may really have changed, Mom. You might want to talk to him, see what you think. You don't have to go back to the house or anything, but you could listen to what he has to say." If Martin had managed to soften Lucas's skeptical heart, it was possible her son's assessment of his dad was accurate. Plus, the other news she'd gotten tonight about Martin's volunteer efforts for the show and renewed church attendance were promising. Still, leaving had been a huge step, and no amount of cajoling from her husband was going to shake her resolve to launch a new chapter in her life, with or without him. Until or unless she was convinced he'd had a major change of heart and realigned his priorities, she was keeping her distance. "I'll have to think about that, Lucas. I hear you. I didn't make any promises either, except to keep an open mind and see how it goes. But it would be nice to get back to how it used to be with him, like when I was a kid." Yes, it would. However, trying to recapture the past could be an exercise in futility, one filled with disappointment and heartbreak. "Don't you think so, Mom?" At the prod, Diane drew in a breath. No need to share her pessimistic attitude with him. Yes, it would. Those were happy days. In the background, Sean launched into "Oh, What a Beautiful Mornin'" on the piano. "The practice is starting, Lucas. I have to go." "Have fun. Let me know if you decide to talk to Dad." "I will. Love you." "Back at you." He ended the call, and Diane lowered her cell. Lucas and the clerics had given her a lot to ponder on this summer evening. But she wasn't going to get her hopes up, not after 14 painful years spent watching her marriage and her family disintegrate. So until she was certain any changes Martin made were permanent, she was staying the course she'd set the day she walked out. Chapter 25. Personnel file in hand, Aaron ascended the steps to Martin's office. A meeting with the owner hadn't been part of his busy agenda today, but when the boss texted and asked if you were free, it was prudent to juggle your schedule and say yes. He reached the landing and started toward the windowed office, which gave him a clear view of the interior and the occupant. Unlike on his last visit, Martin wasn't fixated on the blank wall beside his filing cabinets. He was focused on whatever was on his desk. Good. If his boss was busy too, this should be a short meeting. Aaron ran the pad of his thumb along the edge of the file he'd grabbed from his office and picked up his pace. In all likelihood, Martin was following up on the situation with Wade, confirming that all the I's had been dotted and the T's crossed. He may have stepped back from hands-on involvement 2 weeks ago, but his out-of-pattern willingness to loosen the reins had no doubt been short-lived. At the open door, Aaron stopped, knocked. Martin looked up, closed the folder in front of him, and motioned toward a chair on the other side of his desk.
"Come in." "Sorry it took me a few minutes to get here."
Aaron entered and sat.
"I was in the middle of helping one of the guys pin down a hydraulic leak on the bandsaw." "You get it taken care of?" "Yes, we figured out it was—"
Martin held up a hand.
"The important thing is that the problem was addressed. You can give me the details later."
Not his boss's typical modus operandi, but fine. He'd go with the flow.
"Okay."
Aaron opened the file.
"I assume you want an update on the situation with Wade. It took a week or so to sort everything out, but Peg and I— You can give me the details later on that, too. I have another business matter to discuss with you."
Aaron closed the file.
"About the new edger I researched for you?" "No, this is much more important than a piece of equipment."
His boss leaned forward and linked his fingers on the desk.
"I've been mulling over the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago about career demands versus family priorities."
Doing his best to maintain a neutral expression, Aaron remained silent. It would be too easy to put his foot in his mouth, given Martin's rocky situation with his wife. After several beats, his boss continued.
"Do you remember asking me that day if management assistants here at the mill would ease my workload?"
Uh-oh. Maybe he'd already put his foot in his mouth.
"Yes. I've been mulling that over too, and I believe your idea has merit. I think creating an assistant supervisor position will do the trick."
Aaron frowned, trying without success to fathom the logic of Martin's idea.
"I'm not certain how that'll help you, and I'm more than capable of handling the supervisor role."
Unless... Had he messed up something? No, his boss had been complimentary in their prior meeting. This wasn't adding up. Why would Martin...
"Yes, you are, when you do it 40 or more hours a week, but that wouldn't be the case if you became my partner."
He stared at Martin. Partner? Where had that come from? Before he could formulate a coherent response, the other man tapped the folder he'd been perusing earlier.
"The details are in here, but I'll give you the top line. I always expected Lucas to join me in the company. I now realize that's not going to happen, and I've made my peace with his choice. But I do want more time with my family, and dividing duties with a partner will give me the breathing space to make that happen. Are you interested in teaming up with me?"
Aaron somehow found his voice.
"I might be." "Then take this."
He picked up the folder and held it out.
"I asked Eric Nash to put a legal agreement together. With all the high-stakes business law he practiced at that fancy firm in Portland before he moved here, I assumed a document like this would be a piece of cake for him. If we proceed, we'll hire an assistant supervisor you can train before stepping back from the supervisor job."
Aaron slowly reached over and took the folder.
"I don't even know what to say. I hope you say yes, but take a few days to review the terms and think it over. I realize this is a big step, as well as a long-term commitment."
Yes, it was. From his own business experience, he could guess what would be involved. An outright equity purchase, or one spread over a set period that would give him a share of ownership and a permanent stake in the company.
"I assume the cost, percentage ownership, long-term plans for disposition of the company, and delineation of duties are addressed in here."
He lifted the folder as his brain kicked into gear. A hint of a smile tugged at Martin's mouth.
Exactly the sort of comment I'd expect from a potential business partner. And yes, they are. All open to negotiation, of course. I'm flattered by your offer, and I understand your motivation, but why me?
The man's lips contorted into a wry twist.
If you have to ask, I've fallen short in the communication department.
He leaned back, rested his elbows on the arms of his chair, and steepled his fingers.
You're more than qualified for the job, Aaron. You've got the business creds, you know the mill inside and out, and unless I've misread you, you like the lumber business almost as much as I do. How could I find a better partner?
At Martin's praise, a rush of pleasure surged through him.
I appreciate both your confidence and the opportunity. Good people deserve good things. And there's a selfish motive, too. If I want my wife and son back, I have to convince them I'm serious about balancing work and family. This is proof of that.
Aaron held up the folder again.
It's a start anyway. Let me know if you have any questions as you review the paperwork. I will.
He rose.
Good luck on the personal front. A visit from Lady Luck would be welcome.
Martin straightened the paperweight on his desk.
I could also use a prayer or two. Done. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your day. Guaranteed.
Aaron grinned, tucked the folder under his arm next to the personnel file, and exited the office. His smile remained in place as he traversed the hall, clattered down the stairs, and strode to the tiny office tucked near the grading line where he did paperwork. Once inside, he stowed the personnel file but continued to hold the folder from Martin. What a strange and unexpected turn of events this was. When he'd left the corporate world behind and returned to Hope Harbor to take the supervisor position at the mill, he'd had no ambitions beyond that. The job suited him to a T, a perfect mix of mental and physical work. Best of all, it didn't dominate his life. Once he was off duty, he was free, barring an occasional emergency. But a partnership held a lot of appeal. Sharing the duties of running the place with Martin would give them both backup and should allow them to maintain a solid work-life balance. And it would provide him with some new challenges that would keep his work fresh and interesting. As far as he could see, it was a win-win. Depending on the terms, obviously. And the price had to be manageable. He played with the corner of the file. The temptation to open it and dive in was strong. But he had a job to do here. When he sat down to review the proposal, it deserved his full and undivided attention. So he'd wait until tonight, after he put Isabel to bed, to read through it, and hope the offer was as good as it sounded. He slid the folder into a drawer in his desk and let out a slow breath. Funny how life worked. During the last several months of her life, Olivia had become more and more vocal and critical in their private moments about his lack of ambition, grousing that he'd never be anything more than a blue-collar mill grunt, as she'd called him, who was letting his brain atrophy. Yet his so-called grunt job had led to a potential partnership. She would have been impressed. Or not. While she'd found the physical signs of Martin's success notable, his grand house in particular, any work involving heavy equipment and sawdust lacked prestige in her book. The opportunity his boss had dropped into his lap would likely have produced nothing more than a shrug. But he was happy about it, and that was all that mattered. He closed the drawer and walked toward the door, his step lighter than it had been in a long while, and not just because of Martin's offer. He also had an entire evening with Devyn to look forward to, making this one of the best weeks he'd had in years. Assuming the agreement Martin had drafted was reasonable, and he didn't make any missteps either literally or figuratively on Friday with Devyn. As the enticing aroma of Charlie's tacos wafted through the window of her Focus, tickling her nose, Devyn slowed. Maybe she should stop for lunch. Her errands were finished, the groceries were all non-perishables that could wait to be stored, and Lauren was sharing pizza tonight with the costume committee members at Grace Christian while they altered and modified the outfits,
Diane had sourced from the resale shop. And tacos would be far preferable to foraging for leftovers later at the house. She pulled into the first available parking spot, slid from behind the wheel, and ambled over to the stand.
"Well, if it isn't the famous ballet dancer."
Charlie wiped his hands on a towel and beamed a welcoming smile at her.
"You must be in need of a taco fix."
Guilty as charged. He set the towel aside and opened the cooler.
"One order or two?"
"One. Lauren's eating dinner with the costume crew tonight."
"I'm glad she's getting back into the swing of things."
He pulled out 2 fillets and set them on the grill.
"She and I have chatted when we've run into each other around town. She told me she's going back to work soon."
"Yes, on a limited basis at first. But still, her recovery is nothing short of miraculous."
"Indeed it is."
He began chopping garlic.
"The world is full of miracles, or blessings, if you prefer. Recovery from a serious accident certainly qualifies, as does the unexpected gift of a world-class choreographer for Hope Harbor's amateur production of Oklahoma. Or 2 sisters reuniting."
He tossed the garlic on the griddle.
"From what I gathered during my chats with Lauren, the 2 of you are taking full advantage of your visits to get reacquainted."
"We are. Thankfully, the timing worked out great for me. I don't know what I would have done if the accident had happened during the season."
"I expect you would have found a way to come out here."
He selected an avocado from the basket on the counter and began peeling it. "True, but I couldn't have stayed as long."
"Or gotten involved in the show, or met a little girl who needed the very pick-me-up your presence is providing."
She squinted at him. How could he know about that? "Are you talking about Isabel?"
"Who else? She was here with Ben and Erin earlier this week, and she was chattering away like she used to. Your name came up more than once."
He cut a slice off the avocado.
"And not just from Isabel. Ben was singing your praises, too."
What about Erin? Had he also mentioned her? Unfortunately, there was no way to ask that question without revealing her interest in him. "I've enjoyed getting to know them." She kept her tone conversational.
"I think the feeling is mutual, with all 3 Steeles. I haven't seen Erin smile much in the past few years, but there was a sparkle in his eyes whenever your name came up."
She appraised the taco chef as he pulled 3 corn tortillas from his stash and flipped the fish. Had he picked up on the attraction between them, as Lauren had? If so, surely he realized that road led nowhere.
"I understand you and Erin had a dance lesson Sunday after rehearsal."
Charlie laid the tortillas on the grill beside the fish. It was a comment, not a question. A 1-word answer would suffice if she wanted to change the subject. Or she could take the opening he'd given her to talk about the situation. Tap into the wisdom he always seemed to offer to those who confided in him. Since sage input would be welcome, and Charlie's discretion was legendary, the latter would be the smart choice. She inhaled the salty air and took the leap. "Yes, we did. He's a very nice man."
"Also smart. He could have gone far in the corporate world. Some people thought he was foolish to leave the fast track behind and return to the mill, but you have to admire a man who has his priorities straight."
Charlie pulled out a handful of shredded purple cabbage and a sprinkling of cilantro from his cooler and began assembling the tacos. "I admire a lot of things about him."
"Then you have excellent taste in men."
"It doesn't matter in this case. I mean, it isn't like getting too friendly with him could lead anywhere. I'll be leaving in a handful of weeks. There isn't much call for someone with my background in Hope Harbor." He began wrapping the tacos in white butcher paper.
"You do have a very specialized skill set."
"I know, and the closest ballet company with any sort of cachet is in San Francisco. That's not exactly commuting distance."
"True."
He slid the tacos into a brown bag 1 by 1 as he talked.
"It would be hard to match the prestige of your current position, or the visibility and notoriety it provides. I imagine it would also be difficult to give up the adrenaline rush of standing ovations and the applause of thousands."
She waved that aside. "Those are all perks, not priorities. I dance because I love the mastery of motion and the oneness with the music. When everything is clicking, it's magical." She exhaled. "But those fleeting moments of almost transcendent joy come with a high price tag. Ballet is a demanding taskmaster."
"So I've heard. I'm sure finding balance is difficult."
"More like impossible. During the season, I eat, sleep, breathe, and live ballet. The pace is fast, the days are long, and the rehearsals are relentless."
"Do you enjoy that?"
He set the bag in front of her, then leaned down and rested his forearms on the counter, putting himself closer to her eye level. "Not always, but I don't know any other kind of life. I've been doing this for as long as I can remember."
"I can see how it would be a challenge to strike out in a new direction, leave that familiar world behind. I imagine Aaron struggled with a similar dilemma as he was evaluating his corporate career. It was fortunate he managed to find a new use for his business skills, and he got his life back in the process."
"Business skills are more transferable than ballet."
"I understand from Lauren you have those too, which is admirable. Getting a degree while juggling your demanding career had to be difficult."
"It was, but I believe in thinking ahead and being prepared."
"Also admirable. Maybe you could somehow combine your business and dancing skills down the road."
Charlie held her gaze for a moment, his dark eyes intent, then straightened up and motioned to the cooler.
"I can put a bottle of water in the bag if you like, but with clouds moving in and the breeze picking up, my recommendation is to stop in at the Perfect Blend and get a hot drink to go with your lunch."
Devyn gave the sky a distracted scan as Charlie's comment continued to loop through her mind. The sun had disappeared behind a mass of gray clouds, and there was a definite chill in the air. "I think I'll follow your advice." She dug out her wallet, handed over several bills, and picked up her bag as a horde of customers descended on the taco stand from across Dockside Drive. "Looks like you'll be cooking for a while. I hope you weren't planning to paint this afternoon."
"My muse can wait. It's a pleasure to feed bodies as well as souls, and sometimes it's the same thing."
He winked.
"Enjoy your lunch."
"Guaranteed." She stepped around the person in line behind her and set a brisk pace for the coffee shop as the tantalizing smells wafting up from the bag triggered a rumble in her stomach. After checking both directions for traffic, she crossed Main Street, reading the saying of the day on the A-frame sign in front of the coffee shop as she approached. Today's words of wisdom were from F. Scott Fitzgerald. "Our lives are defined by opportunities, even the ones we miss." She stopped beside the hand-lettered board. Zach, the owner, typically featured humorous adages. Strange that today's message was serious. Stranger still how it dovetailed with Charlie's comments. Yet as far as she could see, there were no new opportunities on her horizon other than the challenging role she'd be dancing in the fall season. She pushed through the door and into the shop, ordered a plain coffee, and tried to banish the unsettled feelings stirred up not only by Charlie's observations, but by the thrum of anticipation generated by her date tomorrow with Aaron. No go, nor did the adrenaline jolt from the caffeine do anything to help calm her nerves. Rather than linger, she finished her tacos in record time and exited the shop, glanced at Eye of the Beholder across the street. She'd been wanting to peek inside since she'd arrived. Perhaps a quick visit would distract her from her less than relaxing thoughts. As she veered that direction, Bob Howard came out of the hardware store 2 doors down and promptly dropped the box he was carrying, sending basketballs bouncing in all directions. Changing course yet again, she dashed about, helping him retrieve the wayward balls. 5 minutes later, as she returned the last ball to the box,
He swiped the back of his hand across his forehead.
By golly, that was my exercise for the day. Thank you kindly for your assistance.
Happy to help. She surveyed the long table in front of the store, which was loaded with merchandise and topped by a sign that read, "Everything must go, 75% off." You have quite a sale going on here.
I'm down to the wire on closing. Saturday's it for me. Store's pretty cleaned out, but I'd like to get rid of the last of the stuff. What's left, I'll donate somewhere. How's sweet Lauren doing?
Improving every day.
Glad to hear it. Come on in for a minute. Let me give you some grape candies to take to her for old time's sake.
She followed him inside, past mostly bare shelves, toward the wooden counter. What's going to happen to this? She tapped the massive antique piece.
A restaurant up in Bandon wants it. They plan to use it as a bar.
He grinned.
I sold screwdrivers here, and they'll be doing the same, but theirs will pack more of a punch.
He dug into the candy jar and began fishing out the remaining grape hard candies.
What's your favorite flavor? I'll put a few in the bag for you.
I'm partial to lemon.
You got it.
While he continued to rummage through the jar, she surveyed the shop. What sort of business is going to move in here?
I have no idea. Neither does the owner, unfortunately. There haven't been any takers yet. The place is too big for the sort of shops Hope Harbor is attracting these days, so I expect it'll be hard to rent. But that's not my problem.
He dropped one more lemon hard candy into the bag and handed it over.
Enjoy, and tell Lauren I said hello.
I will. Best wishes on your retirement and your trip to England. A gleam of excitement brightened his irises.
We're wheels up in 12 days. It'll be the adventure of a lifetime.
Do you think you'll miss the shop?
Not for a minute. At least not while we're on the trip. I expect it'll be strange after we get home not to have to work every day, and I'll miss talking with customers. But I'm handy with home repairs, so I plan to volunteer with Helping Hands here in town and Habitat for Humanity up in Coos Bay. I think between the two organizations, I'll be kept as busy as I want to be. And I'll still be around hardware, just in a different capacity.
Sounds like an ideal plan.
To me, too. Thanks again for helping me chase the balls.
He pulled his cell out of his pocket and checked the screen.
My wife. Probably another packing question about our trip.
Go ahead and take the call. I'm heading out. With a lift of his hand, he angled away and greeted his wife. While the two of them discussed biking rain gear, she wandered toward the door. What an unnerving outing this had been. First, Charlie had asked disconcerting questions about her life in New York, then segued to Aaron's decision to leave the corporate world and find a new use for his skills. Next up had been the quote at the perfect blend about how missed opportunities could define your life. Now the encounter with Mr. Howard, who'd shared his plan to retool his skills for retirement. All of which had further disrupted her already shaky peace of mind. She circled around a shelf near the door, pausing to look back at the shop. It was a decent-sized space. Once all the shelving was gone, this could be converted to any number of uses if someone with vision came along. A clothing boutique, a yoga center, a hair salon/spa, a dance studio. She blinked. What? Where had that ridiculous thought come from? There wouldn't possibly be enough business in a town this size to support a studio. Could there? No, Hope Harbor was tiny. However, there were other communities in the area, a number of them sizable, like Coos Bay. But from what she'd learned while researching places for Isabel to take lessons, that town already had dance studios. To draw students to Hope Harbor from a wide geographic area, a studio would have to offer something extra special to be sustainable. Like a teacher who'd been a principal dancer with one of the most prestigious ballet companies in the world. She sucked in a breath,
Could this be one of those opportunities Fitzgerald had been talking about? One that might define her life if she passed it up by eliminating any chance to explore a relationship with the most interesting man she'd ever met? But letting a few sparks influence a life-changing decision would be foolish. While a dance studio could be in her future, when and where that happened should be based on facts and logic, not intuition and hormones. She pushed through the door and into the blustery conditions outside, tucked her chin down against the wind and hurried toward Eye of the Beholder, her original destination, and tried to erase from her mind the hardware store detour that had planted the seed of an idea and left her more unsettled than ever, even though she had a feeling that was going to be a losing battle. Chapter 26. The bride was lovely. The setting at Pelican Point Lighthouse was spectacular. Mother Nature had reined in the wind and painted the sky blue. But Aaron couldn't focus on any of that as he sat beside Devyn while the happy couple exchanged vows with the endless ocean as a backdrop. Because he kept sneaking peeks at his date. Date. A delicious spark zipped through him. Dangerous as it was to admit, that term had an appealing ring to it, even if they'd agreed to keep everything casual and low-key today. Yet Devyn's figure-skimming silky blue dress was anything but casual and low-key, the neckline dipping low enough to draw attention to the delicate hollow of her throat and the smooth expanse of skin below her collarbone where a single pearl on a gold chain rested. The graceful upsweep of her hair was also perfection. She was elegant, stunning, class personified. And the sweet, gentle curve of her lips while the couple said their I do's seemed to hold a hint of yearning that mirrored his own. He let out a slow breath. For a man who'd vowed never to fall in love again, who no longer trusted his judgment about women, who'd resolved to walk a wide circle around any involvement that held a hint of relationship potential, he was setting himself up for a fall by spending this evening with Devyn. Because no matter how hands-off and just friends they kept their date, or how much self-discipline he exercised, he had a feeling his heart wasn't going to cooperate. Beside him, Devyn began to clap. So did everyone else. The ceremony must be over. He joined in the applause, giving his high school friend a thumbs up when the grinning groom glanced his way as the couple passed. That was beautiful. Devyn turned to him. Weddings are always filled with so much hope and promise and dreams, aren't they?
Yes.
Even if his own dreams of marital bliss had shattered. But rather than dwell on that depressing thought, he stood and crooked his elbow.
I think they're going to cut the cake and do the official dances first. We better follow the crowd.
After a brief hesitation, she rose and slipped her hand through his arm. I'm glad I wore flats. Otherwise, my heels would be sinking into the ground after all the rain we had this morning. She sounded a tad winded as they crossed the headland toward the event center for the reception.
Very smart.
I try to be. She flicked him a quick look. A reminder, perhaps, of their agreement to watch their step tonight, and not just while they were dancing. Duly noted. A small orchestra was already playing when they entered the banquet room, and by the time they found their seats and introduced themselves to their table mates, the bride and groom had cut the cake and moved to the dance floor.
We're up next.
He leaned close to Devyn as he spoke, closer than he needed to. The music wasn't that loud. You ready for your moment in the spotlight?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Did you practice this week?
Some. Isabel joined in the fun. She got a kick out of it, but the height difference was problematic.
Did she pick up the steps? Her warm breath feathered across his cheek and played havoc with his respiration.
Faster than I did.
He cleared the hoarseness from his throat. Don't sell yourself short. You did fine. She angled around to watch the dancing couple. They've had lessons, too. That's a fancy foxtrot.
Yeah.
He followed their progress across the dance floor.
I only know the basic step for that dance. They've added a bunch of flourishes.
She looked back at him. You didn't tell me you had any ballroom background.
Background would be a stretch. Early in our marriage, Olivia signed us up for a ballroom dance class. The first lesson was the foxtrot. I did okay with that, but when we moved on to the cha-cha, she told me I was hopeless, and we stopped going. For whatever reason, the basic foxtrot step has stuck with me. Not that I ever have occasion to use it.
If he was lucky, maybe Devyn would suggest he dust off his rusty skills tonight and give him another chance to hold her in his arms after the obligatory swing number. She didn't. Instead, she motioned to the 2 groomsmen and the bridesmaids they'd been paired with, who had positioned themselves at the edge of the dance floor. The second act is waiting in the wings. Should we join them?
I guess so.
He stood, motioning her to precede him after she rose. They took their place with the rest of the wedding party, and as soon as the first dance ended, the bride waved them onto the floor. Devyn led the way out, pivoted, and extended her hands. They were going to dance open position, not closed. He masked his disappointment as best he could. She was being smart, and he'd be wise to follow her lead. But once the music started, he took the lead, focusing on the steps he'd practiced in his room long after his undersized partner went to bed. No way had he wanted to embarrass himself or his teacher. The first few moves were a bit stiff, but once he got into the rhythm and was confident his feet were cooperating, he actually began to enjoy himself. Based on Devyn's smile, she was too. When the song at last wound down, he threw caution to the wind and guided her through a double spin to finish it off. Wow! Her feet had stopped moving, but her eyes were still dancing. Well done! And mission accomplished.
Thanks to you.
You can't teach people rhythm. You have a natural instinct for it. She cocked her head, reached over and adjusted his bow tie. It got a little crooked during the dance. He swallowed as a faint floral scent floated past his nose.
Thanks. Shall we, reclaim our seats?
They wove through the round tables to their appointed spots, and no sooner did they sit than the toasts began. As soon as those were over, the servers swooped in with plates. The woman on Devyn's right proceeded to monopolize her throughout the meal, leaving him to chat with the man to his left, who had strong opinions on the state of the world and wasn't averse to sharing them. This was not how he'd expected this evening to go. Heck, at this rate, he wouldn't be able to have a real conversation with Devyn until they were in the car driving home. Not acceptable. While they'd agreed to keep everything light, he'd assumed he'd have some one-on-one interaction with his date. Short of their table mates cutting out early, however, it appeared the only way to make that happen would be to ask her to dance again. He finished off his wedding cake and washed it down with a swig of coffee just as the band began to play a tune with a foxtrot beat. This was his chance. As soon as the guy beside him suspended his monologue to take a bite of cake, he leaned over and spoke in a low voice no one but Devyn could hear.
I need a break from Mr. Motormouth beside me. You want to dance?
She excused herself from the woman who'd bent her ear during the entire dinner, surveyed the dance floor as the vocalist began to croon, "Night and day, you are the one." Uncertainty flared in her irises, but in the end, she nodded. Without giving her an opportunity to change her mind, he set his napkin on the table, stood, and held out his hand. She rose and slipped her fingers inside his, following him as he wove through the tables. Thank you for rescuing me. I'm sure that woman is nice, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Sounds like you were in the same boat.
Yup.
He led her onto the dance floor, turned to face her.
I do know the basic steps, but it's been a while.
No worries. Wherever you lead, I'll follow. If only. He squelched that inappropriate thought, and stopped thinking entirely when she stepped into his arms. All he could do was hope the muscle memory she'd talked about would take over, because his brain was on overload with all the sensory input. The feel of her slender fingers clasped in his, the scent that was all Devyn swirling in the air around him, the slight hitch in her breath when he slid his arm around her waist, the lingering sweetness on his tongue from the wedding cake, which couldn't compete with the sweetness of Devyn, who matched him step for step as they swayed to the 40s song that had surprisingly racy lyrics. If only the tune could go on forever, then he could dance into eternity with this woman who felt so right in his arms. But all too soon the music began to wind down, and once they returned to their table, they'd be cornered by their table mates again. Unless they didn't return. Dare he suggest they steal away and find a quiet corner? Perhaps even go out to the lighthouse for a few minutes before they called it a night? It was still bright out after all. It wasn't as if he'd be proposing a moonlit stroll. Nevertheless, such a suggestion wasn't quite in the spirit of the rules they'd agreed to play by this evening, and tempting fate could be a mistake. As long as he kept his impulses on a tight leash, though, there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, it would be worth the risk if it bought him a cliff-top stroll with the loveliest and most interesting woman he'd met in longer than he could remember. The music stopped, but Devyn didn't seem to be in any hurry to step out of his arms. That was a positive sign. Maybe. I suppose we have to return to Speaker's Corner. She finally eased away and offered him a wry smile. He braced and went for broke.
I have a better idea. I'm all ears. It's a beautiful evening, and there are benches along the path to the lighthouse. If you'd like a break from the wedding bustle and all the pontificating that seems to be prevalent at our table, we could wander outside and enjoy the view for a while.
It was impossible to decipher the cavalcade of emotions parading across her face. But, best case, he'd put the odds of an affirmative response at 50-50. So as he waited for her verdict, he psyched himself up for a no and prepared to mask his disappointment. At last, she gave a slow nod. I'd like that. The musical score for this scene is great. She motioned toward the band, but the dialogue leaves much to be desired. He blinked. She was willing to go outside? Be alone with him? Amazing! Also sobering, because her assent meant she trusted him to honor their agreement. And he would, even if it took every ounce of his willpower. He nodded.
My thoughts exactly.
Let me grab my purse. I'll meet you by the door. While she wound through the crowd congregated on the dance floor and headed for their table, he made his way toward the exit and made a vow. No matter how tempting the setting or the ambiance or the beautiful woman by his side, he would not overstep. No hand-holding, no embracing, and certainly no kissing. Even if, in other circumstances, a kiss would be a perfect end to a date with a woman who made every encounter feel like the 4th of July. Chapter 27. 3 minutes later, when Devyn joined him at the exit, he had his emotions in hand. He hoped. After pushing the door open, Irene waited until she walked through, then followed close behind. Much better. She lifted her face to the sky, inhaled. It was getting stuffy in there.
The air and the people.
Her mouth quirked. Your words, not mine, but I concur.
Shall we claim that bench?
He pointed to one about halfway between the banquet center and the lighthouse that would offer a panoramic vista of the sea. Works for me. She started down the gravel path, giving the deserted headland a sweep as he fell in beside her. I'm surprised no one else had this idea.
No complaints from me. This kind of beauty is best enjoyed in solitude, or with someone who's simpatico. Oof, too personal, Steele. Be careful, he thought to himself. Or someone who enjoys nature.
I qualify on that score. I remember coming up here as a child with my dad and Lauren. It felt like being on top of the world. On a sunny day, the sea sparkled as if it had been strewn with diamonds, and the sapphire sky was dotted with cotton ball clouds. It was always... She slowed as two seagulls swooped in and landed in front of the bench they'd targeted. It appears we aren't the only ones after that spot.
They may have gotten there first, but we're bigger, he continued forward. Besides, they'll probably fly off as we get closer.
They didn't. Instead, they waddled several feet away, hunkered down close together, and watched them approach with unblinking eyes. After skirting around the duo, Devyn lowered herself to the bench, keeping tabs on the pair. I can't believe they didn't take off.
They may be used to people if they hang around up here.
He joined her on the bench, maintaining a discreet distance.
They could be hoping for a handout.
If that's the case, they're out of luck. One of the gulls cackled and nudged his companion.
At least they seem to have a sense of humor.
Aaron rested his arm along the back of the bench, his fingers a whisper away from her shoulder. From temptation. She scanned the view again. Dad always told us you could see to forever from up here. There was a wistful note in her inflection.
It feels like that on a clear day.
He crossed an ankle over his knee. Since she'd brought up her family, maybe this could be an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity about her enigmatic expression the day she'd treated him and Isabel to breakfast, when she'd told him her mother lived in Paris. An expression that had suggested there was something missing in their relationship. Keeping his tone conversational, he took a step onto what could be shaky ground.
Did your mom join you?
No, she wasn't a nature lover. No hesitation in Devyn's matter-of-fact response. She preferred indoor pursuits like art and music and theater. She was also into hair and fashion and makeup.
My memory of her is vague, but I do recall she always had an aura of glamour.
Devyn's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. She'd be happy to hear her efforts to cultivate a polished image worked. Which begged another question. One requiring careful setup.
From what I knew of your dad, he was a salt-of-the-earth kind of guy without an ounce of pretense. He drove a truck his whole life, right?
Yes. As he paused to frame the question forming in his mind, Devyn saved him the trouble. You're wondering how they ended up together?
It does seem like a curious pairing.
It was. My sister thinks Mom viewed Dad as a ticket out of a bad family situation. I assume Dad was dazzled by her style and charm and the sophistication she worked hard to hone. I expect his image of her may have tarnished through the years, but Lauren says he never stopped loving her.
I imagine it would be hard to sustain a marriage long distance. Your mom went with you to San Francisco and New York, didn't she?
Yes. It was supposed to be a 6-year deal. The agreement was that she'd return home when I turned 18. But while she was working as a concierge in New York, she met one of the regular hotel guests from France, who happened to be an executive with a global luxury goods company. Instead of coming back to Hope Harbor when my 18th birthday rolled around, she filed for divorce. A year later, she married Felipe. Paris address explained.
That had to be hard on your dad.
I'm sure it was. And it wasn't a bed of roses for Lauren all those years either. Not only did she have an absentee mother, but Dad worked weekend delivery jobs to help pay my ballet-related bills. My career took a toll on both of them. Mom walking out was the final blow. She sighed. During this visit, Lauren shared quite a few details about their life here. Grateful as I am for my success, I'm beginning to wonder if it was worth the price they paid. Aaron's throat tightened. Guilt was a burden that could weigh you down, and hers was undeserved.
You aren't responsible for the choices your mother made, nor for the choices made on your behalf as a child. And guilt can be a curse.
She studied him. Based on that comment, I'm guessing you struggle with guilt too. It was a comment, not a question. One he could brush off if he chose. But she'd been upfront with him. It seemed fair to reciprocate.
Most of my guilt is related to Isabel.
He clenched his fist in his lap.
My wife and I were committed to honoring our vows, but I worry that Isabel may have picked up on the tension between us, despite our efforts to hide it in her presence. Gramps certainly did, though I didn't find that out until after the fact.
Children do seem to be far more adept at tuning into nuances than we sometimes give them credit for. But no one could fault you for trying to protect your daughter. That's admirable. And I suspect you paid a price for doing that. Living in a strained relationship day after day would take a toll. She wrapped her arms around herself as the breeze picked up and the temperature began its evening dip. She was getting chilly, but he wasn't yet ready for this interlude to end. He shrugged out of his tux jacket, draped it over her shoulders.
Better?
Much. She snuggled into the folds. But won't you be cold? While sitting next to a beautiful woman who kicked his pulse into high gear? Was she kidding?
No.
Best to leave it at that. Yet she'd given him an opening to talk about his relationship struggles, and maybe he should take it. Because despite their recent acquaintance, his gut said he could trust this woman with his secrets. He watched a pelican sail past overhead, its oversized orange beak vibrant against the fading end-of-day blue sky, and made his decision.
Following up on your last comment, yeah, there were some tough years. To be honest, with the 2020 vision of hindsight, I see now the marriage was a mistake from day one.
Did you know each other long before you got serious?
Long enough. She was an Oregon native, too, from Bend. We met in college in Eugene and married the summer after graduation.
And moved here?
No, to Coos Bay, where we had both gotten jobs. She came from a blue-collar family like I did, and she had her sights set on a corporate career. I did, too, in those days. Dad worked in the mill all his life, and I knew he wanted more for me than that.
She scrutinized. Did you want more? No surprise that his sharp, discerning date had drilled straight to the heart of the matter.
I thought I did, but looking back, I think I went to college more to please Dad than because I had any great ambition to join the world of movers and shakers. I didn't want to disappoint him, so I stuck with the corporate gig even though I quickly discovered an office job wasn't a good fit. Olivia, on the other hand, thrived in the corporate setting, and she had ambition enough for both of us.
Devyn snuggled deeper into his jacket. What made you decide to shake things up by going back to the mill?
Isabel. After she came along, I convinced Olivia to move back here, even though it was a much longer commute to work. I thought it would be helpful to have family close by, but I still hated how little time or energy either of us had for her. Accommodating as Dad and Gramp were, I felt guilty for passing so many duties on to them. After a couple of years, I took the supervisor position at the mill. I wanted one of us to have a less demanding job that didn't require travel. But Olivia thought the job was beneath me.
Did you think that?
No.
I love mill work, but it became a huge point of contention in our marriage.
I guess I'd never fully understood how important the trappings of success were to her, or, in all honesty, how unimportant they were to me. It was a bad situation all around. We both ended up having different priorities and wanting different things. If it hadn't been for Isabel, I doubt we'd have stayed together.
Devyn's eyes softened. I'm sorry you had such a rough go of it, Aaron. Empathy emanated from her, taking the slight chill out of the air around him.
Me too. But everything ended well on the job front, at least. In fact, I had an interesting offer this week.
As the words spilled out of his mouth, he frowned. No one except Gramp knew about Martin's proposal. Why had he told Devyn? It took him only a millisecond to nail the answer. Much as he loved his work and was content with his career path, others might not be as impressed. And he wanted Devyn to be impressed, to understand that a mill job didn't necessarily involve grunt work, as his wife had called it, and sawdust. "Now I'm intrigued." She angled toward him, looking adorable in the oversized jacket that emphasized her petite frame.
"Focus, Steele. This, isn't public knowledge, so please keep it to yourself."
"Of course." She listened as he told her about Martin's offer and what it would entail. "That sounds like a fabulous opportunity." Her face lit up. "Are you going to take it?"
"I'm leaning that direction. I plan to give Martin my answer on Monday."
All at once, the two seagulls stood, looked at each other. Then, in a flutter of wings, they took off and soared toward the sea. Aaron exhaled. They should probably leave, too. In another time and place, he'd suggest a stroll farther out on the headland, past the lighthouse, where the view of the setting sun would be even more spectacular. He'd take Devyn's hand, steal a kiss, and dream about tomorrow. But there was no tomorrow for them, and starting something they couldn't finish would be a mistake. He curbed his disappointment and pasted on a smile.
"Shall we call it an evening? Unless you want to go back inside and resume the conversation with your table mate."
She wrinkled her nose. "No thanks." They stood and he fell in beside her as they strolled to his car. The drive to her house was short, the conversation confined to chit-chat, and once there he parked, circled the car, and opened her door. She slid out and stood. "Thanks for a lovely evening."
"I wish we'd had more of a chance to talk during dinner."
"We made up for it afterward." As their gazes connected, locked, his pulse stumbled. Man, she was beautiful, in face and heart. And he wanted to kiss her so bad he could almost taste it. Especially after her eyes filled with yearning and softened in invitation. After she swayed toward him. After she moistened her lips and swallowed. He gritted his teeth. No. He would honor the ground rules they'd set, and all at once she rose on tiptoe, slipped her arms around his neck, and gave a gentle tug. Shock rippled through him. She wanted to kiss him as much as he wanted to kiss her. A red alert began to beep in his mind. Loud, louder. Muting it, he succumbed to temptation and leaned down until their lips met, melded. Sweetness engulfed him, shutting out everything except the woman in his arms who kissed with a passion that could turn a guy's brain to mush and steal his heart. The full-out, all-in lip lock went on and on. Finally, with a gasp, she broke contact and backed off, her chest heaving. Then she spun around, fled to the house, and disappeared inside, leaving him groping for the support of the car, breathing hard, wanting more, and wondering where they were supposed to go from here. Chapter 28. Oh my word. What had she just done? Cheeks flaming, heart hammering, Devyn locked Lauren's front door and leaned back against it. After their frank discussion about the attraction between them and their agreement to keep tonight's date light and casual, how could she have kissed Aaron? Not a simple, fleeting brush of the lips, either. Oh, no, she'd gone full tilt. And so had Aaron, once he'd gotten over his initial shock. Nevertheless, her impetuous move had been a huge faux pas, even if she'd enjoyed every single second of it. She waved a hand in front of her face. Wow, could that man kiss? Thankfully, she'd come to her senses and backed off. But scampering into the house like a scared rabbit hadn't been her finest moment. The heat on her cheeks intensified. How on earth was she supposed to— Devyn? Is that you? Lauren wandered in from the hall in her sleep shirt, yawning.
I was hoping you'd get back before I fell asleep so I could hear how—
She came to an abrupt halt, eyes widening, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. He kissed you, didn't he? Her sister's intuitive powers were almost scary. Not quite. Lauren's brows scrunched. He tried to kiss you, and you told him to back off?
No, it's worse than that.
She pushed off from the door, swallowed. I kissed him. Her sister's jaw dropped, snapped closed. What happened to your agreement to stay hands off? I guess I got a little carried away. Lauren snorted. I guess you did. Did he kiss you back? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. That's an incomplete answer. Lauren folded her arms and leaned a shoulder against the doorframe. Dish, girl. Devyn tightened her grip on her clutch purse. Let's just say I don't think he minded that I broke our rule about no contact. At least not in the moment. I'm not sure how he'll feel about it later. How do you feel? Embarrassed? I have no idea what I'll say to him next time we meet. You're missing my point. Let me rephrase. How do you feel about how you feel about him? Devyn shifted her weight. That's a convoluted question. Her sister skewered her with a shrewd look. And that's a dodge. So I'll ask a different question. What are you going to do about how you feel about him? I don't know yet. And until I do, I think the safest strategy is to avoid him. She squeezed the bridge of her nose. Maybe I'll text him an apology. That would be less awkward. Your avoidance tactic may not work if he shows up at rehearsals. Like she didn't know that. He may keep his distance while he regroups too. He's no more interested in getting involved than I am. He probably regrets kissing me back. Do you regret the kiss? It was hard to feel sorry about a world-class kiss that would linger in her memory long after she returned to her life in New York. I regret the complications and awkwardness it will create. Another dodge, which is telling. Devyn mashed her lips together. She was done talking. Apparently, Lauren got that message because she straightened up from the wall. You may be worrying for nothing. It's possible Aaron will write it off as an aberration induced by all the romantic vibes at the wedding. But I'll tell you this. If the look on your face when I walked in is any indication, you're on the verge of falling head over heels. And I'll tell you something else. You could do worse than Aaron. He's the real deal. Sleep well. With that, she turned around and retraced her steps down the hall. Devyn remained where she was as quiet descended in the house, if not in her heart. But while her brain was muddled, she did know one thing. Until she figured out what to do about the handsome lumberman father who exuded integrity and kissed like a leading man, she would not be sleeping well. Martin was calling. As her husband's name flashed on the screen, Diane stared at her phone, set it on the table beside her at Frank's pizza place, let the call roll. Maybe he was ready to tell her about the changes he'd been making in his life since he'd visited her 3 weeks ago, but this wasn't the time for that conversation, not in the middle of a dinner date with Lauren. A voicemail alert popped up on her screen. He'd left her a message. Should she play it back now or wait until— Sorry. Lauren slipped onto the bench across from her in the booth they were sharing. There was a line at the ladies' room. No sign of our pizza yet? No. It's crowded here for a Monday night. She glanced around the packed eatery. People must be getting an early start on their 4th of July celebrations for tomorrow. Could be. Lauren squinted at her. You have an odd expression. What's up? She straightened her knife. The two of them were new friends, but they'd connected from the get-go, and she'd filled Lauren in on Martin's trip to Texas and the other details she'd gleaned about his recent activities. Lauren also had first-hand experience with a breakup. What could it hurt to get her take on this new development? Martin called while you were gone. Lauren blinked. Seriously? What did he say? I let it roll, but he left a voicemail. Did you play it back? Not yet. If you want to, feel free. You have to be curious. Are you certain you don't mind? Have at it. Lauren waved a hand toward the phone. Diane reached for it, took a fortifying breath, tapped the screen, and put the cell to her ear.
Hi, Diane. It's Martin. I was hoping you'd consider meeting me for lunch next week. Any day is fine. There's a French cafe not far from the library, and I promise not to keep you for more than an hour. If you text me a day and time, I'll be there. I'd really like to talk to you. Please come.
Martin was willing to drive up to Coos Bay to have lunch with her on any workday of her choosing, despite whatever might be going on at the mill? That was out of pattern. As far as she knew, he'd worked through lunch since he'd taken the helm at the mill. Dinner, too, many days. She set her phone down and relayed the message to Lauren. Are you going to go? Her dining companion moved her water glass aside to create space for the pizza as the waiter approached. I don't know. She spread her napkin on her lap. What do you think? Lauren helped herself to a piece of pizza. From everything you've told me about what he's been doing since you left, it sounds like he's making some positive changes. You may want to listen to what he has to say. Lucas told me the same thing. She took a slice of pizza, too. An apology plus a sincere effort to change is admirable. If it lasts. Do you have any reason to think it won't? I mean, I know you two have had a rough stretch, but has he ever gone back on his word or lied to you or done anything to suggest he's untrustworthy? Not in the sense you mean, but over the years he became hard-nosed and dictatorial and impatient. He gave me plenty of material gifts, but those didn't compensate for his dismissive behavior. Sometimes he was actually demeaning. It's not easy to live with a man who isn't always civil or who relegates you to a distant second place. I assume he wasn't like that in the beginning. No, just the opposite. He worked hard at the mill, but he made time for us. We had fun together, and he was always kind and thoughtful. He remembered our anniversaries and told me he loved me, and he showed up for Lucas's school events. Then, almost overnight, he changed. Why? I don't know. Whenever I tried to talk to him about it through the years, he shut down. Frowning, she picked up a stray mushroom and put it back on the pizza where it belonged. But the day he came to see me at Anna's a month ago, he did say he was dealing with a lot of stress when he took over the mill, that he'd inherited problems. Do you think he was being truthful, or was that just an excuse? I heard a ton of those in my own marriage. Lauren's features hardened. My instincts tell me he was being honest. In that case, if you want to try to save your marriage, I don't see why you shouldn't meet him. It's a defined period, your lunch hour, which is helpful if it doesn't go well. All he asked you to do was listen, so you're not on the hook to commit to anything. What do you have to lose? She sighed. The truth? My resolve. I'd like to believe we can overcome our issues and Martin can be charming and persuasive, so I'm afraid I might weaken. But I don't want to make a rash decision. It's not like you have to go back tomorrow, though. You can take all the time you need to be certain. But personally, I'd give a sincere guy who is trying hard to win me back a second chance. Who knows? There could be a happy ending to your story. Unlike the ending to her own. Throat tightening, Diane reached across the table and touched Lauren's hand. I'm sorry yours didn't have one. Her lips kinked. To be honest, ours didn't even have a happy beginning. It took me a long time to realize that, but I finally saw the light. And I know I'm better off without Dennis. Then her mouth tipped up into a genuine smile. However, my story with Devyn did have a happy ending, and I'd much rather have a faithful sister than a cheating husband. Plus, I have a new friend who may have a bit less time for me if she goes back to her husband, but who will hopefully stay in touch. Count on it. I'm done with the insulated life I led before. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask if you'd like a ride when you go back to work next week. I know Devyn could take you, but I go to Coos Bay every morning. It would save her making 2 trips a day if she only had to pick you up at noon.
And once you go back full-time and are driving again, I was hoping we could carpool on days our schedules mesh.
Lauren's face lit up. I'd love that. I've been thinking how much I'm going to miss Devyn after she goes back to New York, but having a close friend here will help. Same for me. The husband is great, but he doesn't take the place of a girlfriend. I'll drink to that. Lauren lifted her water glass. Diane did the same, clinking her tumbler with Lauren's. And as they both dived into their pizza, she made a resolution. She'd accept Martin's invitation, hear him out. But unless she was absolutely convinced any changes he'd made were permanent, she was maintaining the status quo.
Dad, why can't we ask Miss Devyn to go with us to the fireworks tomorrow?
Aaron finished tucking Isabel in and stood.
You already asked me that.
3 times, in fact.
But you never gave me a good answer.
No, he hadn't. How do you explain the complexities of romance to a 9-year-old? Besides, even if he'd been inclined to ask Devyn to join them, the brief apology he'd sent on Saturday would have put the brakes on that idea. Her text message strobed through his mind again. Sorry about Friday. It won't happen again. What did that mean? Was she sorry she hadn't honored their keep things casual agreement? Did she regret the toe-tingling kiss itself? And if she'd intended to reassure him the kiss had been a one-off, her attempt had failed, because the tantalizing notion of another kiss had dominated his thoughts for the past 72 hours. Foolish as that was.
Dad!
At Isabel's impatient prod, he sat on the edge of the bed beside her.
Why are you so anxious for me to invite her?
I like her. Gramp likes her. You like her too.
She studied him.
You're different with Miss Devyn than you were with Mom.
A subtle alert began to beep in his mind.
What do you mean?
He straightened the edge of the blanket, keeping his tone conversational.
I don't know exactly. It's just that the air around me feels happy when you talk to her. Like how it feels on Christmas morning, when you know something fun is about to happen. Or like when the sun comes out on a cloudy day and chases away all the shadows and the world is bright and sparkly.
Gut clenching, he took a long, slow breath. It appeared his worries about whether Isabel had picked up the strain between him and Olivia hadn't been unfounded, even if her awareness of it had been subliminal. Since parental tension had been the norm for her, until Devyn entered their orbit, she apparently hadn't realized that not all relationships between a man and a woman were fraught with friction. Maybe the best plan was to be as honest and adult with her as her tender age allowed.
I know what you mean about Devyn, honey. And I do like her. I wish she was going to stay here forever. But her job is in New York, and after the show, she's going to go back there. So I don't think it's a good idea for any of us to start to like her too much. If we do, it'll hurt more once she goes away.
His daughter pondered that for a few seconds.
You mean like after Mom went to heaven?
Not exactly for him, but it was an apt analogy for her.
Yes.
That was hard. I missed her a lot at first.
I know. And if we get to be friends with Miss Devyn, you'd miss her too.
She kneaded the sheet in her fingers, forehead nodding.
I think it's too late for that, Dad. I'm already going to miss her when she leaves.
He could relate.
That's why we have to be extra careful about spending too much time with her. But you'll see her at all the show rehearsals.
Are you still going to come with me to those?
I don't think so.
He conjured up the semblance of a smile and tapped her nose. "Gramp will be there. You don't need me." She launched herself upright and wrapped her arms around his neck, held on tight.
"I'll always need you, Dad."
Throat clogging, he hugged her back. "And I'll always need you, too. But you'll be fine with Gramp at the rehearsals, won't you?"
"I suppose."
She spoke into his neck, a slight quiver in her voice.
"If seeing Miss Devyn will make you feel too bad after she leaves, it's okay for you to stay home."
"Thanks, sweetie." He gave her one more squeeze, eased away, and stood. Once she settled back on her pillow, he adjusted the covers. "I'll tell you what. Why don't you and I have tea at the lavender farm on Saturday? Would you like that?" Her eyes rounded.
"But it's not my birthday. I thought you always said going there was only for special days because it cost a bunch of money."
"It is, and it does. But sometimes you have to make your own special days. And I declare next Saturday to be Daughter's Day." She grinned.
"That would be fun."
"Consider it a date." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Sweet dreams." She giggled.
"When you say that, I think of brownies and cinnamon rolls."
"Those would be nice to dream about."
"I think I'm going to dream about tea on Daughter's Day instead."
She snuggled under the covers.
"Night, Dad."
"Good night, honey." He crossed the room, flipped off the light, and closed the door halfway behind him, making a mental note to call the tea room at Bayview Lavender Farm after the holiday and book a reservation. Isabel would enjoy that outing. No doubt Devyn would, too. She seemed like the tea room type. If their situation were different, he'd invite her along. But his strategy to stay away from her was sound. It wouldn't pay to get any more chummy, which would only make her departure harder. Yet, truth be told, Isabel was right. It was already too late for that. He was going to miss her big time when she disappeared from their life. Especially after that memorable kiss. And there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Chapter 29. Maybe she'd have to forego a stop at the Perfect Blend, despite her craving for a caramel latte. Heaving a sigh, Devyn inched down Main Street, keeping her eyes peeled for any signs someone who owned one of the cars parked along the sidewalk was preparing to depart. Nada. Her plan to stop for a quick treat after running errands in Coos Bay might be a bust. At Bluff Avenue, she hung a right, continued to Dockside Drive, and circled back up Harbor toward Maine. There wasn't an empty spot in sight. Sheesh. It was never this hard to find parking in Hope Harbor, especially in the middle of the week. But it was the day after 4th of July, and the town had been awash with tourists the entire holiday weekend. A few must have lingered one more day. Oh well. She'd survive without a caffeine fix, even if her restless nights since Friday's mind-blowing kiss had left her bleary-eyed. At Main Street, she turned right again. One more circuit, and she'd call it a... Wait. The couple leaving the Perfect Blend appeared to be heading for a car. She slowed, pacing them until they stopped at a compact model halfway down the block. Yes! She stopped and flipped on her blinker while other vehicles on the same quest lined up behind her. The twosome took their sweet time getting in, buckling up, maybe checking their phones, but she wasn't budging, even if the delay ticked off the drivers to her rear. When the car at last pulled out, she took a steadying breath, tightened her grip on the wheel. Parallel parking was no small challenge for someone who rarely drove and had only learned the maneuver well enough to squeak by on her driving test years ago. It took 3 tries and a major case of sweaty palms, but at last she managed to wedge the car into the less than generous spot. Whew! As the waiting cars passed by, she kept her face averted in case there were any unhappy campers in the group, zooming in on the large "For Lease" sign in the window of the hardware store beside her. That was new. Apparently there were still no takers on the space. A space with potential to be a ballet studio. She mashed her lips together, trying to quash the idea she'd relegated to a dark corner of her mind after her last visit to the shop. That whole notion was crazy. She was at the peak of her career, with plans to dance at least a few more seasons before moving on to the post-performing phase of her life. Or that had been her intention anyway. Until she'd come back home and reconnected with her sister. Become part of the community with her volunteer efforts for the show. Discovered what a gift it was to have time to breathe. Realized how much of her personal life she'd sacrificed thanks to the rigorous demands of her career and the lifestyle it required. Meeting Aaron had only exacerbated the problem. She uncurled her fingers from around the wheel and tucked her hair behind her ear. Like it or not, once seeds of discontent were sown, they tended to send down roots and sprout. Make you second-guess things you'd never questioned, and want things you hadn't realized you'd been yearning for at a deep elemental level. Things like personal connections, family, friends, love. A car in the passing parade beside her stopped, as if the driver was wondering whether she was coming or going, so she picked up her purse and opened the door, shaking her head as she mouthed a, "Sorry." Leaving the Focus behind, she crossed Main Street and set a brisk pace down the sidewalk, trying, without much success, to calm the turmoil in her mind. As she approached the perfect blend, she read the saying on the sign in front. Zach had gone for whimsy today with a nugget from Tolkien. Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate. Like an empty hardware store that could be a ballet studio? Rolling her eyes, she marched forward. It was ridiculous to read too much into a sidewalk sign. The fact that the sayings on several of Zach's daily quotes had been relevant to her current situation was pure coincidence, nothing more. At the coffee shop door, she stopped and peered through the glass. Hesitated. The crowd was daunting. But Zach and his baristas were efficient, and the line usually moved at a fast clip. While snagging an empty table might be tough, she could find a bench outside somewhere if necessary. She hadn't come this close to a Java infusion to walk away empty-handed. She joined the queue inside, scanning the shop. No empty tables, naturally. She'd managed to time it right outside with the parking spot, though. Perhaps luck would follow her inside and someone would leave once she had her drink. 5 minutes later, after claiming her latte, she gave the shop one more sweep. Every table was occupied, and as far as she could tell, no one was getting ready to vacate. Apparently, her luck had run out. She started to turn toward the door. "Devyn!" At the summons from a familiar voice, she pivoted back to find Charlie leaning sideways in his chair and waving at her from a table at the far end of the room. A woman with a long blonde ponytail sat facing him, nothing but her back visible. As she walked toward them, Charlie spoke to the solo customer at an adjacent table, then took the second chair at that table and set it next to his. "Seats are at a premium today." He remained standing. "Please, join us." I don't want to intrude." "You won't be." The blonde woman smiled as she approached. "Charlie and I are just chit-chatting. B.J. Stevens Nash." She held out her hand. "And you're the famous ballet dancer." "Only in limited circles." Devyn returned her firm shake. "I've seen you at church. It's nice to have a name to go with a face." "Have a seat." Charlie tapped the chair. Since all she had on her agenda for this afternoon was her daily workout, she could afford to stay for a chat, and it beat going in search of a vacant bench outside, or drinking her latte in the car while passing drivers looking for an empty parking spot gave her the evil eye. She slid onto the seat. "I didn't realize you two hadn't met." Charlie retook his chair. "Since BJ knows about you, let me fill you in on her. She's an accomplished architect and the owner of the premier design and construction company in the area.
Before that, she worked for an architectural firm in L.A. Hope Harbor was fortunate she chose to make this her home.
The other woman grinned at her. If you ever need a PR rep, Charlie's your man.
I don't do PR. I just tell the truth.
Charlie lifted his cup in salute.
Besides, your work speaks for itself. The renovations you did at Edgecliff are amazing.
That was a once-in-a-lifetime job. The woman turned to her again. Edgecliff is a historic estate outside of town built by a lumber baron more than a century ago. The owner wanted to repurpose it as a museum and special events venue. I was fortunate to get the job.
No,
Charlie shook his head.
Edgecliff was fortunate to get you.
See what I mean? BJ raised her hands, palms up, then shifted her attention to Charlie. Thank you for the kind words, my friend.
They're well-deserved. Anyone in this area who has a construction or remodeling project would be smart to hire you.
Charlie drained his cup, stood.
My muse is calling, ladies. Enjoy the rest of your beverages.
He replaced the chair he'd borrowed at the adjacent table with his own, raised a hand in farewell, and sauntered toward the door. That man has a way of brightening up your day. BJ followed his progress, lips tipping up. I know. He's the same as I remember him from when I lived here years ago. Devyn sipped her drink, mind working at warp speed. Coincidence? Serendipity? Happenstance? Whatever the reason, she was being prodded to think about the out-of-the-blue ballet studio opportunity. Maybe she should go with the flow. Asking a potential resource for information wasn't like making a commitment after all. She set her cup down, wrapped her fingers around it, checked out the adjacent tables. All the occupants were engaged in conversation or engrossed in reading material. Excellent. Leaning forward, she lowered her voice. May I ask you a professional question in confidence? Sure. Have you ever built a ballet studio? BJ's eyebrows rose. That's not a question I get very often. I have a project in mind, at very early stages. Too early to talk about, really. But as long as our paths crossed today, I figured it couldn't hurt to ask a few questions, get a read on the level of expertise available in the area. That sort of work hasn't come my way since I moved here, but I was the lead architect at my firm in L.A. on a bid we won to design a large-scale studio and performance space for a modern dance company. Their emphasis wasn't classical ballet by any means, but the dancers all had ballet training, and they did do some Pointe pieces. That sounded promising. Do you remember much about the studio part of the project? A fair amount. I did tons of research before we launched the actual design phase. The client had very specific demands in terms of changing rooms, reception area, and office space, but the studio was their main focus. I remember the flooring was critical. It had to have sufficient bounce to absorb energy, but it also had to be slip-resistant yet easy to glide over. We also put in a floating subfloor, and we soundproofed the 3 studio rehearsal spaces so adjacent office areas wouldn't be disturbed. Thorough and impressive. Charlie wasn't exaggerating about your expertise. The other woman waved that aside. Any architect or contractor worth their salt does their homework. I'd have to take a refresher course if a job like that came along again, but I'd be open to tackling it. And she'd no doubt do an excellent job. BJ came across as the buttoned-up conscientious type, someone who didn't let any details fall through the cracks. Exactly the kind of person she'd need if she decided to pursue the idea percolating in her mind that refused to be quashed. Devyn swallowed the sip of coffee she'd taken. Do you have a business card with you? Always. BJ fished one out of the pocket of her worn jeans, handed it over, and drained her cup. I hate to desert you, but I'm on a lumber run and only intended to grab a quick coffee until Charlie bribed me with a slice of Eleanor Cooper's fudge cake, which is legendary in these parts. Don't leave town without treating yourself to a piece. Zach always has some in the case. I'll remember that. Thanks for all the information. Good luck on the project. I'll keep you in the loop if anything comes of it. As BJ strode toward the door, pausing to deposit her cup in the trash before she exited, Devyn leaned back, let out a slow breath. That had been an interesting meeting. Providential, almost. Of course, their impromptu chat had been nothing more than a preliminary discussion. To pursue a dance studio project, a ton of upfront work would be required. Financials would have to be run, lease terms reviewed, customer base studied to see if there were enough prospective students in the area to make the venture sustainable. Any of those could be a deal breaker. Still, there was potential. Perhaps even an opportunity to grasp, or a new road to follow, as the quotes of the day in front of the perfect blend had suggested. A tingle of excitement rippling through her, she picked up her cup, took another sip of her drink, grimaced. Her latte had cooled, but the idea that had taken root in her mind was beginning to heat up, even if it didn't fit with her 5-year plan. Chapter 30. He was already here. Pulse picking up, Diane paused inside the door of the French bistro and homed in on Martin, who was seated at a table for two in a secluded corner, his attention focused on the menu in his hand. All at once he raised his head, looked her direction, and slowly stood, as if he was afraid any abrupt move might frighten her off. But she wasn't backing out of this Friday lunch date, even if she'd been tempted to do so a dozen times in the 11 days since he'd invited her to meet him. Forcing air into her lungs, she crossed the restaurant, weaving between tables. As she approached, he pulled out a chair for her.
"Thank you for coming."
"I said I would, and I always keep my promises."
"I know. Better than I have."
He held her gaze for a moment, then motioned to the chair.
"Have a seat."
She did as he asked, but shored up her defenses. His strategy to begin with an admission of fault was smart, but she wasn't going to be swayed by any attempts to soften her up. Keeping her tone businesslike, she smoothed a wrinkle out of the pristine cloth on the table. "I only get an hour for lunch, and it took 10 minutes to get here. I have to leave by 12:50.
"Understood."
He motioned to the menu in her place.
"Why don't we order before we talk so they can get our food going?"
She picked up the menu, gave it a fast skim, and set it down. "I read it online earlier in the week. I just needed to confirm that nothing had changed."
"Actually, quite a bit has. But not on the menu."
He looked at her for a moment, then signaled to the server who headed their direction.
"What can I get for you folks today?"
The young man gave them a cheery smile. "I'll have the quiche." She handed him her menu.
"Make that 2.
Martin passed his menu over as well. Once the server departed, Martin put his napkin on his lap, straightened his knife, pocketed the cell phone resting on the table beside him. Interesting. Nothing usually flustered her husband, but he seemed to be almost as nervous as she was. Several beats ticked by, but she remained silent. If he was hoping for encouragement, her presence alone would have to suffice. He swallowed, cleared his throat.
"I'd like to hear about your job and the show, but I have a few things to say first."
Keeping her expression as impassive as possible, she draped her napkin across her lap, waited. Instead of launching into whatever speech he'd prepared, however, he picked up his water and took a sip. She frowned as the ice rattled. That was strange. Why would it... Wait. She zeroed in on the glass, and a jolt ricocheted through her. His hands were shaking. Mercy. He was seriously stressed.
"Sorry."
His lips rose a hair, but that minuscule lift seemed to require a huge effort.
"I'm a little nervous."
She tried to mask her shock as the significance of that revelation registered. This wasn't a man who ever revealed the slightest weakness to anyone. Martin Fisher had been well trained by his father to always keep up a strong front. So am I. There was no reason to pretend otherwise. He acknowledged her admission with a dip of his chin, linked his fingers on the table.
Let me start off by saying I don't blame you for walking out. You were right about all the issues you raised through the years, and I was 100% in the wrong. I made a lot of bad decisions on the home front.
Yes, you did. No way was she going to cut him any slack, even if his willingness to admit culpability was admirable.
If I could go back and change what happened, I would. But at this point, all I can do is apologize.
He took a deep breath.
I'm sorry I shut you out when I inherited a mess at the mill. I'm sorry for my impatience and testiness and all the hurtful, unkind, demeaning things I've said. I'm ashamed of them, and I regret every single one. I'm sorry I put the mill ahead of our family. I'm sorry I tried to compensate for that by giving you and Lucas things instead of being there for you. I'm sorry for getting so caught up in work that I lost perspective and forgot that saving a family legacy means nothing if you lose that family in the process.
The server swung by with a basket of bread and Martin fell silent, took another sip of his water. After the man left, he continued.
You walking out was the spur I needed to reevaluate my priorities and realize how messed up they were. So since you left, I've been making some course corrections and trying to get my life back on track.
I've heard about a number of them. She folded her hands on the table in front of her. Lucas told me you visited him.
Yes. Did he give you many details?
Some, but I'd like to hear your take. He complied, and his recap of the trip mirrored what Lucas had relayed, including his conclusion.
Bottom line, he agreed to stay in touch, and we've been texting every couple of days. I was grateful he was willing to give me another chance, and I'm hoping he'll want to come home for a weekend down the road.
The server appeared with their lunch, and silence fell as the man deposited their plates on the table and refilled their water glasses. When he left, Diane picked up her fork. I also heard about the lumber donation for the show and that you're helping build the sets. I understand you've gone back to church, too. One side of his mouth rose.
It sounds like you've been keeping tabs on me.
I wouldn't go that far. It's a small town. News travels. She broke off a bite of her quiche.
I do have one other piece of information to share that isn't public knowledge yet.
At a curious nuance in his inflection, she gave him a wary look. Okay.
I asked Aaron Steele to take an equity interest in the mill as my partner.
What? She stared at him, set her fork down as she tried to digest that bombshell. Why?
Lucas has no interest in being part of the business, and I'd like to see the mill continue. The key driver, though, was that sharing management duties will free me up to spend more time with the woman I love.
His gaze locked onto hers, his eyes filled with hope and desperation and the kind of devotion she hadn't seen in years.
I love you, Diane. I always have and I always will. You're everything to me, and I'm sorry I haven't told you that more often in the past 14 years. I'm also sorry my behavior didn't demonstrate how I felt.
Her vision blurred and she glanced down. Those were the words she'd hoped he'd say the day he'd come to see her at Anna's. The ones she'd longed to hear all the nights he'd spent in his home office while she'd slept alone. The ones she'd begun to wonder if she'd ever hear again. There have been days I doubted that. When I thought you'd stopped loving me. She could barely choke out the confession. His features contorted as if he was in pain.
Never. And until the day I die, I'll regret letting all the problems at the mill mess with my priorities.
She looked at him, this man who'd stolen her heart while they were both in the first blush of youth. He'd been handsome then. He still was, though his good looks had been tempered by worry and years that had added gray to his temples and lines to his face. You mentioned the mill problems the day you came to see me at Anna's, too. She dropped one hand to her lap, clenched her fingers. Don't you think it's time you told me about those? He exhaled, nodded.
Past time. But it's not a pretty story, Diane.
Nothing in the past 14 years has been pretty. I'd like to know what started all the ugliness.
That was on my agenda for today. Why don't you go ahead and eat while I talk? Otherwise your food will get cold.
Despite her non-existent appetite, she picked up her fork. It would be rude to leave the lunch he was buying her untouched. But the longer he talked, the more he told her about the crisis that had dropped into his lap at the mill, the harder it became to swallow her food. He hadn't been exaggerating. The story wasn't pretty. How could a father dump such a mess on his son? Yes, the elder Steele had been worried about his wife's deteriorating health, but it had been unconscionable to turn the mill over to Martin with almost no warning about its precarious financial position. Yet the scenario was consistent with the way Martin's father operated, the way he'd taught his son to operate. Always keep everything close to your vest and never admit you're in trouble. Don't show any sign of weakness. Just carry on alone and get the job done. So while his parents traipsed off to Arizona, Martin had undergone a baptism by fire as he attempted to save a faltering family legacy. Diane tried to swallow the bite of quiche in her mouth, but when it stuck in her throat, she groped for her water, washed it down. How alone Martin must have felt during that difficult period. How cornered, how pressured, how overwhelmed. That didn't excuse his behavior toward her and Lucas, of course, but the difficult situation he'd inherited did explain the forces that had shaped his conduct. At the end of his story, he let out a slow breath.
My intentions were good, but in trying to spare you and Lucas all the turmoil I was going through, I created a different kind of turmoil for both of you. I'm sorry for that, too. Sorrier than I can say.
I wish you'd shared all this with me from the beginning. She gave up all pretense of eating and laid her fork on the table. A marriage is supposed to be a partnership, a collaboration.
I know. I've made a lot of mistakes. Maybe too many to forgive. But today I'm asking for forgiveness anyway, and a second chance. I've changed, Diane, and I'm not going back to the way I was. I plan to become more active in the community and at church, less consumed by work, and more involved with you and Lucas. If you agree to come back, you can set the terms for how we proceed going forward. I'll do whatever it takes to restore our marriage. I'll even sell the house if you want me to.
He was willing to part with the house that represented concrete proof he'd weathered the storm at the mill and emerged triumphant? That was huge. But it wasn't necessary. The house wasn't why our marriage and our family fell apart, Martin.
I know, but I also don't want it to stand in the way of us getting back together.
She picked up her napkin, dabbed at the corner of her mouth. You've thrown a lot at me.
I realize that, and I know you need to think everything through. I don't expect an answer today, but if there's anything else I can do to convince you I'm serious about all the changes I'm making, let me know.
He picked up his fork and offered her another strained smile.
I know you have to leave soon, but I'd like to hear about your job and the show while I tackle this quiche.
She inspected his entree. It may be cold by now.
Trust me, it's better than most of what I've been eating. Tell me about your typical day at work.
In response to his first few questions, she offered short, perfunctory answers. But when he appeared to be sincerely interested in both her job and the show, she began to expand on her responses. They even laughed together over a story she told about Father Murphy's antics at one of the rehearsals. Like they used to do whenever something tickled their funny bones. It felt good to share that moment of humor. Very good. The conversation was flowing so well, in fact, that she forgot about the ticking clock. In the end, with a regretful tap of his watch, Martin had to remind her their lunch date was coming to an end.
I hate to break this up, but I don't want you to get in trouble at work.
I do have to go. She reached for her purse and stood. He rose too, a nicety long absent from their marriage.
Would you like me to walk you to your car?
No. The restaurant may not appreciate it if you leave without paying the bill. She took a step back. Thank you for lunch.
It was my pleasure.
I'll be in touch, but I do need to give this careful thought.
I understand. I'll wait for however long it takes.
She left him standing by the table, and when she glanced back from the door, he was still there, watching her. He raised a hand in farewell, and she reciprocated. Then she exited the restaurant. Outside, clouds had scuttled in, and the day had dimmed. But the sun was shining in her heart. Not because she and Martin had resolved all their issues. Not by a long shot. And she had some serious thinking to do before she committed to a reconciliation attempt. Going back to an untenable situation would be soul-shattering. Yet as she walked to her car, her heart felt lighter and brighter than it had in years. It took her several moments to put a name to the feeling that had been absent from her life for too long. But once she did, her lips curved up. It was called hope. And for the first time in a long while, she let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, she and Martin and Lucas could be a family again. Chapter 31. Well, look who's here! As she and Lauren waited to be seated at the Bayview Lavender Farm tea room, Devyn followed her sister's line of sight. In the far corner, Isabel and Aaron sat at a table for two that offered a view of the lavender field out the window. A father who took his daughter to tea? Her heart melted. Devyn, her sister nudged her. Do you see them? Yes. She sidled behind Lauren as the hostess approached. Her sister looked over her shoulder. Are you trying to hide? Not exactly. Yes, exactly. She rolled her eyes. Good grief, Devyn. The kiss was 2 weeks ago, and you've had no contact with Aaron since. Get over it. If only she could. But the breath-stealing encounter kept replaying in her mind during the day and popping up in her dreams at night. Shh. She glanced around. You don't have to broadcast it to the world. Nobody's paying any attention to us. Lauren faced front again as a woman with long brown hair approached. Hello, Jeanette. This is my sister, Devyn. Devyn, meet Jeanette, who runs the best tea room in the West. The woman smiled. We try anyway. Nice to meet you, Devyn. As they all exchanged pleasantries, Devyn kept a surreptitious eye on the father-daughter duo. If she was lucky, they'd remain engrossed in their conversation. Thankfully, Jeanette showed them to a table on the opposite side of the room, and Devyn claimed the seat that was tucked behind a potted palm, which put her back to the Steeles. Lauren shook her head as she took the chair across from her. You know you're being silly about this, right? I doubt Aaron's losing sleep over your kiss. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Because if so, it was an epic fail. It's supposed to make you think. That's all I've been doing since that night. So, what's the verdict? About what? About your feelings for you-know-who. Lauren waved a hand toward the opposite side of the tea room. I like him, more than ever. The problem was logistics. Her sister's eyes narrowed. Was? Leave it to Lauren to tune into nuances. She gave the nearby patrons a quick scan. Everyone appeared to be occupied with their tea companions, and her sister had already discerned that something was afoot. Why put off the conversation she'd intended to have today anyway? With 10 days of research under her belt, she was as ready to talk about her plans as she'd ever be. She moistened her lips. As a matter of fact, ladies, let me give you the tea selection. Jeanette stopped beside them and handed them each a menu penned in an elegant script. I'll be back to take your order, but if you have any questions, flag me down. As soon as Jeanette departed, Lauren set her menu aside and leaned forward. As a matter of fact, what? Devyn skimmed the menu, made a quick selection, and laid it down. You may have noticed I've been holed up in my room for hours on end at the house. Yeah, I noticed. I figured you were either going through your usual ballet contortions in private or you were trying to avoid me. Lauren's mouth quirked up. Just the opposite. We could be seeing more of each other if...
Miss Devyn!
At the familiar little girl's voice, her pulse stuttered. She'd been spotted. Lauren smirked and leaned back as if she was preparing to enjoy the show. Bracing, Devyn called up a smile and angled sideways in her seat. Isabel was towing Aaron their direction, his flustered expression suggesting he wasn't any more comfortable with their impromptu meetup than she was. Hi, Isabel. This is a surprise. She raised her gaze higher to eyes the color of molten chocolate. Hello, Aaron.
Hi.
He glanced at her sister.
Hello, Lauren.
Devyn shifted her attention back to Isabel after Lauren greeted the duo. Is today a special occasion?
It's not my birthday or anything, but Dad decided we should have a Daughter's Day. We were supposed to come last Saturday, but they were full. Now I'm glad they were, or we wouldn't have seen you. Is this your birthday?
No, my sister invited me to tea to thank me for lending a hand while she was sick. Right, Lauren? She telegraphed her sister a silent plea to join the conversation. Right. That was it? Big help she was. After shooting her a disgruntled look, she turned back to Isabel. Did you enjoy your tea?
Yes, it was awesome. The chocolate raspberry tart was my favorite.
The youngster linked her fingers behind her back, her demeanor wistful.
I wish you could have had tea with us, but Dad says that since you have to go back to New York after the show, we shouldn't see you a lot or it'll hurt too much when you leave. But we both wish you could stay here forever.
Was that true? Maybe, in light of Aaron's suddenly ruddy complexion. Isabel inspected him.
How come your face is red, Dad?
The shade of crimson on his cheeks darkened as he reached up and adjusted, loosened the tie he wore with his sport jacket.
I'm, getting warm. I think I drank too much tea. We should go, honey. We don't want to intrude.
He put a hand on her shoulder and tried to steer her toward the exit. She held her ground.
I guess I'll see you at rehearsal, Miss Devyn.
Yes, you will. She lifted her chin and addressed Aaron. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Come on, Isabel.
He folded her hand in his and tugged her toward the door. Lauren watched them leave. That was interesting. Awkward. Illuminating. Embarrassing. Informative. If you were wondering how Aaron felt about you, a big fat clue just dropped into your lap, courtesy of Isabel. Lauren sighed. It's a shame your careers and lives are on opposite coasts. But it is what it is. She put her napkin in her lap. So, what did you mean about us seeing more of each other? Are you planning to schedule some regular visits here, I hope? Maybe more than that. She paused as Jeanette appeared to take their tea order. Once they were alone again, she took a steadying breath. It all started with Mr. Howard's hardware store. Lauren's face went blank. You've lost me. She fiddled with her teacup. You're going to think I'm crazy. Try me. It occurred to me that his space could be a viable location for a ballet studio. Ballet studio? Lauren squinted as she absorbed that news. Run by who? You? That was the idea. Her brow puckered. You mean you'd move here? Yes. But what about your career in New York? I'd have to give it up a bit sooner than I'd planned. But when opportunity knocks, Lauren stared at her. You're serious about this? Yes. I always knew I'd want to stay involved in ballet in some capacity after I left the company, and teaching is an obvious choice. Quite a few dancers go that route after their performing days are over. Is this a done deal? No, I'm still in research mode, but I've gotten a lot of wheels in motion over the past 10 days. I'm pretty certain I can swing the finances. I'm having Eric Nash review the lease. BJ Stevens is putting together a remodeling bid. I also researched the potential student base. I'd have to pull from a wide area for this to work, but my credentials should be a strong draw. To some degree, this would be a leap of faith, though. Sort of a field of dreams situation. I'm hoping if I build it, they will come. Wow, Lauren leaned back. Why didn't you say anything about this sooner? I kept thinking there'd be a glitch that nixed it, or that red flags would pop up, and I didn't want to mention it until all the hurdles were cleared. Are they? Most of them. I still have a handful of I's to dot and T's to cross, and there are a couple of people I want to talk to. A glimmer of amusement sparked in her sister's eyes. I'd wager Aaron's on your talk-to list. Yes, but I wouldn't make such a huge change because of my feelings for a man I'm just getting to know. If I do this, it has to be because I'll be happy here with or without him in my life. Lauren's features hardened. Not that I'm putting Aaron in the same category as Dennis, but I think you're smart not to base a major decision like this on a man. Agreed. However, there's one person whose input is critical. You. She linked her fingers on the table. I think we've worked through most of our issues, and we seem to be on solid footing, but if I've misread that, please tell me. Coming home, wouldn't work as well if you weren't a regular part of my life. Lauren gave her a get-real look. Of course I'll be a regular part of your life. I feel like I finally have a sister again, and I'm not giving that up. In fact, until or unless you want to strike out on your own, I hope you'll stay with me at the house. Pressure built in Devyn's throat. When the accident had summoned her home, the best she'd hoped for was an opportunity to crack a window that might lead to a reconciliation with Lauren. Instead, the door had been thrown open, literally. If nothing else had come from this trip, that would have been sufficient. But amazingly enough, new doors had also opened on the career and romance fronts. I'd love to live at the house. Thank you. No thanks necessary. I should thank you. You're the one who dropped everything and flew across the country when I needed help. That's what sisters do. Lauren's expression grew rueful. Not if they'd been treated as badly as I treated you. Every time you reached out through the years, I snubbed you. For reasons I now better understand. But as far as I'm concerned, history should remain in the past. Jeanette appeared with a 3-tiered stand of goodies, which she set on the table. After explaining all the items and retrieving 2 pots of tea, she left them to enjoy their treat. I'd like to propose a toast. Lauren filled her teacup and lifted it as Devyn did the same. To a new chapter, for both of us, whether that involves sisters, friends, romance, or a career change. And with thanks and gratitude for second chances. I'll drink to that. She clinked her cup with Lauren's, and then they dived into the delicious treats. No trace of the rancor or resentment that had marred the early days of their reunion in evidence. And as they laughed and chatted, warmth overflowed in her heart. Though the odds hadn't seemed promising when she'd flown out here in the early hours of that May morning weeks ago, her wish for a new beginning with Lauren had been fulfilled. How the career change or romance parts of the picture would play out remained to be seen. She had a number of details to work out for the studio, and despite what Isabel had said today and Aaron's reaction, it was possible his daughter had misread his comments, that his feelings weren't as deep for her as hers were for him. But she'd get answers on both fronts soon. And then she'd have to decide whether to pull the trigger on a decision that would change her life forever. 4 days. 4 endless days and sleepless nights while he'd waited to hear from Diane after their Friday lunch. And now another day of radio silence was drawing to a close. Martin wandered over to the fridge in the high-end kitchen that felt cavernous now that he occupied his showplace house alone, pulled open the door. The leftover meatloaf from the Myrtle held zero appeal. He wasn't in the mood to make an omelet, and he couldn't stomach another frozen dinner. He shut the door. Maybe he should wander into town and see if Charlie's stand was open for business. Or go back to the mill, strike up some conversations with people on the second shift. That would be preferable to spending another evening by himself. But it would also be foolish. He gritted his teeth. His bad habit of living at the office was what had gotten him into this mess. He wasn't going to fall back into that pattern. Instead, he'd go to Charlie's and hope the artist chef was in a cooking and talking mood. He walked toward the door to the garage, pausing to pull out his phone when the email alert went off. Froze as he flicked a glance at the screen. It was a message from Diane. His heart began to pound. An email had to be bad news. If she'd had good news, surely she'd have called. Stomach clenching, he crossed to the kitchen island, sank onto a stool, stared at his cell for a full minute. But putting off bad news wouldn't make it go away. It was wiser to face reality at once and deal with it. Not all of the lessons he'd learned from his father had been valuable, but that one had been spot on. With fumbling fingers, he opened the email and began to read. Hi, Martin. I'm emailing rather than calling because I wanted you to have a chance to think through what I have to say. During our lunch on Friday, you told me you loved me, and I think you meant it. Those are words I've longed to hear for years, because I've always loved you, too. That's why walking away was the hardest thing I've ever done. But I couldn't see any future for us going forward if we continued down the same road. I hoped and prayed my leaving would have a constructive impact. From everything I've observed, it has. I've heard it in your words and seen it in your actions. I'm grateful you and Lucas have reconnected and that you've made some positive changes in your life. So I have a proposition to make. What I'd like to do is come back to the house but stay in the guest room for now until we see how everything goes. I'm not ready to fully commit at this point. If things don't work out, it'll be easier to leave if we maintain some distance while we test the waters. I realize this may not be what you were hoping for, but it's the best I can offer. It'll take longer than a month to overcome the memories of the past 14 difficult years. Please respond by email. If you want to proceed, we can work out the details and timing. Martin sucked in a breath. She was willing to give it another try. The outlines of the room blurred and he closed his eyes.
Thank you, God.
When he could finally see again, he typed in a response.
I said at lunch that you could set the terms, and I meant it. Just name a date and time, and I'll be waiting to welcome you home. Love always, M.
He hit send, pocketed the phone, continued toward the door, spirits lifting. They weren't out of the woods yet, far from it, and problems could yet arise. But if they did, this go-round he'd listen to Diane's concerns and fix them, whatever it took. And as long as he lived, he'd never stop being grateful for this second chance with the family he'd almost lost forever. Chapter 32. Another one-on-one with Devyn hadn't been in his plans. But how was a man supposed to say no when a beautiful woman texted and said she had important information to share that could affect him? Even if the location she'd specified for their meeting was rather odd. He parked on Main Street, slid out from behind the wheel, and surveyed the bench in front of what used to be Howard's Hardware. It was empty. Then again, he was a tad early, like by 15 minutes. But summer Saturdays could be busy in Hope Harbor, and being late because he had to circle around searching for a parking place wasn't an option. He wandered down the street, trying to convince his galloping heart to decelerate. It refused to listen. No surprise. It had been ignoring him since he and Isabel had run into Devyn and her sister at the tea room last week, thanks to the images of her that kept scrolling through his mind and his dreams. Man, she'd looked sensational in her silky blouse and single strand of pearls. Just as beautiful, elegant, and appealing as she had the day they'd gone to the wedding. The day she'd kissed him. The day he'd kissed her back. He dropped onto the bench, electricity thrumming through his veins. There'd been serious chemistry going on between them, the kind that could have led to something deeper, more permanent. If she'd been planning to hang around. But she wasn't. So even if Isabel was right and it was already too late to protect his heart, keeping his distance had been prudent. Except once Devyn had reached out to him, that plan had disintegrated. Besides, as long as it was too late, why not make one more memory to help sustain him after she was gone? He rested his elbow on the back of the bench as 2 seagulls fluttered onto the sidewalk 6 feet away. Jiggled his foot, checked his watch every 30 seconds while he waited for her to appear. When he at last caught sight of her emerging from the perfect blend, 2 drinks in hand, his heart skittered. Taking a steadying breath, he pushed up the corners of his mouth and raised a hand in greeting. After lifting one of the cups in response, she crossed to the street and walked toward him. As she drew close, he stood and tried not to stare at her form-fitting leggings or the I Heart Hope Harbor t-shirt that hit her mid-thigh. Even in casual attire, she was the most elegant woman he'd ever met. "Good morning," she offered him a tentative smile and searched his face, as if trying to gauge his mood. "Morning," his voice rasped, and he cleared his throat. "Thanks for meeting me." She sounded a tad winded. Make that 2 of them. No problem. Gramp was happy to watch Isabel." More than happy after he'd found out the reason for the request. Hope sprang eternal with that man. "Thank him for me later. I asked Zach what you usually ordered. He said you were an Americano guy with an extra shot of espresso, black." She held out one of the cups, a slight quiver in her fingers. Odd. He took his drink, studying her. Could she possibly think he was upset about the kiss she'd initiated? Had she asked for this meeting today to clear the air before she went back to New York after the show? If so, he should... Did I get it wrong? She caught her lower lip between her teeth. Zach seems certain about your preferences. No, this is perfect. He filled his lungs. No point beating around the bush. Look, I'm not certain why you wanted to get together today, but if you're worried I might be upset about what happened the day of the wedding, I'm not. Some of the tension in her features melted away. I'm glad to hear that. It smooths the path for what I have to say. Could we sit for a few minutes? She motioned to the bench. Sure. He waited until she claimed a spot, then joined her, trying without success to figure out what this was all about. She fiddled with the lid of her drink, peeked at him from under those impossibly long lashes. About that kiss. It was amazing, at least on my end. Mine too, in case there was any doubt in her mind. She swallowed, met his gaze straight on. It was the kind of kiss that made me think the 2 of us could have potential. Okay. He took a slow sip of his Americano. Where could she be heading with this? Because as far as he could see, it was a dead end. In other circumstances, I'd agree. He phrased his comment with care. But it's tough to sustain relationships if 2 people spend significant time apart.
And despite the buzz of electricity that charged the air whenever they were together, that wasn't a challenge he wanted to tackle. Would you feel differently if distance wasn't an issue? What? She was talking in riddles. I don't understand. I have news. I'm listening. Mr. Howard's hardware store is about to be transformed into Harbor Pointe Studio. She motioned behind him. I'm opening a ballet school in Hope Harbor. Her words registered, but the message refused to compute. Wouldn't you have to quit your job in New York to do that? Yes, and I have. The company already had me slotted into the fall season, but I was able to negotiate a release from my contract after that. I should be able to get back here by mid-October. The timing will work out fine, since the renovations will take a while anyway. Out of everything she'd said, only one fact fully registered. Devyn was going to live in Hope Harbor. Apparently, Gramps' hopes hadn't been unfounded after all. A ripple of excitement, exhilaration, joy surged through him. But on the heels of elation came questions. He wrapped both hands around his cup. That's the best news I've heard in years. But I thought retirement was several years in your future. I did too. But the longer I stayed here, the less anxious I was to go back to the life I had in New York. Then opportunities began popping up. Resources appeared, and I met an incredible guy. But, to be honest, my decision wasn't based on any expectations for us. I'm leaving New York because this is where I want to be, with the sister I love in the town that's always felt like home. If you're interested in exploring the sparks between us, I'm ready and willing. If they end up fizzling, though, I don't want you to feel any guilt about me giving up my job to move here. This is where I want to be. Understood. And for the record, I'm very interested in exploring those sparks, which I don't expect to fizzle. In fact, I'd like to start exploring them now, but you picked a very public place for this discussion. One of the seagulls cackled. Cheeks dimpling, she rooted around in her purse, extracted a key, and dangled it in front of him. I signed the lease for the space behind us yesterday. Would you like a private behind-the-scenes tour? Or maybe I should say a behind-the-shelving tour? Pulse picking up yet again, he rose and waved toward the door. After you. She stood, crossed to the entrance, and inserted the key in the lock. Once inside, he gave the space a scan. Dust motes floated in the stale air, and the place smelled like a combination of fertilizer, paint, solvents, pine tar, WD-40, and burned coffee. Not exactly ideal ambiance, but it didn't matter. Anywhere with Devyn would be romantic. She led him to the back of the store behind a tall shelving unit. When she turned around, the invitation in her eyes was too hard to resist. Not that he intended to try. At tea last Saturday, Lauren and I toasted to new beginnings. She smiled. This was one of the ones I was hoping for. New beginnings are worth celebrating, but since I don't have any tea on hand, let's try this instead. He set his drink on a shelf, took hers and put it next to his, slid her shoulder bag free and set it beside the cups. Then he grasped her hands and tugged her toward him. She came without protest, nestling against him with a contented sigh that did more to stoke his libido than anything she could have said. And as long as she dispensed with words, he did too. There were better ways to tell her how happy he was that she was staying. He brushed her hair aside, bent down, nuzzled her neck. A hum of pleasure purred in her throat, and she angled her head to give him more access. Slow and easy, Steele. Take it slow and easy.
Excellent advice, if he could follow it. Suppressing his impulse to fast-track the embrace, he trailed a kiss along her jaw, traveled up to her cheek, began a slow trek across her forehead, at which point she cupped his face in her hands and directed his lips where she wanted them. On hers. No problem. She matched him step for step in a kiss that morphed from passionate urgency to eager exploration before finally easing into a gentle tenderness filled with awe and wonder and gratitude. When they at last came up for air, Devyn looked as dazed as he felt. He tried to speak. Failed. She sucked in a breath. That was even more mind-blowing than I remembered.
Yeah.
It was all he could manage. But I think we have more going for us than just the kissing.
I agree. Although phenomenal kissing doesn't hurt.
He touched her cheek, played with the silky strands of her hair.
And as long as we have this place all to ourselves, I think we should... Hello? Is anyone here?
As a male voice spoke from the front of the store, Devyn huffed out a breath. I guess we should have locked the door.
We had other things on our mind.
He ran a finger along her jaw.
Still do, as a matter of fact.
Hold that thought.
I'll get rid of the unwanted visitor.
He slipped out of her arms and walked to the end of the shelving unit to find a 50-ish guy standing inside the front door.
Can I help you?
The man peered around the dusty space.
Isn't this a hardware store? It used to be. The owner retired.
Shoot! He forked his fingers through his hair.
I'm in search of a replacement blade for my old rotary fan, and Bob was always my best bet for odd spare parts. There wouldn't happen to be one lying around here, would there? Sorry, I haven't seen any.
The man exhaled.
I suppose I'll have to continue my quest up in Coos Bay. It's starting to heat up in our spare attic room.
Aaron waited until the man exited, locked the door, and returned to Devyn.
He was after a fan blade. He said things are heating up at his house. I can relate.
He waggled his eyebrows.
So where were we?
Gearing up for Act 2, I hope. She moved in close, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a slow smile.
Happy to oblige.
She rose on tiptoe to meet his lips. He bent down. And as the dust mote swirled around them, somewhere in the distance he could swear he heard the faint, triumphant strains of Ode to Joy. Oklahoma was over. As the cast took its final curtain call after the Sunday matinee, Devyn high-fived Catherine Parker from their spot in the wings. I'd say this production was a resounding success. The other woman grinned. That's fact, not opinion. 4 sold-out performances, with the 4th added to meet the huge demand. Tremendous positive publicity for the town. Overflowing coffers for helping hands. Standing ovations after every performance. It doesn't get much better than this for community theater. Thanks again for stepping in to help. It was my pleasure. I'll be out front mingling. I won't be far behind. After skirting around props and scenery, Devyn entered the auditorium from a side door. It was hard to spot Aaron in the crush of people, but once she did, she wove through the crowd toward him. When he caught sight of her, his intimate smile, the same one he'd been giving her since the day in the vacant hardware store 2 weeks ago, sent her pulse off the charts, as it always did. Only after she got close and the crowd parted a bit did she spot the bouquet of red roses in his hand. Pressure built in her throat. How had she been lucky enough to meet a guy like this? He held out the bouquet.
I think flowers are customary after a performance.
Thank you. They're beautiful. But I didn't perform.
No, but you helped the performers shine. That's worth celebrating.
He leaned down for a quick kiss over the top of the velvety petals. When he straightened up, Lauren emerged from the crowd, a large gift bag in hand. "I meant to catch you backstage, but I got delayed by a costume question. I have something for you, too. I assumed the flowers would be covered." She tipped her head toward Aaron. "So I brought this instead." She held out the bag. "You didn't have to get me anything. You worked as hard on the show as I did." Not quite. I had a whole committee to help me." Devyn passed the flowers back to Aaron, set the bag on an empty seat beside her, and opened the top. "Oh, Lauren, this is gorgeous." She pulled out the dance bag she'd asked her to make weeks ago. "It was supposed to be a going-away present. I doubt you'll need it as much here, but a promise is a promise." "Of course I'll need it. Ballet teachers tote around a ton of stuff." She gave her a hearty hug. "You want me to take it home for you?" Lauren motioned to the bag. "And the flowers? I assume you're going to the cast party. Maybe with a guest in tow." Devyn deferred to Aaron. "Are you still game?"
"I wouldn't miss it."
At a delighted exclamation behind her, Devyn glanced back. Hands clasped to her mouth, Diane Fisher had stopped several feet from her husband, who was standing in the aisle a dozen feet away, a young man beside him. Then she surged forward and drew the 20-something guy into a hug. "That's her son." Lauren leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I ran into them in the lobby earlier, and Martin told me he'd arranged for Lucas to come home for a week to see his mom in the show. The end of his internship coincided with the performance dates." I'd call that a happy ending. Devyn watched the family group as Diane released her son and embraced her husband. "Yes, I'm thrilled for her." At the hint of wistfulness in her sister's inflection, Devyn turned back, opened her mouth to speak, but Lauren beat her to it. "And I'm thrilled for me, too, because the two of us have our own happy ending." She reached over and squeezed her hand. "Miss Devyn!" Isabel zipped out of the stage door and dashed toward them, followed by Ben. "How did we do?" "You were all spectacular. Broadway quality." Ben's eyes began to twinkle.
"A slight exaggeration, but we did have fun and we raised money for a worthwhile cause. I'd say that's a win all around."
"You didn't tell her yet, did you?"
Isabel directed the question to Aaron, excitement pinging from her. "Tell me what?" She inspected the faces of all the Steeles, and Lauren's smug expression suggested she was in on whatever they were about to reveal.
"Can I tell her?"
Isabel hopped from foot to foot. What in the world was going on?
"Yes, I think you should do the honors. Everyone agree?"
Aaron encompassed Ben and Lauren in his question, and they both nodded. Isabel beamed up at her.
"We're coming to New York to see you dance in your last show."
Devyn's jaw dropped.
"I think we surprised her."
Aaron twined his fingers with hers. Are you all coming?" She gave the group a sweep. "I wouldn't miss it." Lauren touched her arm.
"And I'm not about to be left out of this party,"
Ben chimed in. Devyn's throat clogged. I can get you all tickets."
"We hoped you could. That's why we haven't bought ours yet."
Ben winked at her. I can't believe you're all flying across the country to see me dance." Somehow she managed to choke out the words.
"It was Dad's idea."
Isabel smiled at him.
"And when he told your sister, she said she was already planning to come too."
"Just make it worth our while. Not to put any pressure on you or anything." Lauren elbowed her, picked up her purse, and took the flowers from Aaron. "Now I'm going to call it a day. You all enjoy the party. I'd come too, but since I'm starting back to work full-time tomorrow, I want to make it an early night." She lifted a hand in farewell and wound through the crowd toward the exit.
"Aaron, you want to ride to the party with Devyn, or do I even have to ask?"
Ben arched an eyebrow.
"You don't have to ask. We'll see you there." Isabel, let's go ditch these costumes and wipe off our makeup. Ben took her hand. We don't want to be late for the party.
While the two of them hustled toward the dressing rooms, Devyn gave Erin her full attention. Thank you for wanting to come see me dance. It means more to me than I can say. But a trip like that will be expensive.
It'll be worth every penny.
He took her hand, and the warmth in his eyes turned her heart to mush.
I'd show you why I want to come if there weren't so many people around.
Maybe you can show me later.
Count on it.
His eyes ignited, sending her pulse off the scale. When you look at me like that, I'm tempted to skip the party.
People would be disappointed if you didn't show, and we have all the time in the world to be together.
I like the sound of that.
So do I.
He held out his hand.
Shall we?
She slipped her fingers into his, and as they walked toward the back of the theater, a soul-deep contentment settled over her. While some might say she was foolish to leave New York at the peak of her career, there were times when you had to listen to your heart and take a leap of faith, even if the future didn't come with guarantees. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. No matter what her tomorrows held, this small seaside town was where she belonged. And if everything played out as she hoped, a certain handsome lumberman would be a big part of her future. A happy ending she wouldn't trade for all the standing ovations, applause, or accolades in the world. Epilogue. That's a wrap, everyone. The dress rehearsal went great, and it's going to be a wonderful recital. Now, remember, all dancers should be backstage no later than 1 o'clock tomorrow. And remind anyone who's coming that the doors open at 1:30. Enjoy the rest of your evening. From his seat in the auditorium with all the other parents, Aaron watched as the woman who would be his wife in one short week addressed the group. Wife. The corners of his mouth inched north. What a beautiful thought.
She's amazing, isn't she?
At Gramps' comment from the seat beside him, he turned.
In a word, yes.
Gramps' quick smile flattened as he picked a piece of lint off his sleeve.
I, have a confession to make.
Tuning out the parents around him who were heading toward the front of the auditorium to claim their offspring, Aaron gave him his full attention.
This sounds serious. It is.
Gramp fiddled with the zipper on the jacket he'd worn to ward off the early May evening chill.
I had a talk with Devyn this week about me living at the house.
Aaron frowned.
Why? We discussed that months ago before we got engaged. She told you she was fine with the arrangement. In your presence. That's not like a private conversation between the two of us. I wanted her to know I wouldn't hold it against her if she preferred more privacy, especially while you two are newlyweds.
Gramp. He angled sideways, giving him his full attention.
There's a 10-year-old in the house. Our privacy will already be limited. Why would it matter if you're there too? I just don't want to intrude, that's all. So I took a drive to Seabreeze Apartments and found a unit that would suit me.
Aaron stared at him.
You're moving out? As it turns out, no.
Gramp was talking in circles.
You've lost me. Sorry.
He linked his fingers in his lap.
When I told Devyn about the apartment, she said the house wouldn't feel like home if I wasn't there, after all the meals and laughter we've shared around the kitchen table. She said the family circle would be missing a link. And she said she...
His voice choked and he sniffed.
She said she loved me like I was her own grandfather.
Pressure built behind Aaron's eyes. That sounded like the woman who'd stolen his heart.
I'm not surprised. She's a keeper for sure. Elizabeth would have liked her.
Gramp pulled out his handkerchief, wiped his nose.
I asked her not to tell you about our conversation, and she promised she wouldn't. I was kind of embarrassed about talking to her on the sly. But after I thought about it, I decided you ought to know. I appreciate you telling me. After all, there shouldn't be any secrets between a groom and his best man, right?
He gave him a teasing shoulder nudge.
I'm honored to stand up for you, but you didn't have to ask me, you know. You could have picked a friend your own age. It was a no-brainer, Gramp. The job is called best man, so I chose the man who fit the description.
His grandfather sniffed again, then pushed himself to his feet.
I guess we should go find Isabel before I need your handkerchief, too. I think she's found us.
He rose and motioned toward the stage as his daughter broke away from the group of children and made a beeline for them, her multicolored chiffon skirt swirling around her tights-clad legs. She picked up speed as she approached, face glowing.
Did you like my dancing?
It was beautiful.
He leaned down for a hug, taking care not to crush the gauzy fairy wings on her back.
I second that. And your costume is beautiful, too.
Gramp claimed his own hug.
I know, but it's not as pretty as the dress I'm going to wear next week for the wedding. I can't believe Devyn asked me to be a junior bridesmaid. I hope I don't mess up.
Her forehead pleated. Gramp took her hand.
Sweetie, if you can swirl around on that stage like you did tonight, a walk down the aisle will be a piece of cake. Besides, you'll have a chance to practice next week at the rehearsal. Now you and I should hit the road. Your dad and Devyn have a meeting with Reverend Baker, if she can ever break away from all the over-anxious parents.
He waved a hand toward the front where Devyn was surrounded by costumed children and their parents.
She may need rescuing. Duly noted.
Aaron surveyed the scene.
I'll see you two at home later. Don't rush on our account. You want all the details for your big day to be right.
Gramp patted him on the back and shepherded Isabel toward the door. He watched them go for a moment, then turned back to the front, lips flexing. While he and Devyn would sort through whatever particulars Reverend Baker wanted to go over tonight, the biggest detail was already right. In one short week, the beautiful ballerina who'd added light and love and laughter to his days was going to recite vows that would make her his wife. He started forward, but by the time he reached the cluster of parents and children around Devyn, she'd extricated herself. As the group dissolved, he grinned.
I was coming to your rescue, but I should have realized after your farewell performance in New York that you know how to handle a crowd. You were gracious to all the fans, but managed to keep moving.
I did pick up a few survival skills in the big city. She checked her watch. Before we leave to meet with Reverend Baker, let me touch base with Lauren. Several girls had a glitch with their headpieces for one of the numbers, and I want to make certain our costumer got it straightened out.
No worries. We're fine on time.
He claimed a seat while the two sisters conversed in low voices off to the side. It was impossible to hear the exchange, but as they wrapped up, Lauren motioned to a man with a little girl sitting in the audience. Whatever Devyn said in response generated a faint blush on her sister's face. Must be a story there. When Devyn rejoined him while Lauren continued toward the duo, he stood and tipped his head her sister's direction.
What gives?
She met the father the day we distributed costumes and talked with him again when he brought his daughter back for some alterations to adjust the fit. He invited her to dinner tonight as a thank you.
I don't recognize him.
They live up near Charleston. That would explain it. Truth be told, he hadn't recognized many of the adults here tonight, which wasn't surprising, considering the 100 students enrolled at Harbor Pointe Studio came from a 40-plus mile radius. In fact, business was so good, Devyn not only had a waiting list, she was also adding a summer session. After their honeymoon. It was important to keep priorities straight.
Maybe some of our romance will waft their way.
He motioned to the trio. It would be nice if she met someone new. Devyn watched her sister chat with the man. Love is a wonderful thing.
Yes, it is.
As Lauren exited with the man and girl, leaving them alone in the auditorium, he turned to Devyn.
And I'm counting the hours until we make ours official next week.
Me too. It's going to be a beautiful wedding.
Are you sure what we have planned is enough, though?
It was a question that had nagged at him for months, despite her reassurances.
I still feel like maybe you're shortchanging yourself. Don't most women dream of a big wedding?
She gave him the sweet smile that always tightened his throat. I don't know why you keep worrying about that. Like I've told you, I'm happy with a simple ceremony at church, followed by dinner and dancing with close friends and family at the lighthouse venue. Scout's honor.
I just don't want you to look back and be sorry you didn't have a more elaborate wedding with a lot of fanfare.
Aaron, she put her arms around his neck. I've had plenty of fanfare in my life. I've danced on international stages in elaborate costumes. I've given media interviews. I've done photo shoots. All I need at this wedding is you. Everything else is a bonus. But if it makes you feel any better, I do have a drop-dead gorgeous gown. From Paris, no less. Courtesy of Mom. That was news.
How come I didn't know about that?
A woman's wedding dress is a well-guarded secret. No one's seen it in person except my maid of honor, and Lauren was sworn to secrecy. Mom's only seen a photo.
Are she and her husband still planning to come to the wedding?
That had been a question mark up until 2 weeks ago, when they'd finally committed. Sort of. She claims they are. Felipe had business in San Francisco anyway, which he timed to coincide with our big day. And they did book a suite for 2 nights at Seabird Inn.
With us leaving for Hawaii the morning after the wedding, you won't have much time to visit with them if they do come.
She snuggled closer. To tell you the truth, I'm more interested in getting away with you than catching up with them. 2 weeks in paradise will be glorious. Thank goodness Ben was willing to take on childcare duties while we're gone.
Speaking of Ben, after the rehearsal tonight, he told me about your chat.
Her eyebrows rose. I'm surprised. He asked me to keep it confidential.
So I heard. But he said he felt guilty about not letting me know.
He brushed his lips over hers.
I appreciate what you told him, as well as your willingness to move in with a ready-made family. I doubt most brides would be so understanding.
I know how much he means to you and Isabel. And what I said to him was true. The house wouldn't be the same without him. Family is everything. However, that does not mean I won't enjoy an occasional getaway for 2.
Count on it. Beginning with Hawaii, where I intend to totally disconnect and devote myself to my bride. No interruptions from home or work. A honeymoon is sacrosanct.
She smiled. I like a man who has his priorities straight. But are you certain Martin's okay covering for you? I mean, you're an equity partner now, and from what Diane's told Lauren, he's diligent about dividing the duties with you and leaving the mill behind at the end of the day.
He's on board with the plan, especially after I promised to reciprocate while he and Diane take a belated 25th anniversary cruise in the fall.
Seems like a fair exchange. She resettled her dance bag on her shoulder. After our meeting with Reverend Baker tonight, the only thing left for us to do before the big day is polish up our first dance. We need to work on the transition between the foxtrot for night and day and the swing for in the mood. He traced the contour of her cheek with the pat of his thumb.
Looking back, I think that was the night I realized you and I were meant to be together, even though it seemed like an impossible dream at the time.
Except nothing is impossible with God, and blessings seem to abound in Hope Harbor. Her breath was a whisper of warmth against his fingers.
Amen to that.
When she attempted to ease away, he held fast.
I know we have to go, but there's one other thing I don't think we've practiced enough.
What?
The first kiss.
She breathed out a soft laugh. I think we put more effort into getting that right than we've spent on learning the steps for our first dance.
Indulge me with a quick run-through?
I suppose I could be persuaded, but if we're late, I'm going to let you explain why to Reverend Baker. He gave her an unrepentant grin.
That'll be easy. I'll just look at you, say I got distracted, and they'll understand. Guaranteed.
You're a smooth talker, Aaron Steele.
I don't know about that, but I do know I'm done talking for now.
With that, he leaned down and claimed her lips. And as she kissed him back with every ounce of the passion she'd poured into the New York farewell performance that would be forever etched in his mind, his heart overflowed. Why she'd ever taken a second look at a jeans-wearing lumberman with calloused hands and 2 left feet was beyond him. But until the day he died, he'd give thanks for a second chance at love with this special woman, whose caring heart, generous spirit, and deep abiding love would fill all his tomorrows with grace and hope and joy.